Chapter 1709, Might of One Hit. Chapter 1709, Might of One Hit. Zero Wing's sudden appearance had shocked the players at the primordial divine ruin. Shi Feng's command to attack Blackwater's members only intensified their surprise. This is crazy. Zero Wing must be insane. They've actually barged into the evil demons and evil beasts' encirclement to attack Blackwater. The members from the various major powers and adventurer teams were stupefied as they watched Zero Wing's members charge into Blackwater's on their mounts. At a glance, it was clear that Zero Wing had dispatched less than 2,000 members to the primordial divine ruin. Even if all of them were experts, Blackwater's forces weren't to be trifled with. Although Blackwater had recently suffered a major loss, it had recruited many of Heaven's Burial's expert and elite members. The guild had sent 4,000 experts and 6,000 elites to the ruin this time, and the lowest leveled among them was level 49. Every one of these 10,000 players also wore top-tier equipment. An army of fewer than 2,000 experts stood no chance against Blackwater's forces. Moreover, the evil demons and evil beasts currently surrounded the primordial divine ruin. It wouldn't be long before these monsters arrived to support Blackwater's army. Zero Wing would have more opponents than just Blackwater's army. They would have to face 100,000 plus monsters as well. While the various large guilds wondered why Zero Wing had enacted such a ludicrous plan, the guild's mounted forces had almost reached Blackwater's members. Bastards! Falling Fire cursed as he commanded his players to fall into formation. Fortunately, the players Blackwater had dispatched to raid the primordial divine ruin were all well trained, and the 10,000-man army quickly took up arms. The 500-plus shield warriors and guardian knights formed 2 rows at the front, raising their shields as they prepared to stop their enemy's advance. Meanwhile, the clerics, oracles, and druids at the rear of the army began to cast their buffs on the army's MTs. Now, the 2 human walls formed between the army and Zero Wing's members could even stop dozens of great lords of the same level, not to mention charging players. Meanwhile, the ranged forces between the shield warriors and guardian knights began to cast their offensive spells. Blackwater's army had far better reaction speed, combat standards, and far more combat experience than the various adventurer teams who fought others in the fields. The entire army moved as one, utterly organized. However, the berserkers leading Zero Wing's charge paid the blockade before them little heed. They didn't even bother to wait for their own shield warriors and guardian knights to catch up as they plowed into Blackwater's formation. The moment before Zero Wing's 100-plus berserkers clashed with Blackwater's MTs, a hint of excitement could be seen flashing in their eyes as they tightened their grips on their weapons. Suddenly, silver runes began to form on their weapons, and the ambient mana gathered around the berserkers' weapons. Without hesitation, the berserkers swung their weapons at the massive shields before them. Boom, boom, boom. A series of loud explosions echoed throughout the area as the berserkers struck the enemy shields. Impossible! When Blackwater's MTs received the berserkers' attacks, they felt as if they had been hit by a truck. Not only did their shields tremble violently and their arms go numb, but they were also forced to take 2 or 3 steps back before they could stabilize themselves. However, before these MTs could regain their postures, Zero Wing's berserkers swung their weapons again, forcing these MTs backward once more. After 3 consecutive attacks, Zero Wing's berserkers had broken holes in Blackwater's defensive line. The berserkers then dashed toward the ranged players like frenzied beasts. Zero Wing broke through. The various major powers, watching from a distance, could not help but gape at the scene. Just 100-plus berserkers had torn apart 2 defensive lines formed by over 500 level 49-plus shield warriors and guardian knights. The clash between these melee players had lasted less than 2 seconds. It was as if Blackwater's shield warriors and guardian knights were made of paper and could barely take a hit. However, the players from these major powers knew that Blackwater's MTs all wore excellent equipment. The weakest piece they'd have on them would be level 45 fine gold rank. MTs of such caliber could easily join the various large guilds' main forces. As for their combat standards, they were all elite and expert players. A blockade of such powerful MTs shouldn't have a problem fending off a charge of dozens of great lords of the same level, yet it had shattered when assaulted by Zero Wing's 100-plus berserkers. No matter how they looked at the situation, they simply could not bring themselves to believe it. What these players didn't know was that although these Zero Wing berserkers were only Tier 1 players, they could unleash Tier 3 power when they maxed out the Tier 2 mana weapons in their hands. Blackwater's defensive lines might be able to stop several dozen great lords of the same level, but it definitely couldn't stop the combined charge of over 100 great lords. Melee units, stop them! Do not let them reach our ranged unit. Falling Fire hurriedly commanded when he noticed Zero Wing's berserkers approach. However, before Falling Fire could even finish his words, one melee fighter from Blackwater after another was thrown into the air. Even when Blackwater's level 50 berserkers tried to stop Zero Wing's berserkers, the latter easily pushed them back. They lost a significant amount of HP when they crossed blades with Zero Wing's berserkers. After repulsing Blackwater's melee players, Zero Wing's berserkers charged toward Blackwater's ranged force like a sharpened sword. The berserkers blocked the incoming ranged attacks with little to no effort. In contrast to Blackwater's pitiful ranged attacks, the attacks Zero Wing's several hundred ranged players launched were basically unstoppable. When Blackwater's MTs tried to block these incoming attacks with their shields, their defensive postures shattered under a single blow, rendering them helpless against the following ranged attacks. Every ranged attack that struck an MT directly dealt over minus 20,000 damage, and Zero Wing's players only needed 3 ranged strikes to kill a Blackwater MT. Blackwater's healers hadn't even had enough time to save their allies. The difference between each side's healers was jaw-dropping. When Blackwater's healers cast healing spells with 1 or 2 second channeling times, the spells would restore around 10,000 of the target's HP. In contrast, when Zero Wing's healers used the same healing spells, their targets recovered nearly 20,000 HP. Meanwhile, Blackwater's range classes only dealt around minus 10,000 HP when they struck Zero Wing's berserkers on a direct hit, and the best among them only dealt around minus 13,000 damage. Zero Wing's healers could easily restore whatever HP their berserkers lost. The difference between the two forces was clear for all to see after the battle continued for a short moment. Like a group of ferocious beasts, Zero Wing's members devoured the lives of Blackwater's players, forcing Blackwater to retreat again and again as the army began to show signs of crumbling. The spectating crowd was dumbfounded. No matter how they thought about it, Blackwater should have had the upper hand, yet Zero Wing had an absolute advantage over its army. This didn't look like an actual battle. It was more of a one-sided beating. Zero Wing and Blackwater's strength simply weren't on the same level. So, this is the power of mana weapons. Gentle Snow, who commanded the battle from the rear, was indescribably shocked as she watched her players devour Blackwater's forces. They were too strong. Although the branch guild she commanded in the Black Dragon Empire hadn't experienced as many battles as the main branch in Starmoon Kingdom, her guild had plenty of experience in combat involving thousands of players. Hence, she knew that such a large-scale battle wouldn't reach a conclusion quickly. At the very least, the battle would last 15 to 30 minutes before anyone could tell which side had the upper hand. Yet, not even 1 minute had passed since the battle between Zero Wing and Blackwater had begun. However, even an ordinary player could see that Blackwater had no hope of winning this fight. At this rate, Zero Wing wouldn't even need 10 minutes to annihilate Blackwater's 10,000 players. Only Shifeng knew how typical this battle's outcome was. Blackwater's players weren't fighting 1,400 plus Tier 1 players, but a force of 1,400 plus Tier 2 experts. With so many Tier 2 experts, Zero Wing could even wipe out an army of 30,000 Tier 1 players without trouble, much less a force of 10,000. This was the difference between tiers. Silence fell over the primordial divine ruin as players witnessed Zero Wing's overwhelming power. Even the spectating superpowers wore somber expressions as they watched the massacre before them. Black Flame, do you really think that this is the only force I've prepared for the primordial divine ruin? Pay for your foolishness. As Singular Burial watched Blackwater's army slide backward, he showed neither surprise nor fear, simply revealing an arrogant sneer. He then turned to the cloaked, bandaged man beside him and snapped, "Flame Blood, it's time for you to take action." Nodding in response, Flame Blood immediately took a gray crystal ball from his bag and began to chant an incantation. He wasn't within a kingdom or empire right now, so it didn't matter if he revealed his identity as an evil god's temple player, since there weren't any NPCs around to hunt him down. Suddenly, clouds of pitch-black fog started to emerge from the crystal ball. The fog rapidly transformed into the figures of 10 evil demons. These summoned evil demons were all level 70 Grand Lords, which he had actually prepared for the Guardian boss on the ruin's 4th floor. Under Flameblood's command, the 10 Grand Lord ranked evil demons charged at Zero Wing's army. Just before they reached Zero Wing's front line and could swing down their massive claws, a figure appeared before them. This figure was none other than Shadow Sword. Scram! Shadow Sword tightened his grip on the edgeless blade and executed a sweeping slash with the rune-covered greatsword. Tier 2 skill, Blade Storm. A silver storm engulfed 10 evil demons, sending them flying over a dozen yards away. When the monsters crashed into the ground, a damage of over minus 200,000 appeared above each of their heads. Chapter 1710, Gathering Place of Experts. Chapter 1710, Gathering Place of Experts. Chapter 1710, Gathering Place of Experts. After Shadow Sword's first attack, he used Charge, accelerating toward the nearest evil demon as it was standing back up. When he got close to his target, Shadow Sword raised his greatsword high. Once again, Silver Divine, runes lit up along the edgeless blade's body. Shadow Sword then executed Blade of Waves, one of the Sea God's Apostle class's Tier 2 legacy skills. Blade of Waves was also the most powerful Tier 2 legacy skill he had learned. Currents of blue mana circled the edgeless blade. When Shadow Sword swung his greatsword at the evil demon before him, the mana weapon transformed into a 40-yard long blade of water. Players in the distance only saw a dark blue horizontal wall suddenly bisect the battlefield. Minus 513,842. A frightening amount of damage appeared above the evil demon's head when the water blade cut through its body. The blade also slammed into other players, and whether they wore plate armor or cloth, all of their HPs plummeted to 0. Their cleaved bodies then transformed into particles of light and disappeared from the battlefield. After the attack, the evil demon that took the hit fell into a heavily injured state, his combat power drastically decreasing. The surrounding Blackwater members expressed their shock and terror when they saw this. Strong. Too strong. Not only had Shadow Sword repelled 10 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons with one attack, but his follow-up attack had also heavily injured one Grand Lord-ranked evil demon and killed over a dozen players. Even Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights had died instantly. How is he so powerful? Confusion filled the experts from the various major powers as they watched Shadow Sword from a distance. Even if Shadow Sword were a Tier 2 Berserker and had used a Berserk skill, His damage should not have been so frightening. He should have been lucky to hold his ground against a Grand Lord-ranked evil demon, yet even without activating a berserk skill, Shadow Sword had heavily injured the Grand Lord. This utterly destroyed their understanding of Tier 2 classes' combat power. Damn it! Flame, split the other evil demons up and have them attack independently. Singular Burial commanded, once he saw that the evil demons were no match for Shadow Sword. They had summoned 10 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons, and although they were no match for Shadow Sword, the Berserker couldn't stop them all if they split up. The evil demons Shadow Sword didn't target could continue to slaughter Zero Wings members. Hearing Singular Burial's command, Flame Blood had the other 9 evil demons circle Shadow Sword. However, as these evil demons began to move, Kola landed between 3 of them and used Justice Roar, forcing all 3 to focus on him and no one else. The 3 taunted evil demons immediately brandished their claws at Kola. Seeing this, Kola grinned as he raised the one-handed axe in his right hand. Like Shadow Sword's edgeless blade, silver runes illuminated the weapon. Taking a step forward, Kola used Holy Slash. A silver flash sliced at the 3 evil demons' extended claws. The moment Kola's axe met the monster's claws, the evil demons felt as if a current of electricity shot through them, leaving their arms numb. All 3 evil demons were forced to retreat by several steps, and the difference between their strength and Kola's was obvious at a glance. Meanwhile, Gentle Snow, Fire Dance, Flying Shadow, Yi Wumian, Turtle Dove, and Rampant Blade suppressed the other 6 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons. The 6 Tier 2 players halted the evil demons' advance, preventing the monsters from targeting Zero Wings Tier 1 players. The spectating powers were stunned to see all 10 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons suppressed. Who are these people? The various major powers and adventurer teams members were curious and awed as they watched Shadow Sword and his companions. They immediately began to look into the identities of these Tier 2 players from Zero Wing. The various large guilds and adventurer teams present were no strangers to Grand Lord-ranked monsters, but they usually needed 100-man teams to raid such monsters. Yet, Shadow Sword and the others actually soloed the evil demons. Moreover, they had the upper hand in the battle. This was simply unbelievable. The moment these various powers received their investigations results, they were flabbergasted. Aside from Gentle Snow, the other Tier 2 players were practically unknown in God's domain. Although these players had shown up in Zero Wing's past battles, none of them had ever displayed such frightening power. Because of this, the players from these major powers and adventurer teams began to wonder if Shadow Sword and the others had deliberately hidden their strength all this time. But after today, there was no doubt that these players would become famous in God's domain. Their performance today was simply too shocking. While Shadow Sword and the other Tier 2 players suppressed the Grand Lord-ranked evil demons, Zero Wing's other members were free to slaughter Blackwater's players without worry. Aqua Rose, Blackie, Violet Cloud, and Alluring Summer, in particular, struck like humanoid defense turrets. All 4 of them wielded Tier 3 mana staffs, which allowed their spells' power to rival Tier 3 spells. Against Tier 1 players, these spells were one-shot, one-kill attacks. Not even blocking these spells could save the targeted players. When the 4 used AoE spells, each of their attacks could slay dozens of players. Of those present, only Blackwater's Tier 2 experts barely survived Aqua Rose and the others' attacks. However, none of them could approach the forecasters, either, since doing so would be suicidal. As he watched the one-sided battle, Singular Burial's complexion turned ashen, and the corner of his eyes twitched. He had visited the primordial divine, Ruin, this time with his closest aides and experts that had originally belonged to Heaven's Burial. These players were supposed to serve as the foundation of his rise through Blackwater. Now that Zero Wings members had massacred his subordinates, his chances of rising in his new guild had significantly decreased. Although he wanted to do something to stop the massacre, he had enough trouble with the level 50 youth before him. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't get past the youth's defense. To make matters worse, his opponent was only a Tier 1 Berserker, while he was a bona fide Tier 2 Ranger. Yet, the Berserker's Tier 1 skills had actually repelled his Tier 2 skills. This maddened Singular Burial. On the other hand, Zipping, also known as Silent Blade, grew increasingly excited as he fought Singular Burial. He had never felt this wonderful before. The combination of a Tier 2 mana weapon and the level 50 magic light set had granted him an absolute advantage in basic attributes over his opponent. From time to time, he even caught Singular Burial by surprise when he used his mana weapon's ability. In addition, through his battle with Singular Burial, someone who had entered the refinement realm long ago, Zipping was able to recognize many of his flaws. If not for his advantage in basic attributes and Tier 2 mana weapon, the enemy ranger would have likely killed him already. Guild Leader. These people from Zero Wing are too powerful. At this rate, we'll be wiped out before the evil beast army arrives. Daybreak Fog, who was similarly entangled in a fierce battle, told Singular Burial anxiously through a private chat. Hearing Daybreak Fog's worry, Singular Burial glanced at Blackwater's members, who were continuously slaughtered. Suddenly, a sense of helplessness doused the killing intent burning in his heart. However, just as Singular Burial was about to respond, he noticed a black figure weaving across the battlefield and killing Blackwater's experts with inhuman speed. The figure moved so quickly that by the time Blackwater's experts noticed someone before them, a blue flash filled their vision. Once the blue flash disappeared, the targeted experts collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Black Flame. Singular Burial bellowed with rage, a gut-twisting envy filling his heart as he watched the rapidly moving black figure. Zero Wing was clearly a guild that had been established without a background or backers, yet the guild had gained one powerful expert after another. Fire Dance, Shadow Sword, Flying Shadow, Cola, Violet Cloud, Alluring Summer. Even super guilds sought to recruit these experts, yet they had gathered in Zero Wing. Moreover, the unknown Berserker youth before him also possessed immense talent. Singular Burial could not understand why so many obscure experts had gathered in Zero Wing, yet he had failed to recruit even one such expert for himself. While Singular Burial screamed his lungs out, Sure Fong vanished from the battlefield. In the next moment, Sure Fong reappeared before Singular Burial. Singular Burial, your era has ended, Sure Fong growled as he swung down his sacred sword. Although Singular Burial had responded quickly, Sure Feng's appearance had been too abrupt. Even though he had immediately thought of using the Ranger class's escape skill to put some distance between himself and Sure Feng, in the face of the Tier 2 taboo skill, Instant Strike, he was a split-second too slow to get away. After receiving the one attack, Singular Burial's HP, which was over 50,000, instantly fell to 0. Chapter 1711, Blackwater Defeated. Chapter 1711, Blackwater Defeated. Chapter 1711, Blackwater Defeated. When Singular Burial reluctantly collapsed and dropped an icy blue longbow on the battlefield, the surrounding Blackwater members were dumbfounded and turned to stare at Sure Feng. A moment ago, Singular Burial had 100% of his HP, yet after one of Sure Feng's attacks, the Ranger had lost it all. Suddenly, a chilling sensation assaulted Blackwater's members. If even a Tier 2 player like Singular Burial could not withstand a single hit from Sure Feng, it went without saying Sure Feng could kill Tier 1 players like them with a casual swing of his blade. 2. Black Flame. Falling Fire's expression darkened as he glared at Shifeng. His combat standard was recognized as one of the best in Blackwater. There were only a handful of people in the guild that he had to admit were superior. However, despite having such a high combat standard, not even he was confident in keeping up with and blocking the attack Shifeng had used against Singular Burial. Shifeng's attack was simply too fast, but it wasn't just because of his high attack speed. HS neutral response time and physical acceleration were also ridiculously fast. After heaving a deep sigh, Falling Fire commanded, "Everyone, retreat!" Due to Shifeng's display of overwhelming strength, his team members' morale had received a huge boost. Zero Wings members now fought with more passion and skill than before. In contrast, the morale of Blackwater's members plummeted. Now, this battle's outcome could not be any more obvious. Continuing to fight would only incur more losses for Blackwater. Hearing Falling Fire's command, Blackwater's members immediately turned away from their opponents and fled in every possible direction. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow commanded Zero Wings members to exploit their victory. Seeing that things had gone south for Blackwater, Flame Blood did not dare to linger. He summoned 20 Great Lord-ranked evil demons to buy himself enough time to activate a teleportation scroll. This battle's outcome had truly exceeded his expectations. He had thought that 10 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons would be more than enough to butcher Zero Wings' forces, but he had never expected the small army to have so many monstrous players. Zero Wing, just you wait. Sooner or later, I will make you pay for this defeat. Flame Blood revealed a sneer as he watched Zero Wings' members charge towards him. He was an evil god's apostle, not a guild member. As long as he escaped capture, he'd always have a chance of making a comeback. Flame Blood sent his 20 Great Lords to stop Zero Wings members as he activated his teleportation scroll. The teleportation scroll to teleport to the evil god's temple had a 15-second activation process, which was slightly shorter than a normal return scroll. With the power of 20 Great Lords at his side, he could easily buy enough time to get away. However, when the 7th second ticked by, Flame Blood noticed a slowly approaching figure out of the corner of his eye. This figure was none other than Shifeng. Flame Blood couldn't help his growing anxiety as he watched Shifeng approach. Although over 200 yards separated the two, Flame Blood felt as if the grim Reaper itself had set its sights on him. Faster! I have to get out of here, as quickly as possible. For the first time ever, Flame Blood felt that the teleportation scroll's activation time was too long. Although Shifeng's approach appeared slow, in reality, he was extremely fast. In just 3 seconds, he had halved the distance between him and Flame Blood. Seeing this, Flame Blood had no choice but to split 6 of the Great Lord-ranked evil demons from the group, ordering them to hinder Shifeng's advance. However, no matter what kind of attacks the Great Lord-ranked evil demons used, Shifeng avoided them easily. The evil demons couldn't slow Shifeng down in the slightest. When only 2 seconds remained before Flame Blood's teleportation scroll activated, Shifeng was still over 30 yards away from the cleric. Seeing this, Flame Blood breathed a sigh of relief. Black Flame, I'll get even with you sooner or later. There was no way Shifeng could cross the distance between them unless he could use the same move he had employed to take out Singular Burial earlier. However, the area around Flame Blood abruptly darkened, and the mana that fed the teleportation array beneath his feet froze instantly. A moment later, the teleportation array began to disappear. No, how is this possible? Shock and despair flashed in Flame Blood's eyes when he realized that his teleportation scroll was no longer an option. Before Flame Blood could react, Shifeng shook off the 6 Great Lords chasing him and appeared before the cleric. "Get even with me?" Glancing at the cloaked and bandaged cleric before him, Shurfong chuckled and said, "You'll have to be able to get away before that can happen. Black Flame, your forces are now trapped, surrounded by Beast Emperor's evil beast army. If you kill me, Beast Emperor definitely won't let you off the hook." Flame blood hissed as he looked at the smiling swordsman before him. Fearfully, he continued, "If you want to leave this place alive, I'm your only hope." Flame blood knew full well what Shurfong was capable of. After all, he had personally witnessed Shurfong capture Abandoned Wave and send the man to the war god's temple. To evil god's apostles like himself and Abandoned Wave, getting sent to the war god's temple was game over. Flame blood deeply regretted his actions. Had he known something like this would happen, he would never have followed Singular Burial to the primordial divine ruin. Now that he had been silenced, it was practically impossible to escape Shurfeng's clutches. His only hope of getting out of this predicament lay with Beast Emperor's evil beast and demon army. Although Zero Wings members were absurdly strong, they would definitely fall against 100,000 plus evil beasts and evil demons. The fact that Zero Wing had so effortlessly slaughtered Blackwater's members proved that all of the members in this force were the guild's core members. If these core members were annihilated, it would deal a massive blow to Zero Wing. "You're my only hope." Shurfong could not help but laugh. "Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself?" To Beast Emperor, evil god's apostles were like his own limbs. Each one taken from him was a permanent loss. However, since Beast Emperor had dared to cut off Zero Wing's path to fortune, Shurfong had to teach Beast Emperor what it felt like to lose a limb to his blades. Saying so, Shurfong activated Abyssal Bind and restricted Flame Blood's movements. He then retrieved a mobile jail from his bag and started to activate it. "Black Flame, are you trying to die? I am one of Beast Emperor's evil god's apostles. Capturing me will only increase Beast Emperor's desire to destroy Zero Wing." Flame Blood began to panic when he saw Shurfong activate the mobile jail. He had never thought that Shurfong would be so daring. If he were to be sent to the war god's temple, he truly would be finished. Just as Shurfong was about to entrap Flame Blood in the mobile jail, a phantom appeared beside the cleric. This phantom took the form of an indifferent, middle-aged man in luxurious, dark gray robes. The man wielded a wooden staff that exuded murky black mist in his right hand, and a pitch-black crown adorned his head. The man radiated an indescribably majestic feeling. "Beast Emperor?" When Shurfong saw this middle-aged man, the only person that came to his mind was Beast Emperor. However, he was not absolutely certain, as he had never actually seen Beast Emperor's true appearance before. "That's right, I am Beast Emperor. This should be our second meeting," Beast Emperor said, smiling. "I won't mince words with you. Release Flame Blood and hand over the evil gods I in your possession. Do so, and I'll let your forces leave the Orc Empire safely. Refuse, and neither you nor your subordinates will leave the Empire. Your souls will become nourishment for my evil demons." As soon as Beast Emperor finished speaking, the players at the primordial divine ruin noticed a large group of evil beasts and demons approach on the distant horizon. An NPC elder stood above a gigantic evil beast, radiating intense evil energy. Even though the old man was thousands of yards away, everyone outside of the primordial divine ruin could feel his horrific aura. "I admit that you are quite powerful, but even if you lock Flame Blood away in the mobile jail, you won't necessarily be able to leave the Orc Empire with him. As long as I kill you, I can free Flame Blood. I will only give you 10 seconds to consider my offer," Beast Emperor said, his expression calm as he looked at Shurfong. A mythic NPC, Feng guessed after glancing at the NPC in the distant sky. Revealing a faint smile, he said, "Like your subordinate, you think too highly of yourself. I will send flame blood to the war god's temple." Chapter 17:12, The Man Closest to Attaining a Domain. Chapter 17:12, The Man Closest to Attaining a Domain. Chapter 17:12, The Man Closest to Attaining a Domain. Although Feng's tone had been dull, the nearby players could all feel the unyielding determination in his voice. "Crazy bastard! How can a guild leader like you exist?" As flame blood glared at Feng, he felt his mental state crumble. Just how much did Feng hate him? Feng was actually willing to sacrifice over 1,000 zero-wing experts just to finish him off. "Black Flame, this is your final chance. You can't take on a mythic NPC. Do you really think that you can escape with your life? If you die at his hands, do you think that the penalty will be as simple as losing a level?" Beast Emperor's expression darkened when he heard Feng's reply. "Do not challenge my patience. Otherwise, I'll bury you here even if I have to waste my contribution points." If the evil god's apostle slots weren't so incredibly precious to his future, and the fact that Feng had a small chance of getting away, he wouldn't have wasted so many words on the swordsman. He simply would have sent his evil beasts and evil demons to slaughter Zero Wings members and devour them. Challenge your patience. Feng could not help but laugh at Beast Emperor. How many times has your evil god's temple targeted Zero Wings territories? You've even gone as far as to hunt down my guild members. Have you ever considered Zero Wings' patience? Saying so, Feng swung his sword at Flame Blood, lowering the cleric's HP to a critical level. He then activated the mobile jail and entrapped the bound cleric. "You!" Beast Emperor gnashed his teeth in rage as he watched Flame Blood disappear into the mobile jail. Suddenly, the evil beasts and evil demons standing on the distant horizon released deafening roars. They then charged toward the primordial divine ruin. The various powers' upper echelons wore somber expressions as they watched the 100,000-plus evil beasts and evil demons surge towards them. These evil beasts and evil demons were far from just random monsters. Every one of them was level 60 or higher, and the majority of them were chieftain rank and above. Only a small number were elites and special elites. Moreover, 8 of them were mythic ranked. Such a force was more than enough to destroy a town, not to mention an army of fewer than 2,000 experts. When the evil beasts and evil demons began their charge, the NPC elder flew into the sky and waved his staff. Suddenly, a beam of gray light shot out of the staff and toward the clouds above the old man. When the beam of light was roughly 100 yards above the NPC, it burst. Ripples of gray light spread across the sky, turning the once blue view a dull gray. It looked as if evil energy had enveloped the entire world. What's going on? Why can't I use my return scroll? Wait, that's not right. I can't use my instantaneous teleportation scroll. Either. Isn't that NPC too powerful? He's actually sealed off this entire region. Zero Wing is definitely dead now. Utter shock filled the spectating powers at the primordial divine ruin as they watched the NPC elder fly towards the ruin, with their ability to teleport stolen from them. Zero Wing's only way of escaping this location was to rely on their own 2 feet. However, trying to break through the blockade of 100,000-plus evil beasts and evil demons was practically impossible. The players from the various major powers also began to worry for their own safety. Like Zero Wings members, they were now trapped here, and their fate was no longer in their own hands. If Beast Emperor wanted to, he could definitely have every player at the primordial divine ruin killed. Big Sis Melody What is going through Black Flame's mind? He's actually willing to trade Zero Wing's 1,000 plus experts to capture a single player. Does he hate Beast Emperor that much? A girl standing amidst the sacred temples, Team asked curiously as she watched Shurfeng, who was arranging Zero Wing's army into a defensive formation. The girl had long, curly, light blue hair and a lithe but curvy body. She wielded an emerald staff and was clad in white silken robes. Although this girl looked quite weak and delicate, she had actually reached level 51. Even in the sacred temple, her level put her at the very top of the guild, though her aura was far more frightening than the girl's level. However, the intensity of her aura was not just a result of her powerful basic attributes. Her tier and life rating also contributed. When the sacred temples surrounding experts looked at this girl, awe and reverence filled their gaze. This girl was the sacred temple's new prodigy, Blue Jade, and she had even received high praise from the guild leader, stating that she even had the potential to command a domain in the future. Precisely because of her talents, Blue Jade had been dispatched to the primordial divine ruin so that she could improve further in Primordial City. I don't know what Black Flame is thinking, but you should pay close attention to his fights. The secret pavilion has recognized Black Flame as the person closest to grasping a domain. Watching him should help you quite a bit, Quiet Melody said as she looked at Shurfeng. Isn't Miracle Dragon the person closest to reaching the domain realm? Blue Jade asked in astonishment. Miracle Dragon is old news. The various superpowers have already recognized Black Flame as the person closest to reaching the domain realm, Quiet Melody patiently explained. The techniques Black Flame has displayed thus far are simply amazing. He has even defeated domain realm experts. The various superpowers have even wondered whether or not he has already obtained a domain, but after a detailed investigation, they concluded that he's only as strong as domain realm experts. He doesn't actually have a domain yet, though he is extremely close to obtaining one. He can actually rival domain realm experts without a domain. He's actually that powerful. Blue Jade was skeptical about Quiet Melody's claim. If Shurfeng were so impressive, he should recognize his situation for what it was. Yet, Shurfeng had made the most unbelievable decision, provoking Beast Emperor instead of saving his companions' lives. While Quiet Melody and Blue Jade discussed Shurfeng, the other powers' upper echelons grew nervous. Beast Emperor's monster army was getting closer, and now it was less than 1,000 yards away. 2 level 80 mythic evil demons and 6 level 80 mythic ranked evil beasts led the monster army. Just looking at these monsters, even from so far away, made these players shudder. Against such a powerful army of monsters, Zero Wing's forces would likely face annihilation even if the guild had tens of thousands of experts and hundreds of thousands of elite players present. Even if Zero Wing could summon 3 more high demons, there was no escaping its fate. Although the Baphomet's Zero Wing had summoned were indeed incredibly strong, the army of evil beasts and evil demons the guild faced this time was much stronger. There were plenty of great lords and grand lords in this force. By the time the high demons defeated the mythic evil demons and mythic evil beasts, the great lords and grand lords would have devoured Zero Wing's members already. Black Flame, pay for your foolishness. Beast Emperor, who followed the situation at the primordial divine ruin from ancient rock city's evil god's temple, sneered. He had spent 7,000 evil god's temple contribution points for the mythic NPC to seal the primordial divine ruins map. This seal prevented players from both teleporting out and physically crossing the map's borders. The evil god's temple contribution points were no less precious than the war god's temple merit points. With 7,000 merit points, players could purchase a high-quality epic item from the war god's temple. Yet, he had spent so many points just to prevent Shurfeng's escape. Although the ceiling barrier was not particularly strong, it would not be easy to break out of either. During the time it took for Zero Wing to destroy the barrier, his evil beasts and evil demons could annihilate the guild's army several times over. The 100,000 plus evil demons and evil beasts grew closer to Zero Wing's army, and seeing this, the guild's members couldn't help but grow nervous. They felt stifled as they watched the monsters approach, the auras the monsters radiated becoming increasingly frightening. However, when less than 200 yards separated both sides, a magic barrier appeared and enveloped Zero Wing's army. This barrier was the result of none other than the movement-type defensive magic array. Good. Summoners, summon the divine beasts, Shi Feng commanded as he stared at the monster army before him. Chapter 17:13, Divine Dragon's Might. Chapter 17:13, Divine Dragon's Might. Chapter 17:13, Divine Dragon's Might. When the Divine Beast's Descent magic arrays activated, 2 pillars of golden light rose from inside the movement-type defensive magic array. The 2 light pillars pierced the sky and cast a dazzling glow over the primordial divine ruin. The light pillars also purified the overflowing evil energy in the area and returned a massive fraction of the gray sky to its original blue color. 2 gigantic magic arrays then appeared and swallowed Zero Wing's defensive magic array, draining the mana around the ruin. Everyone at the ruin gaped at the grand, magnificent scene. What are those? Isn't the amount of mana those magic arrays are absorbing a little too terrifying? Even though we're so far away, I can still feel the mana around me drying up. Wait, I can't even use my spells anymore. The members of the various major powers and adventure teams stared at the 2 golden magic arrays in the sky in utter disbelief. This was definitely the first time they had witnessed or experienced such a phenomenon. The 2 golden magic arrays had actually sucked away all mana in at least a 5,000-yard radius, even preventing them from using any of their skills and spells. Even Aqua Rose and Zero Wing's other upper echelons, who recognized the 2 golden magic arrays, were shocked and confused right now. This certainly wasn't their first time activating the Divine Beast's Descent magic array. At most, the magic array would stir the mana in a 500-yard radius in the past. Even when they had activated several Divine Beast's Descent magic arrays simultaneously, the arrays hadn't absorbed so much mana that players in the affected area hadn't been able to use their skills or spells. Yet, not only did the 2 Divine Beasts Descent magic arrays affect 5,000-yard radius, but they had also devoured almost all of the mana in the affected area. Amazing! Using elemental sources as the magic array's cores can actually improve them to such a degree, Shi Feng couldn't help his astonishment over the spectacular scene before him. Based on his knowledge, even advanced summoning magic arrays couldn't cause such a huge mana drain. Unfortunately, he had never seen a master summoning magic array, so he couldn't make a good judgment. As mana continued to flood into the 2 gigantic magic arrays, the figures of 2 divine beasts gradually emerged. Shortly, 2 golden dragons with wingspans of up to 600 meters appeared above the defensive magic array. Both golden dragons were covered in dark purple runes, which gave the dragons a sacred and majestic feeling. Roar! Once the golden dragons fully manifested, they released roars that echoed throughout the primordial divine ruin. Following their bestial announcement, they released powerful shockwaves, which repeatedly shoved back the rapidly approaching evil demons and beasts. Even the defensive magic array beneath the 2 golden dragons trembled violently, looking as if they would shatter at any moment. The 2 golden dragons had also fully unleashed their auras, freezing the space around them. Even Zero Wing's members, who were protected by a defensive magic array, felt their movements grow stiff. Dragons! Are they really dragons? Are you kidding me? Zero Wing can actually summon dragons. The players from the various major powers who watched from a distance stared at the two golden dragons with bulging eyes. The various major powers knew what kind of monstrous dragons were in God's domain. They were the personification of destruction. Their life ratings were only second to ancient gods, and a single dragon was more than enough to destroy an entire kingdom. Yet, two of these great monsters floated in the sky before them. Under the pressure the two dragons emitted, they didn't even dare to think of resisting. It felt as if these two dragons were this land's absolute overlords. The pressure the two golden dragons exuded was no longer a matter of basic attributes. This was the difference in life ratings. However, after using advanced identification skills, some players soon discovered that these monsters weren't real dragons. Rather, they were merely creatures that contained a small trace of a dragon's soul. Divine magic dragon, elemental creature, archaic species, mythic. Level 80, HP 600, 000, 000/600, 000, 000. Although the divine magic dragons weren't real dragons, they still surprised Sherfone. These two divine magic dragons actually possessed domains, which was also why their mere presence affected the space around them so drastically. Go! It's time for the slaughter. Sherfone commanded Flying Shadow and Shadow Sword, who controlled the divine magic dragons. A level 80 mythic-ranked archaic species was already a nightmare for current players, let alone a mythic-ranked archaic species that could use a domain. The reason that Tier 4 NPCs could go toe-to-toe with a mythic monster of the same level was their control of a domain. While inside their own domain, Tier 4 NPCs could enhance their abilities and suppress their enemies at the same time. However, it would be a different story if the targeted mythic monster had its own domain. Such an existence would be practically invincible among those of the same rank and tier. Even the High Demon, Baphomet, would receive a one-sided beating if it tried to face the divine magic dragon in a one-on-one fight. Hearing Sherfang's command, Shadow Sword and Flying Shadow, who stood in the center of two magic arrays on the ground, nodded. They then controlled the divine magic dragons to charge at the approaching evil demons and evil beasts. In response, the divine magic dragons flapped their massive wings once and disappeared. By the time the spectators had reacted to the divine magic dragon's disappearance, the two dragons had already crossed over 100 yards. After 2 seconds, one of the two dragons arrived before a mythic evil demon. Before the 150-meter-tall divine magic dragon, the 5-meter-tall, level 80 mythic evil demon looked like an ant. The dragon then swiped its claw at the evil demon before it, and as its claw passed, numerous tears ripped apart space. Although the mythic evil demon tried to dodge the attack, its movements were sluggish due to the pressure from the dragon's claw. The dragon's domain also suppressed the mythic evil demon in every aspect. Not only did the domain decrease the evil demon's basic attributes, but the evil demon's reaction speed had also slowed. In addition, the divine magic dragon's claw was frighteningly fast. In the end, the mountain-like claw struck the mythic-ranked evil demon before it could even begin to move out of the way. Boom! The mythic evil demon's body immediately sank into the ground under the immense force, 30-meter-long cracks splitting the ground around it. All nearby chieftain-ranked evil demons and evil beasts died instantly, and only those at the Lord rank and above managed to survive. However, the surviving monsters sustained a heavily injured state. In the meantime, the other divine magic dragon had stomped on a level 80 evil earth dragon, crushing the mythic evil beast's 40-meter-tall body into the ground. The divine magic dragon then swiped its tail, flattening the ground around it, and sweeping away a large number of low-ranked evil beasts and evil demons. Seeing this, The watching players from the various major powers and adventurer teams were dumbfounded. Too strong. The difference in strength between the divine magic dragons and Beast Emperor's monster army was past the point where the latter could compensate with numbers. The mythic-ranked evil demons and evil beasts couldn't pin down the divine magic dragons for even a moment. As a result, the divine magic dragons were free to attack the Grand Lord and Great Lord-ranked evil demons and evil beasts who were trying to attack Zero Wing's defensive magic array. When the divine magic dragons struck, even the Grand Lords instantly became heavily injured, drastically decreasing their combat powers. Even if these heavily injured Grand Lords and Great Lords reached Zero Wing's defensive barrier, Zero Wing's experts, who wielded mana weapons, could repel and kill them easily. Following which, the two divine magic dragons wreaked havoc across the battlefield. Although the mythic-ranked evil demons and evil beasts tried to pin the two dragons down, the divine magic dragons didn't bother with their mythic opponents. Instead, the two dragons sent their mythic opponents flying and focused on the lower-ranked evil demons and evil beasts. Even when these mythic-ranked evil beasts and demons targeted Zero Wing's defensive magic array, the divine magic dragons got ahead of them and sent them flying again. With their massive frames, the two divine earth dragons could protect Zero Wing's members almost perfectly. At the very least, none of the enemy's mythic monsters could touch Zero Wing's defensive magic array. Before even 1 minute had passed, nearly 2,000 evil demons and evil beasts had been killed. The two divine magic dragons were like colossal killing machines that continuously earned EXP for Zero Wing's members. So, this is why Zero Wing was so confident. Watching Zero Wing's forces rapidly wear down the evil demon and beast army, the various major powers finally understood why Zero Wing had dared to dive into enemy territory with so few members. Black Flame. Beast Emperor wore a solemn expression as he watched his minions being massacred by the dozens and hundreds from inside the evil god's branch temple in ancient Rock City. He had carefully nurtured these evil demons and evil beasts so that they could serve as the foundation for his rule in the Orc Empire, yet his hated enemy was slaughtering them for EXP. If the battle continued at this rate, it was only a matter of time before Zero Wing annihilated his minions. Considering the situation, Beast Emperor gritted his teeth and left to meet with an old man in black robes within the temple. Very respectfully, he said, "Lord Byrne, I wish to hire Lord Dyro to annihilate these ignorant adventurers personally. I hope that you will grant me your permission." "You want to get Dyro to take action?" the black-robed elder asked indifferently. "That won't be a problem, but Dyro's services aren't cheap. It'll cost you 12,000 contribution points per hour." "So expensive?" Beast Emperor could not help his frown upon hearing this price. He had already spent 7,000 CPs to hire Dyro to cast a sealing barrier over the primordial divine ruin. Now, he only had a little over 14,000 CPs remaining. If he spent another 12,000 CPs now, he'd have to cancel or considerably delay many of his original plans. "Have you decided?" Byrne asked. "Lord Byrne, I wish to hire Lord Dyro for 1 hour." Beast Emperor responded after giving the matter some thought. The last thing he could afford to lose right now was another evil god's apostle. As soon as Beast Emperor finished speaking, 12,000 evil gods' temple contribution points vanished from his stockpile. At the same time, Dyro, the mythic NPC at the distant primordial divine ruin, became a mercenary under Beast Emperor's control. Black Flame. You will suffer in death. The first order Beast Emperor gave to Dyro was to slay Sherfong, who stood inside Zero Wing's defensive magic array. Meanwhile, back at the primordial divine ruin, Dyro, who quietly stood atop a flying evil beast, abruptly opened his eyes. Suddenly, the mana around him vanished, and a powerful surge of evil energy replaced it. Dairo's horrific aura reached across the primordial divine ruin, making the players present to grow nervous and keep a close eye on the NPC. Dairo lightly tapped his foot on the evil beast beneath him. The flying evil beast then let out a low screech as it slowly descended toward Sherfone. Impossible! This mythic NPC can actually participate in the battle. Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose's expressions darkened when they saw the NPC elder approach. Hurriedly, Aqua Rose shouted, "Shadow Sword, ignore the mythic monsters for now and stop that NPC." Hearing Aqua Rose's command, Shadow Sword promptly nodded. He, too, realized the severity of the situation. Unlike the mythic-ranked evil demons and evil beasts, allowing a mythic NPC to get within attack range would be no laughing matter. Immediately, Shadow Sword controlled his divine magic dragon to charge at Dairo. Scram! Shadow Sword then directed his divine magic dragon to slap at the NPC elder. Chapter 1714, Fighting a Mythic NPC. Chapter 1714, Fighting a Mythic NPC. Chapter 1714, Fighting a Mythic NPC. This Beast Emperor can actually convince a mythic NPC to join the fray. Is this a joke? That's a Tier 4 NPC we're talking about. The various major powers and adventurer teams members at the primordial divine ruin stared with wide eyes as they watched Dairo descend to the battlefield, their hearts palpitating in fear and shock. None of these players were strangers to Tier 4 NPCs. Tier 4 NPCs ruled over every major NPC city in the various kingdoms and empires, and anyone who had met such an NPC would know just how powerful they were. In God's domain, players were able to face monsters of a higher tier due to having more skills, spells, and combat techniques. With this advantage, players could exploit powerful monsters' weaknesses and defeat them, despite having lower basic attributes. However, NPCs had no such weaknesses. Unlike monsters, both the quality and quantity of NPC skills and spells was far superior to players. They were capable of executing many complex combination attacks with these skills and spells, making them far more difficult to deal with than monsters. To make matters worse, although NPCs' basic attributes were lower than monsters of the same rank and tier, they were still overwhelmingly higher than players. After Dairo opened his eyes, the pressure he gave off made him feel like an entirely different entity than before. The evil energy Dairo radiated was so incomparably dense that the evil energy corroded the space around him. Players over 2,000 yards away could clearly feel this man's aura. If players felt as if they had been submerged in a pool of water as the mythic evil demons and mythic evil beasts' auras had washed over them, then Dairo's aura felt as if they had been dumped into a pit of quicksilver. They couldn't help but shudder as they bathed in this NPC's aura. These players finally understood just how terrifying a Tier 4 NPC was. If this NPC elder wanted to, he could definitely kill every player at the primordial divine ruin, and they wouldn't be able to do anything to stop him. As the various powers and adventure teams members were in shock over Dairo's aura, a massive figure suddenly appeared before Dairo. This figure was none other than the divine magic dragon under Shadow Sword's control. As soon as it reached its target, the divine magic dragon's mountain-like claw descended on the mythic NPC. However, despite having even enough power to send mythic monsters of the same level flying, Dairo ignored the claw and allowed it to land. Boom! The evil bat Dairo rode shot to the ground like a bullet. The instant the evil bat crashed, the impact formed a crater with a 70-yard radius in the ground. Despite the evil bat being a level 80 Grand Lord, the single attack had heavily injured it. Now, even flight was impossible for the evil bat. Where's the NPC? Shadow Sword examined the bottom of the crater in confusion. He only spotted the evil bat in the crater. Dairo was nowhere to be found. Shadow Sword couldn't even sense the NPC's horrific aura. It was as if the old man had vanished. A second later, a figure appeared in the evil bat's original location, which was none other than Dairo. The old man was in the midst of chanting an incantation, having already written numerous lines of divine runes. As Dairo continued to cast his spell, a magic array formed behind him, absorbing a tremendous amount of evil energy from its surroundings. A short moment later, the space before the array ruptured, creating a black hole that absorbed every form of energy available in its vicinity. Sensing the growing strength of the magic array's aura, Shadow Sword's expression darkened. He could easily tell how powerful Dairo's spell would be. It was definitely stronger than Tier 4 large-scale destruction spells. If this spell struck the divine magic dragon he controlled, the attack would undoubtedly send the dragon flying. If that happened, Dairo would have an opportunity to attack the movement-type defensive magic array, and the consequences would be unimaginably dire. Die! Shadow Sword swiftly used the Tier 4 skill, 5 Thunder Fingers, aiming the cone attack at Dairo. As the divine magic dragon's claw sped towards the NPC, countless arcs of electricity extended from the tip of its digits and reached for Dairo. However, as if he had prepared for this attack, Dairo lightly tapped the butt of his staff at the air before him. In response, a gray, threefold magic array appeared before the old man, protecting him from the dragon's attack. Tier 4 defensive spell, Dark Hunt, double speed casting. Everyone gaped in shock as they watched Dairo, who was still casting his first spell. The magical class players were especially stupefied. Double speed casting was a feat that many magical class players worked to achieve. Unfortunately, very few magical class experts could actually do it. Moreover, the higher a spell's tier was, the more difficult it would be to double cast, not to mention double speed casting. Even Tier 2 peak experts had great difficulty double speed casting 2 Tier 2 spells, yet Dairo could cast 2 Tier 4 spells simultaneously. The NPC's spellcasting was already on par with peak experts. Dairo's threefold magic array instantly stopped the incoming arcs of electricity. None of the arcs had managed to deal any damage. Seeing that Dairo was about to complete his first spell, Shadow Sword hurriedly directed his divine magic dragon to attack the NPC from another direction. Dark Hunt could only block attacks from one direction. It was useless against attacks from other angles. However, just when the divine magic dragon's claw was about to reach Dairo, the NPC disappeared once again. This time, he reappeared 100 yards away from the attacking dragon. Tier 3 spell, Advanced Movement. Crap! Supplementary casting. The magical class experts' minds were blown when they saw Dairo appear 100 yards away from the divine magic dragon. Advanced Movement was not a particularly rare spell. It was actually a common spell that Tier 3 magical class NPCs used. What was truly astounding was the way Dairo had used the spell. In a way, supplementary casting was similar to double casting, but rather than channeling 2 spells at the same time, one could abruptly cast the second spell midway, through casting their first spell when supplementary casting. This technique was even more difficult than double speed casting. Meanwhile, before the divine magic dragon could reach Dairo to launch another attack, the NPC finished writing the last line of divine runes for his spell. A sneer twisted Dairo's wizened face. "Do you think you can stop me, the dark wizard Dairo, with a lowly summoned creature?" Dairo said, as he looked at Shurfong as he made a wave with his staff. Suddenly, cracks in space began to split the sky. Boundless evil energy then flooded out of these cracks and gathered at the tip of Dairo's staff. After gathering enough evil energy, Dairo created 21 pitch-black spears around him with another wave of his staff. Silver arcs of electricity crackled along these spears. Tier 4 Curse, Destruction Spear. Go! Dairo waved his hand. The 21 pitch-black spears flew towards the divine magic dragon. As the product of a Tier 4 curse, each pitch-black spear carried a frightening amount of power. When Shadow Sword tried to attack the spears with the divine magic dragon, repelling one spear actually pushed the dragon back slightly. The strength within the pitch-black spears was actually on par with the dragon's. Although both sides had equal strength, there were 21 pitch-black spears. Meanwhile, when players controlled a summoned creature, they couldn't control it as easily as their own body, which ultimately decreased their combat standards when controlling the creature. Hence, even though Shadow Sword had reached the refinement realm, he was only able to block 5 or 6 spears at a time, while the remaining weapons struck the divine magic dragon. For a time, the divine magic dragon was at a complete disadvantage as the spears pushed it back towards Zero Wing's defensive magic array. Time to finish this. Dairo waved his staff again, joining 2 of the pitch-black spears into one weapon and striking at the divine magic dragon, the attack carrying far more strength than the individual summoned weapons. However, just before the combination attack reached the divine magic dragon, suddenly, a flash of black light bloomed before the divine magic dragon. At the same time, the combined spears that flew towards the dragon's chest veered off course. The 2 weapons then split as they brushed past the scales on the dragon's sides, harmlessly. This confused Dairo slightly. What's going on? The dragon dodged the attack. No, that's not it. Look at Zero Wing's summoning array. Huh, isn't that black flame? The spectating crowd was dumbfounded for a moment by this sudden development. They failed to understand how the divine magic dragon had become powerful enough to stop the pitch-black spears combination attack. However, some players with keen eyesight quickly noticed that Shadow Sword was no longer standing in the summoning array for the divine magic dragon. Shifeng had actually taken his place. Black Flame, do you think you can change this outcome just by switching controllers? Beast Emperor could not help but laugh when he saw Shifeng controlling the divine magic dragon. Summoned creatures were not as easy to control as a player's body. Naturally, a domain realm expert would have far more control of a summoned creature than a refinement realm expert. The realms of refinement improved a player's 5 senses, but players simply couldn't merge their senses completely with a summoned creature's. As a result, one's combat power when controlling a summoned creature was considerably limited. They changed controllers? Dairo muttered as he glanced at the distant summoning array. As a mythic NPC, his intellect was incredibly high. Hence, he was quickly able to assess any changes on the battlefield. However, the surprise in Dairo's eyes quickly faded, replaced by ridicule. Foolish mortals, do you think you can stop my destruction spears because you've gained more control of a lowly summoned creature? All you've done is prolonged your suffering. Saying so, Dairo combined 20 spears into 10 pairs, attacking Shifeng with all of them at once. Seeing the 10 incoming attacks, Shifeng executed Sword's orbit with the divine magic dragon's claws. Dang, dang, dang. A series of clangs echoed throughout the primordial divine ruin. In the end, Shifeng's dragon knocked every one of the 20 destruction spears aside. The spears hadn't even budged the dragon an inch, much less damaged the divine magic dragon. Chapter 17:15, Miraculous Effect of the Realms of Truth. Chapter 17:15, Miraculous Effect of the Realms of Truth. Chapter 17:15, Miraculous Effect of the Realms of Truth. He blocked all of the attacks. How is that possible? All of the players at the primordial divine ruin were experts. Quite a few of them were even refinement realm experts, so they all recognized how impressive the technique Dairo had just executed was. In their opinions, Dairo's 10 combination attacks were simply splendid. Even if there was no difference in basic attributes, the refinement realms among the spectating crowd weren't confident in blocking all of those attacks without backing up in the slightest. Their likelihood of success would be even lower if they had to do so with a summoned creature. Yet, not only had Shifeng successfully blocked every one of Dairo's attacks, but he had also done so with the divine magic dragon. His control is amazing. Shock flashed in Blue Jade's eyes as she watched the divine magic dragon in the sky. So, this is the strength of the expert closest to achieving a domain. As a Tier 2 summoner, she had a much clearer idea of how difficult it was to control a summoned creature than other players. It was practically impossible for players to control a summoned creature, as well as they did their own bodies. This fact held true even for herself. Despite reaching the flowing water realm, her combat standards with a summoned creature were barely at the trial tower's 6th floor. Even if she made a breakthrough and reached the void realm, she was only confident in raising her combat standard when controlling a summoned creature to the middle stage of the trial tower's 6th floor. Yet, Shifeng could actually reach the refinement realm with the divine magic dragon. This was simply unbelievable. Meanwhile, hovering in midair, Dairo stopped trying to defeat his opponent's vile quality of attacks after watching his first volley fail. Instead, he had the 21 destruction spears attack simultaneously from different directions. Suddenly, numerous streaks of pitch-black light threatened to devour the divine magic dragon. This bastard, he was actually holding back against me? Shadow Sword tightly balled his fist, frustration filling his gaze as he watched the destruction spears dance in the air. When he had controlled the divine magic dragon, Dairo's attacks with the destruction spears had been very straightforward. The NPC hadn't used any particular techniques. Now, however, the destruction spears moved in a coordinated and well-choreographed pattern. These movements were obviously the result of some sort of combat technique. Even if there weren't a difference between Shadow Sword and his opponent's attributes, he felt that he'd be lucky to block a handful of the spears if he tried to defend against the coordinated attacks personally. As the destruction spears were about to plow into the divine magic dragon, Shifeng decided to charge forward rather than retreat. He controlled the divine magic dragon to fly headfirst into the approaching spears. What is he trying to do? Shifeng's actions dumbfounded the spectating crowd. Although the destruction spears couldn't kill the divine magic dragon, if all 21 spears struck the summoned creature, the impact would certainly send it flying several hundred yards back. If that happened, Dairo would have plenty of opportunities to destroy Zero Wing's defensive magic array. However, as everyone assumed that Shifeng was trying to force his way through the attacks, the divine magic dragon began to maneuver agilely around the spears and rapidly closed the distance between it and Dairo. Any destruction spear that came near the dragon either brushed past its scales, or the summoned creature batted it away with a claw. They couldn't actually hit the divine magic dragon. If one wasn't paying attention, they might even assume that the destruction spears had actively avoided the dragon. Flowing Water Realm. Blue Jade could not help but rub her eyes as she watched the scene before her, unable to believe it. However, no matter how she looked at the situation, the divine magic dragon's combat standard was definitely at the Flowing Water Realm. There was no other way it could block all of those spear attacks. However, the situation also left her confused. Just how did Shifeng accomplish such a feat? How could something like this be possible? They were talking about controlling a summoned creature here. Blue Jade wasn't the only one who was shocked. The many experts at the primordial divine ruin were similarly stupefied. Leaving aside Shifeng's personal combat standard, his control of summoned creatures could definitely rank at the very top of God's domain. So, this is the true benefit of the realms of truth. Shifeng, who evaded the relentless destruction spears, felt the true power of the realms of truth for the first time. Unlike the realms of refinement, The realms of truth focused on exerting the maximum potential of one's body rather than the five senses. Hence, even when controlling the divine magic dragon, his performance in the realms of truth had reached the ascension realm. After deflecting the endless spear attacks for a short moment, the divine magic dragon Shurfeng controlled arrived before Dairo. Shurfeng then had the summoned creature slap at the NPC. However, Dairo was still a mythic NPC, and his reaction speed was extremely fast. Before the massive claw could reach him, he used advanced instantaneous movement and appeared 100 yards away from his original location. However, not wanting to give the NPC time to breathe, Shurfeng charged forward once again. Suddenly, Dairo was at a disadvantage and had no choice but to evade Shurfeng's attacks physically. While evading, Dairo continued to chant incantations and write divine runes. Although Shurfeng realized what the NPC was doing, he couldn't do anything about it. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds. After chanting for a total of 24 seconds, Dairo abruptly stopped and sneered at the divine magic dragon before him. "Fall into eternal darkness," Dairo shouted before twirling the staff in his right hand. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and 36 gigantic magic arrays appeared around the divine magic dragon. Pitch-black chains then emerged from the magic arrays, binding the dragon. The chains then bound the divine magic dragon in a gigantic pitch-black ball. Tier 4 Curse, Dark Prison. Although the divine magic dragon was powerful, not even a monster if its caliber would be able to struggle free from a Tier 4 curse's restrictions. After all, a Tier 4 curse had the power to rival Tier 5 spells. Crap! The divine magic dragon has been tied up. Shadow Sword's expression darkened when he saw Dairo fly towards Zero Wing's defensive magic array after casting the Tier 4 curse. Although the movement-type defensive magic array was strong, it would only last a few hits from a Tier 4 NPC. Moreover, unlike monsters, a magical class NPC like Dairo would have an acute understanding of magic arrays. Breaking through a defensive magic array would be child's play for Dairo. Once the defensive magic array was gone, the remaining evil demons and evil beasts would be more than enough to annihilate Zero Wing's army several times over even if Dairo didn't get involved. Black Flame, your time is up. Beast Emperor revealed a victorious grin as he watched Dairo move closer to Zero Wing's defensive magic array. He had been slightly concerned that the divine magic dragon would be too much for Dairo to handle, but at the end of the day, a Tier 4 NPC was still a Tier 4 NPC. Although Dairo was no match for the divine magic dragon in a direct confrontation, he would have no trouble binding it for a short time, just long enough for Dairo to wipe out a bunch of Tier 2 players. This made Zero Wing's members in the defensive magic array nervous. Elsewhere, 2 mythic evil beasts had managed to force their way past Flying Shadow's divine magic dragon. The 2 mythic evil beasts then coordinated with Dairo. It was obvious that they planned to break through the defensive magic array with a single attack. The watching players could already picture the defensive magic array shattering under the 3 Tier 4 existences' combined assault when Dairo and the 2 mythic evil beasts were less than 100 yards away from the barrier around Zero Wing's members. "It seems Zero Wing is doomed this time," Quiet Melody said, sighing. Although this battle had been a close one, Zero Wing still wasn't strong enough. She had never imagined that not only would Beast Emperor convince a Tier 4 NPC to take action for him, but that the NPC would also wield so many Tier 4 curses. So, this is the true strength of a Tier 4 NPC. Despite watching Dairo and the 2 evil Earth Dragons approach, Shurfeng didn't reveal any signs of fear or despair. Instead, he quickly gave Shadow Sword control of the divine magic dragon as he took out the Tier 4 domain scroll that he had obtained after killing the tyrant's soul. When he activated the Tier 4 domain scroll, a blue light rippled away from him, extending to a 1,000-yard radius. Suddenly, all enemies within range of the domain skill were suppressed. Because of this, Dairo, who had already been suppressed by the divine magic dragon's domain skill, lost even more attributes and reaction speed. Now, he only had 80% of his original basic attributes. Against a Tier 4 NPC like Dairo, the effects of the Tier 4 domain scroll were quite astonishing. Unfortunately, Dairo was still unstoppable for players. After activating the domain scroll, Shifeng took a summon guard scroll from his bag and summoned Anna. Why is the guild leader summoning his personal guard? Aqua Rose, Gentle Snow, and the Zero Wings other members were confused to see Anna join the battlefield. They were no strangers to Anna. She, without a doubt, had the most frightening growth potential of any personal guard they had seen in the game. In one-on-one combat, she could even defeat opponents of a higher tier. However, Anna was only a Tier 2 NPC. Even if Dairo's attributes and reaction speed were suppressed, Anna still had no hope of taking him down. However, as Zero Wings members doubted Shifeng's sanity, Shifeng retrieved a crimson potion from his bag and handed it to Anna. After receiving the potion, Anna removed the lid on the bottle and drank it without hesitation. Players weren't the only ones who could use potions in God's domain. NPCs could as well. The Crimson Potion was none other than the Grandmaster ranked growth potion Shifeng had obtained after killing Baphomet. When consumed, the potion would forcefully elevate the user by 1 tier. After consuming the potion, Anna's physique began to transform. The surrounding ambient mana flooded into her, and as it did, golden divine runes began to decorate Anna's body, adding a hint of holiness and beauty to her appearance. Anna's aura had also undergone a heaven-defying transformation. If her previous aura was like flowing water, her new aura felt like the endless ocean. If one paid close attention, they would notice that Anna was no longer a Tier 2 NPC, but a bona fide Tier 3 NPC. How is this possible? Even the various major powers and Beast Emperor had noticed Anna's transformation, let alone Zero Wings members. After all, her rise from a Tier 2 NPC to Tier 3 had caused quite the commotion. All right, let's begin the second round. Shifeng smiled at the approaching Dairo. Chapter 1716, Tier 3 Anna. Chapter 1716, Tier 3 Anna. Chapter 1716, Tier 3 Anna. A Tier 3 personal guard. Beast Emperor, who watched the battle through a crystal ball in the Evil God's Branch Temple, was slightly surprised when Anna appeared beside Shifeng. However, his surprise quickly turned into a sneer as he said, "Do you really think that a measly Tier 3 personal guard can stop a Tier 4 NPC? To put it simply, personal guards were hired NPCs in God's domain. However, since they were enhanced through a contract, personal guards' basic attributes were slightly higher than ordinary NPCs of the same level. Although Anna had been promoted to Tier 3, she was only slightly stronger than other Tier 3 NPCs. She might be invincible against current players, but she was still far from being able to contend with Tier 4 existences. Meanwhile, when the Tier 4 Cursed Dark Prison was used on ordinary mythic monsters of the same level, it could trap the monster for at least an hour. Although the divine magic dragon was extremely powerful, Beast Emperor guessed that the dark prison should hold it for at least 20 minutes. Although no one could damage the sealed monster during that time, it couldn't do anything either. Meanwhile, relying on a Tier 3 personal guard to distract a Tier 4 NPC like Dairo was a joke. Beast Emperor wasn't the only one who thought so. Every player at the Primordial Divine Ruin agreed with the sentiment. Although only one tier separated Tier 3 and 4, the gap between the tiers' strength increased with each subsequent tier. In front of a Tier 4 NPC, a Tier 3 NPC, didn't even qualify to buy time. As Dairo and the two level 80 evil earth dragons drew closer, Anna began to chant an incantation from within Zero Wing's defensive magic array. With her left hand, she swiftly drew line after line of divine runes in the air. Shortly after, two colossal magic arrays, one white and one black, appeared beside Anna. The ambient mana then began to flow towards the arrays, and Zero Wings members could feel the mana density increase around them by several times. Double speed casting. That personal guard is quite good. She actually knows how to double speed cast. It's a pity that she's going to die here today. When the various major powers' upper echelons saw Anna double speed cast, envy gripped their hearts. While NPCs were indeed powerful, there were significant differences between them. Magical class NPCs capable of double casting were already extremely rare, not to mention NPCs capable of double speed casting. This was also why they had been so surprised to learn that Dairo could both double speed cast and supplementary cast. If a personal guard grasped these techniques, they would have an advantage over other NPCs when they reached higher tiers. Take Dairo, for example. Despite Dairo clearly being no match for the divine magic dragon under Shifeng's control, the NPC could rely on his techniques to mitigate the divine magic dragon's attacks and even entrap it. As the spectating crowd pondered such things, two pillars of light rose from the two colossal magic arrays, each taking on the color if the array it emerged from. In the next moment, three summoned creatures stepped out of each of the two light pillars. Three knights in silver armor had emerged from the white light pillar, each of which wielded a silver sword in their right hands and a shield that could easily serve as a mirror in their left. Knight of Light, elemental creature, Grand Lord. Level 80, HP 60, 000, 000, /60, 000, 000. Meanwhile, three mages in deep black robes stepped out of the black light pillar. Each of the mages carried a staff that was shrouded in black mist. The crystals embedded in the top of the staves radiated four different colors. Envoy of Darkness, elemental creature, Grand Lord. Level 80, HP 45, 000, 000, /45, 000, 000. Tier 3 spell, Light Summoning. Tier 3 spell, Darkness Summoning. If players used the Grandmaster ranked growth potion, they'd only rise by a single tier, but if an NPC used the potion, that'd be a different story. After Anna rose to Tier 3, she had learned all of the Tier 3 spells she would know after truly being promoted to Tier 3. Hence, right now, she was a bona fide Tier 3 existence. The growth potion's only flaw was its short duration of 15 minutes. Once the potion's duration ended, Anna would revert to her original state. Hence, players had only used these potions in crucial moments in the past. They could not be treated like trump cards in guild wars or siege battles. What a powerful personal guard. The instant the 6 level 80 Grand Lords appeared beside Anna, silence fell over the spectating crowd. Nobody had thought that Anna was actually strong enough to summon 6 Grand Lords of the same level. With this, she was basically invincible among Tier 3 existences. Before the spectating crowd could recover from their shock, Anna controlled the Knights of Light and Envoys of Darkness to charge out of the defensive magic array and attack Dairo and the 2 mythic evil beasts. In the next moment, the Knights of Light vanished, reappearing instantly around their mythic-ranked targets. Once the knights surrounded their opponents in a triangular formation, they raised their shields before them. Suddenly, a magic array of light manifested beneath each of the knights, linking with each other to form a prism of light that trapped Dairo and the mythic evil beasts. Immediately, Dairo and the evil beasts' basic attributes fell once more. Now, the 3 mythic existences only retained 60% of their original attributes. Moreover, they couldn't break free of the magic barrier unless they killed the Knights of Light. By the time the Knights of Light had finished, the Envoys of Darkness had also completed their spell's chants. Pitch black mist began to rise from the ground within the barrier, binding Dairo and the evil earth dragons. Although the mist did not reduce the 3 mythic existences' basic attributes in the least, it did reduce their reaction speed and movement speed by 50%. By the time the Knights of Light and Envoys of Darkness had further suppressed Dairo and the mythic evil beasts, Anna had finished chanting the final verse of her incantation. Tier 4 spell, Yin-Yang Cycle. Under her command, a dual-colored magic array appeared in the sky, and 36 gigantic swords emerged, 18 of which were silvery white, while the other 18 were an abyss black. These 36 swords then descended on Dairo and the 2 evil earth dragons. Despite seeing the approaching swords, the 2 mythic evil beasts showed no intention of dodging the weapons. Instead, they swiped their claws at the incoming attacks. However, the moment one of evil beast's claws met one of the silver swords, the impact flung its claw backward, bending its arm at an awkward angle. When the other evil beast touched a black sword, the sword passed through its claw and struck the evil earth dragon, dealing over -1 million damage. As the 36 swords fell, one after another, the 2 mythic evil beasts screamed in pain, and their HPs plummeted. Although the 2 evil beasts wanted to escape, the falling swords pinned them in place. Naturally, Dairo didn't dare to block any of these swords. Rather, he used spells to help him evade the attacks. He didn't have any spare energy to strike at the Knights of Light, much less attack Zero Wing's defensive magic array. Even after another 10 seconds of this bombardment, Dairo and the 2 evil earth dragons still couldn't free themselves from Anna's assault. Not only had they failed to land a single hit on Zero Wing's defensive magic array, but the 2 evil earth dragons' HP also continued to decrease. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Is that woman really a Tier 3 personal guard? Everyone watched Dairo and the mythic evil beast struggle with shocked expressions. Although Shifeng's domain scroll had suppressed Dairo and the evil beasts, significantly reducing their combat powers, a mere Tier 3 NPC shouldn't have any hope against them by herself, yet Shifeng's personal guard successfully faced them alone. Aside from the word strong, the spectating crowd truly had no other way to describe Anna. Despite Anna standing alone, her skills made her look like a team of NPCs. So, this is the strength of an epic personal guard. Shifeng was just as shocked to see Anna overwhelm Dairo and the 2 evil beasts. He had never thought that Anna could really go up against Tier 4 existences at Tier 3. With Anna's constant intervention, even after over a minute, Dairo couldn't attack the Knights of Light. In fact, the Tier 4 NPC's HP had even begun to decrease as he failed to keep up with Anna and the Envoys of Darkness's attacks. As he watched, Beast Emperor's eyes became bloodshot. However, he still wasn't particularly worried about this situation. With how powerful the potion Anna had consumed the potion's effects should not last very long. Once the potion's effects ended, Anna would have no power over Dairo. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Anna remained powerful throughout the entire battle. She showed no signs of weakening in the least. After Forbidden Domain's cooldown had ended, Shifeng cast the skill on Dairo's dark prison without hesitation. The giant ball of pitch-black chains shattered instantly. The 36 pitch-black magic arrays around the ball also disappeared. Once the trapped divine magic dragon regained its freedom, it resumed its attacks against Dairo. The divine magic dragon had already possessed higher attributes than the Tier 4 NPC, but after Shifeng had suppressed Dairo with his Tier 4 domain scroll and the Knights of Light's Prism of Light, Dairo was only slightly stronger than Grand Lords of the same level. As a result, the difference between the Divine Magic Dragon and Dairo became even more obvious. Furthermore, Shi Feng's Forbidden Domain had also affected the Dark Wizard, and he couldn't use any of his spells. After freeing the trapped Divine Magic Dragon, Shi Feng quickly switched places with Shadow Sword again and controlled the summoned creature to swipe at Dairo with its claw. Boom! Since the mythic NPC couldn't use any of his spells, he had to rely on his physical prowess to block the attack. However, even though he had stopped the attack with his staff, Dairo's basic attributes were too much lower than the Divine Magic Dragon's. As a result, he still took the full brunt of the attack and received over -2 million damage. To Dairo, whose maximum HP was only at 60 million right now, that blow had taken 1/30th of his HP. Taking advantage of Dairo's helplessness, Anna followed the Divine Magic Dragon's attack with a Tier 4 spell, dealing over -7 million damage to the silenced NPC. While 60 million HP might seem like a lot to players, to the Divine Magic Dragon and Anna, this much HP was nothing. After 6 seconds of constant struggle, Dairo eventually removed the silenced debuff. However, he only had 1/3 of his HP remaining by this point. To make matters worse, although Dairo could again defend himself with powerful spells, the massive difference in attributes between himself and the Magic Divine Dragon was beyond the reach of spells. As a result, the enemy dragon broke through his defense again and again, and his HP visibly decreased. Finally, when less than 1 minute remained on Anna's growth potion, Dairo's HP hit 0. The NPC elder then collapsed to the ground with a face of frustration and reluctance. Chapter 1717, Shocking Numerous Countries. Chapter 1717, Shocking Numerous Countries. Chapter 1717, Shocking Numerous Countries. As Dairo died, the dark gray evil energy consuming the sky above the primordial divine ruin faded. The land once again bathed in the sun's glaring rays. Many of Zero Wing's army abruptly leveled up as the Tier 4 NPC awarded more abundant EXP than any ordinary mythic monster. Unlike mythic monsters, the NPC dropped only 2 items when he had died. After these 2 items appeared, the evil energy surrounding the old man's body quickly dissipated, and shortly after, his body transformed into ash that scattered with the wind. He died. A Tier 4 NPC was killed. Just like that, everyone at the primordial divine ruin watched Dairo's disintegrating corpse in utter disbelief. After playing God's Domain for so long, everyone was terrifyingly familiar with the strength of Tier 4 NPCs. They were powerhouses that could guard and rule over major NPC cities. They were definitely invincible to current players. Yet, players had just slain one such NPC. This situation had overturned everything they thought they had known about God's Domain. How is this possible? That's a Tier 4 Dark Wizard we're talking about. Beast Emperor's countenance twisted as he stared at Dairo's corpse through the gigantic crystal ball in the evil god's branch temple. He had spent nearly all of his evil god's temple contribution points to get Dairo to participate in the battle. Aside from getting rid of Zero Wing, he also wanted to give the various superpowers a warning. He wanted everyone to know that the Orc Empire was his territory, yet both his main and side objectives had failed. Back on the battlefield, the players from the various major powers and adventurer teams weren't the only ones shocked by Dairo's death. Even Zero Wing's members stared at the NPC's corpse with dumbfounded expressions. Did we succeed? Aqua Rose muttered, finding what had just happened a little hard to believe. Relax. He's dead. Although Tier 4 NPCs are powerful, they're not invincible. Everyone, continue killing the evil demons and evil beasts. The battle is not over yet, Shi Feng said, chuckling. Shadow Sword, come take back control over the dragon. While Tier 4 NPCs were very powerful, they were not insurmountable. As players reached higher levels and gained more strength, some would even take out the level 200 Tier 4 NPCs that protected major NPC cities, let alone a lowly level 80 Tier 4 NPC. Understood. Shadow Sword snapped out of his daze and nodded. Once Shadow Sword took control back, Shifeng activated Gale Domain, transforming into a blur as he dashed towards Dairo's ashes. NPCs like Dairo rarely dropped loot, which was why players weren't usually interested in killing God's Domain's NPCs. Not only were NPCs built to counter players, but they also didn't drop much loot even after they died. Normally, players wouldn't bother with such a thankless task unless they had no other choice. As for the Tier 4 NPCs that protected cities, they almost never dropped loot, and due to the city's magic arrays, these NPCs would command even more combat power. To make matters worse, if players killed a city's protector, the city's kingdom or empire would post a bounty on their head. If players had a working brain, they wouldn't provoke an NPC city's Tier 4 NPCs without a very good reason. However, in the rare event such NPCs dropped loot, the items would definitely be top tier. Although Shifeng didn't need to worry about anyone stealing Dairo's loot due to the evil beasts and demons on the battlefield, he thought it would be best to be safe, rather than sorry. On the off chance that some suicidal players decided to give it a go, reclaiming the loot would be troublesome. The two evil earth dragons were still trapped in the Knights of Light's Prism of Light, and Anna and the Divine Magic Dragon had them thoroughly pinned down. This allowed Shifeng to reach Dairo's partly disintegrated corpse easily. After retrieving the two items the NPC had dropped, he immediately turned and fled back to the defensive magic array. When the Major Powers players saw this, their eyes became bloodshot with envy. That was a Tier 4 NPC's loot. Even if they didn't know what the items were exactly due to how powerful Dairo had been, those items were guaranteed to be extraordinary. However, although they were jealous, none of them dared to take action. Whether the Divine Magic Dragons or Anna's level 80 Knights of Light and Envoys of Darkness came after them. All of these beings were ridiculously powerful. Even if they charged onto the battlefield to steal the loot, they would simply add to these monsters' kill counts. Meanwhile, as the various superpowers' upper echelons watched the two Divine Magic Dragons battle, jealousy gripped their hearts. If Zero Wing could summon more Divine Magic Dragons, then nobody in the Orc Empire could beat the Guild, not even Beast Emperor. However, they also realized that even if Zero Wing could summon more of these dragons, it should only be able to do so a limited number of times. It was even possible that Zero Wing only had these two summoning arrays. Otherwise, the Guild could have summoned a third Divine Magic Dragon to take out Dairo, rather than giving Anna a rare potion to increase her strength. A potion that could elevate a personal guard by 1 tier was far more valuable than a Divine Magic Dragon. Each of these dragons required 88 summoners, which had to be protected at all times. On the other hand, the potion Anna had consumed could be carried and used without such challenging restrictions. Of course, that was just an assumption. They'd have to investigate the situation slowly through their spies in Zero Wing to learn the exact truth of the matter. But it was safe to say that from today on, no one would dare to provoke Zero Wing at the primordial divine ruin. When Shifeng returned to the defensive magic array, he continued to command Zero Wing's army as they slaughtered the evil beasts and demons. After they killed 2 mythic evil beasts and 30,000 plus lower-ranked evil beasts and evil demons, Beast Emperor finally gave up and recalled his minions from the primordial divine ruin. Even Beast Emperor is helpless against Zero Wing. Falling Fire, who watched the battle from a safe distance with a magic mirror, frowned as he watched this outcome. He had planned to send Blackwater's army back to the ruin after Beast Emperor had severely wounded Zero Wing's forces, but it seemed that his plan was no longer viable. Sure enough, Zero Wing still won. Amazing! This is simply amazing. Zero Wing actually forced back an army of 100,000 plus evil demons and evil beasts with a little over 1,000 players. With this, Beast Emperor has lost his position as the Orc Empire's overlord. The spectating crowd at the primordial divine ruin could not help but shudder with excitement as they watched the evil demons and evil beasts frantically flee. Zero Wing had come to the primordial divine ruin with fewer than 2,000 players, yet not only had it defeated Blackwater's 10,000-strong army, but it had also pushed back a force of 100,000 plus monsters. In the midst of the battle, Zero Wing had even killed a Tier 4 NPC and 2 Tier 4 evil beasts. The watching players finally understood just how powerful Zero Wing was. The various superpowers, in particular, felt a sliver of fear as they watched the guild. At the very least, they didn't want to make an enemy of Zero Wing within the Orc Empire's boundaries. After all, nobody could say for certain that Zero Wing couldn't summon more divine magic dragons. As the battle ended, news of Zero Wing's shocking victory at the primordial divine ruin quickly spread to the kingdoms and empires neighboring the Orc Empire. Meanwhile, this news didn't only reach the ears of the various large guilds, as even ordinary players learned of the battle. The news had reached so many players because many of the players at the primordial divine ruin were from adventurer teams. As well, many of these adventurer teams members began to upload the videos they had recorded of the battle to their respective countries' forums. Crap! Is this really a battle between players? Why does it feel more like a battle between NPCs? Quick, look, isn't that a Tier 4 NPC? What? Zero Wing even managed to kill a Tier 4 NPC. Due to this masterpiece of a battle, Zero Wing's fame in the various kingdoms and empires rose significantly. Many players even began to consider joining Zero Wing. For a time, countless players swarmed towards White River City and Zero Wing City. Black Flame, don't think that you've won the war just because you've won this battle. A cold glint flashed in Beast Emperor's eyes as he read the forum posts. Since you've severed one of my limbs, I'll make sure that Zero Wing never sets foot in the Orc Empire again. He admitted that his evil demon and evil beast army had been defeated, and the loss had been significant. However, he knew very well that the divine magic dragons were summoned creatures. They could only exist for a limited amount of time. Once that duration ended, he could simply send his minions back to the primordial divine ruin and slaughter Zero Wing's army. Even if Zero Wing could summon the divine magic dragons again, he could just order another retreat and attack at a later time. He had more than enough evil demons and evil beasts to bleed Zero Wing dry. Starmoon Kingdom, White River City. After seeing that the battle was over, Shurfeng used a return scroll to return to White River City. However, Shurfeng did not head directly to the War God's Temple. Instead, he visited White River City's Adventurers Association. In a VIP room on the Adventurers Association's second floor, when one of the association's senior administrators entered the room, he greeted Shurfeng, who rested on a sofa, and asked, "Lord Protector, how may I be of service today? I wish to build a town in a neutral map outside of the kingdom, and I need the Adventurers Association's help," Shurfeng said, nodding. He then revealed the town-building order he had acquired from the Lost Town. Chapter 1718. Chapter 1718. Building a Neutral Town. Chapter 1718. Building a Neutral Town. Inside the luxurious VIP room, the NPC senior adopted a more respectful attitude towards Shurfeng upon watching the swordsman pull a tattered piece of parchment from his bag and place it on the table, following which The NPC inspected the parchment carefully. Although the town building order was nowhere near as valuable as a Star Moon Kingdom City building order on its own, it could rival, even surpass, the value of the Kingdom City building order depending on how it was used. This was because the town building order didn't have location restrictions. One could even construct a town in a neutral map if they wished to. Neutral maps were not under any kingdom or empire's jurisdiction, so building a town in one of these maps was akin to securing rule over the map. On the other hand, while the Star Moon Kingdom City building order was indeed very valuable, the city built had to be constructed within Star Moon Kingdom's borders. In other words, the city would still be under the kingdom's jurisdiction and would be largely influenced by the kingdom. The simplest example of such influence was the monthly management fee towns and cities had to pay the kingdom. For a basic city like Zero Wing City, players had to pay a monthly management fee of 30,000 gold. If the city were promoted to an intermediate or advanced city, the fee would increase by several times. However, if a town or city were constructed in a neutral map, players wouldn't be required to hand over an exorbitant management fee to any kingdom or empire. Instead, players only had to pay a small management fee to the system. Of course, such a benefit had a huge drawback: the lack of safety. Towns and cities within a kingdom or empire were under that kingdom or empire's protection. Monster attacks were the greatest threat these towns and cities would have to face. However, monsters weren't the only threat in a neutral map. Raids from other races would be commonplace as well. If a guild weren't strong enough, building a town in a neutral map would simply be a waste of manpower and resources. In fact, guilds had often overestimated their strength during Shurfeng's previous life, constructing towns in neutral maps, which were subsequently destroyed. However, this drawback included another benefit, which was the greatest benefit of building a town in a neutral map. Since neutral maps were not under a kingdom or empire's jurisdiction, guild towns and guild cities in neutral maps could trade with other races. God's domain had many different races. Aside from creatures with low intellect, which only knew how to slaughter other beings for survival, there were intelligent races that could communicate with players, such as dwarves, elves, orcs, half-elves, and half-orcs. Only, these races were prohibited from entering guild towns and cities within kingdoms and empires' borders. At most, players might encounter these races in NPC towns and cities, but even then, these races would only conduct basic trade with players. However, these foreign races produced many products that were better than those made by human hands. Moreover, each race had their own specialty products that would be of great help to players' survival when fighting in the fields. Take dwarven-made weapons and equipment, for example. As the dwarves had better techniques and special forging methods, their weapons and equipment performed far better than human-made products. Meanwhile, guild towns and neutral maps weren't prohibited from trading with foreign races. As long as a town were attractive enough, it could inspire members of the foreign races to visit. Aside from trade, players could also employ foreign races to serve as the town's soldiers. Unlike human warriors, these races' warriors generally specialized in a particular aspect. Hence, guilds that had towns in neutral maps in the past had hired foreign races' warriors to protect their towns. Because of these aspects, although neutral towns didn't seem any different than ordinary guild towns, they could actually function like miniature kingdoms in neutral maps. Although the neutral town couldn't compare to kingdoms and empires in every aspect, it had the qualities to become one. Lord Protector, I have ascertained that there are no problems with your town building order. May I know where you wish to build your town? The NPC administrator respectfully asked as he stored the town building order. He then took out a crystal ball and placed it on the table. In the next moment, a map of God's domain appeared in the crystal ball. Here, Shurfong said as he pointed at the Orc Empire's primordial divine ruin. Constructing a town in a neutral map wasn't like building one in a kingdom or empire. Kingdoms and empires would never intervene in matters outside of their borders. Hence, when building a town in a neutral map, the Adventurers Association was fully responsible for handling the town's construction. Lord Protector, this location is currently quite chaotic. The lowest level monsters nearby are above level 50. Orcs also wreak havoc in the area. If you wish to build a town there, it will be costly. The basic construction fees alone come to 40,000 gold. If you wish to employ guards, each level 100 Tier 1 adventurer will cost 3 gold per day, 10 gold per day for a Tier 2 adventurer, and 100 gold per day for a Tier 3 adventurer. You will also only be allowed to employ them for a maximum of 3 days. Do you wish to hire any guards? I'll hire 1,000 Tier 1 adventurers, 500 Tier 2 adventurers, and 20 Tier 3 adventurers for 3 days. This wasn't the first time Shurfong had built a neutral town, so the cost didn't particularly surprise him. While neutral maps were extremely dangerous, the profit one could obtain from them was immense. Hence, towns in neutral maps were only given 3-day protection periods. Not only were these NPC guards expensive, but their levels wouldn't scale along with players, remaining only slightly higher than the local monsters. These NPC guards were mainly there to repel monster and foreign race assaults, not players. Zero Wing had recently earned a fortune from selling the equipment it had obtained after killing Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's members. It also had the profit from Stone Forest Town and Zero Wing City. However, since a large part of the money had to be invested in the guild's development, Zero Wing only had a little over 80,000 gold in the bank right now. The construction alone cost 40,000 gold, which was many times higher than building a town within Starmoon Kingdom. With how expensive the adventurers were, Shurfong didn't dare to hire too many at once. Furthermore, if a town wished to survive in a neutral map long-term, relying on temporary guards definitely wasn't a viable solution. Hence, the guild had to set some money aside to build static defenses in the town as well. All right, your total bill comes to 70,000 gold. No discounts are available at this time, the NPC administrator said, nodding. Once you complete the payment, the Adventurers Association will send our people to the chosen location within 1 minute. It will take them roughly 20 minutes to complete the town's construction. 20 minutes. The senior administrator's explanation surprised Shurfong a little. He had never thought that the town's construction would take so long. When the Adventurers Association constructed a town in a nearby neutral map, it normally completed the construction within 10 minutes. Unlike cities, towns had fewer facilities and structures, after all. But his town required twice as long to construct. One could just imagine how dangerous the area around the primordial divine ruin was right now. However, Shurfong did not give the matter much thought. He handed 70,000 gold to the NPC and departed from the Adventurers Association. He then headed to the War God's Temple to earn himself some merit points. While Shurfong was on his way to the War God's Temple, he received a call from Aqua Rose. Guild leader, another problem has cropped up at the primordial divine ruin. As soon as we left the ruin, Beast Emperor sent his evil beasts and evil demons to surround the ruin again. We still can't send our elite members to garrison in the ruin, Aqua Rose reported with a somber expression. She hadn't expected Beast Emperor to be so shameless, making such a move. One of Beast Emperor's subordinates has also contacted us, informing us that he won't stop harassing us at the primordial divine ruin unless we release flame blood. Although Beast Emperor's actions were shameless, Zero Wing couldn't do anything about it. Zero Wing only had 2 magic arrays that could summon divine magic dragons, and both had been used during the previous battle. Now that Zero Wing had nothing to counter the evil beast and demon armies, sending in a player army would be suicidal. He's prepared to fight to the bitter end. Shifeng could not help but chuckle. Since that is the case, let him have his fun. We'll see how long he can continue his struggle. But what about Primordial City? Aqua Rose could tell that Shifeng was determined to destroy Beast Emperor thoroughly. However, Primordial City played a key role in helping Zero Wing's members reach Tier 2. Just ignore him, Shifeng said. For now, gather every architect in the Candlelight trading firm and have them gather in the guild residence. Then, contact Melancholic and tell her to prepare these materials for me. I'll need them in a moment. After saying so, Shifeng disconnected the call and quietly waited for his horse carriage to reach the war god's temple. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose stared at the darkened screen before her with a confused look. Is it really fine to leave him alone? Aqua Rose muttered to herself worriedly. However, the expression Shifeng has worn during their conversation indicated that he had a well-thought-out plan in mind. Immediately, she shook her worries out of her mind and sent Beast Emperor's subordinate a reply. Once that was done, she started to gather the necessary manpower and notified Melancholic Smile to collect the necessary materials. Ancient Rock City. Good. Very good. When Beast Emperor received Aqua Rose's reply via his subordinate, his complexion turned frighteningly ashen and killing intent radiated from his entire body. He had never thought that Shifeng would be mad enough to fight him to the bitter end. Just as Beast Emperor was about to declare a war of annihilation on Zero Wing, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for being the first guild to construct a town in a neutral map, rewarding 30,000 guild popularity and 10,000 popularity to the new town. Chapter 17-19, Zero Wings Town. Chapter 17-19, Zero Wings Town. Chapter 17-19, Zero Wings Town. A town in a neutral map. Beast Emperor stared at the system announcement, stunned. He wasn't unfamiliar with a town's construction. After all, many guilds had constructed towns within the various kingdoms and empires before. However, the building a town in a neutral map held an entirely different meaning. Neutral maps lacked teleportation points. Players could only rely on their own power to travel to neutral maps. If a guild constructed a guild town in a neutral map, its guild members could guild transfer scrolls to teleport to said town once it had a guild residence, saving plenty of travel time. Moreover, unlike a captured town which had a fixed location, the owner could construct their town wherever they wished. Neutral maps were rich in resources, but the various major powers had only captured pre-made towns thus far. Nobody had successfully built a town in a neutral map yet. Even so, these powers had reaped plenty of benefits from their captured towns. If they could build a town in a strategic location and occupy it, they could definitely secure more resources. Meanwhile, at the Orc Empire's primordial divine ruin, the players from the various major powers and adventurer teams who were preparing to fight for the ruin's entry slots were watching towards the southwest, an indescribable shock filling their gazes. Suddenly, a town had popped up in the highlands southwest of the primordial divine ruin. Combined with the previous system announcement, any fool would realize that this constructed town belonged to Zero Wing. Am I dreaming? How is this possible? Zero Wing is so awesome. The guild even had the means to construct a town here. Looking at the fully formed town, the various large guilds at the primordial divine ruin looked on with envy. Meanwhile, the eyes of the various adventurers glowed with excitement. Having a town so close to the primordial divine ruin was a dream. The primordial divine ruin was an important resource which the various major powers competed for. These powers had even expended endless manpower and resources just to get more members into the ruin. Now that Zero Wing had built a town beside the primordial divine ruin, the guild would have a massive advantage over the other powers when competing for entry slots. First, Zero Wing could easily mobilize a large number of guild members to the primordial divine ruin. Zero Wing's members would not have to face hours of travel. Second, the players that Zero Wing garrisoned in the ruin wouldn't have to worry about repairing gear and replenishing supplies. The primordial divine ruin wasn't a town, and even though it offered hotels for players to rest in, there were a limited number available. Moreover, the cost was beyond exorbitant. Not even large guilds could necessarily afford for thousands of their members to rent rooms from the hotels, yet if players set up camp outside of the ruin, their stamina and concentration recovery would be incredibly slow. This prevented them from grinding the surrounding monsters and leveling up efficiently. However, towns were a different story. A town could accommodate more players, and most importantly, players could repair their weapons and equipment in a town. Although the primordial divine ruin had restaurants and hotels, it didn't have any smithies. Hence, players would have to return to their respective towns and cities to repair their gear after grinding around the ruin for some time. With these two advantages, Zero Wing could secure a powerful position in the competition over the primordial divine ruin's resources. While the various large guilds were furious over Zero Wing building a guild town next to the ruin, the various adventurer teams were elated. The participating adventurer teams were still far weaker than the various large guilds in the competition for entry slots. After all, unlike adventurer teams, the various large guilds had many members under their command and could afford to garrison their members in the primordial divine ruin in shifts without affecting their total combat power within the ruin. However, now that a town had been built next to the primordial divine ruin, the various adventurer teams could use it as a temporary base, staying close to the ruin long term. With this, the various adventurer teams could compete with the various large guilds on a more even playing field. Meanwhile, news of Zero Wing's new town in the Orc Empire quickly spread to the neighboring kingdoms and empires. For a time, the various large guilds and independent experts were all talking about Zero Wing. Zero Wing's rise is certain now. Not only does the guild have the advanced combat rooms and a guild city, but it also has built a town right beside the Orc Empire's primordial divine ruin. That's right. I heard that many independent experts have chosen to join Zero Wing to better develop themselves. Apparently, not only has the guild reserved specific advanced combat rooms for its members, but Zero Wing members can also learn the guild's combat techniques for a much lower price than non-guild players. I knew I should have joined Zero Wing earlier. Many independent experts from the various kingdoms and empires neighboring the Orc Empire were tempted to join Zero Wing after learning about the guild's latest achievement. They hadn't known much about Zero Wing previously, and those that had known hadn't had a particularly optimistic view of the guild. However, that had all changed after the guild's overwhelming victory against Blackwater and Beast Emperor. Now that Zero Wing had constructed a guild town beside the primordial divine ruin, even a fool could tell that the guild had a very high chance of becoming a super first-rate guild in the future. Many expert players targeted super first-rate guilds. If one could become an internal member of such an organization, they'd be able to live a life free of worry in the real world. However, super first-rate guilds had plenty of expert players, and only a limited number of people could become internal members. Hence, the competition within super first-rate guilds was intense. However, if players joined a guild that had the potential to become a super first-rate guild, even if they were only ordinary experts, they still had a high chance of becoming an internal member. Thinking about the potential benefits, many of the various kingdoms and empires' experts hurried towards Starmoon Kingdom. For a time, More players gathered before Zero Wing's residence in White River City and Zero Wing City, allowing the guild to recruit another large batch of elite and expert players. Meanwhile, when Aqua Rose, who was gathering the architects Shifeng had requested, found out about Zero Wing's new town, realization dawned on her. She was also instantly overjoyed. Now that Zero Wing had a guild town beside the primordial divine ruin, the guild would have a much easier time collecting combat techniques and entering Primordial City. Most importantly, the town would bring in a massive amount of income for Zero Wing. Nowadays, a large number of players grinded and leveling in the Orc Empire. All of these players were elites and experts from the various kingdoms and empires, and they all had plenty of resources. Meanwhile, there were only a few guild towns in the Orc Empire. Furthermore, Ancient Rock City, which had been a hub for players, had become an evil demon nest. This further limited the number of rest areas for players. Now that a new guild town had popped up beside the primordial divine ruin, tons of expert and elite players would swarm the town, giving Zero Wing access to all sorts of rare resources. The guild's new town would likely be even more profitable than Stone Forest Town. And for Zero Wing's members, this was a golden opportunity to visit the Orc Empire to grind. Their leveling efficiency in the neutral map would definitely be faster than grinding in Starmoon Kingdom. Meanwhile, Shifeng, who sat in an advanced horse carriage as he headed towards White River City's War God's Temple, remained wholly ignorant of the commotion Zero Wing's new town had caused. All he knew was that his new town's construction had been completed. The system had also notified him that he needed to inspect the town and complete the handover procedures. However, Shifeng wasn't focused on his newest town, but on the contents of his bag. While he had been embroiled in battle, he hadn't had the chance to inspect his harvest. Now that things had settled down, he had to go through the items. After all, he had obtained much from the battle at the primordial divine ruin. Not only had Zero Wing's army killed a large number of Blackwater experts, but it had also taken down 2 mythic evil beasts and a mythic ranked NPC. Among the top-tier equipment Blackwater's experts had dropped, the best had to be the magic weapon from Singular Burial. The magic weapon was a longbow called Firmament Striker. Magic weapons were even rarer than epic weapons. They were also much stronger than epic weapons. Unfortunately, wielding a magic weapon came with some severe risks. The 2 mythic-ranked evil beasts had also dropped splendid items. The monsters had dropped a growth-type epic-ranked mage robe and an evil energy potion recipe, an advanced alchemy recipe. The evil energy potion was a precious potion that, when consumed, increases players' strength attribute by 15% and gave its user a certain amount of evil energy resistance for 2 hours. Naturally, the potion's main material was evil energy crystals. However, these items did little to hold Shifeng's attention, as he was most eager to find out what the mythic NPC Dairo had dropped. Mythic NPCs rarely dropped items, but when they did, the items were definitely top tier. Following which, Shifeng retrieved the 2 items Dairo had dropped from his bag. He then appraised them with omniscient eyes. Chapter 17:20, Evil God's Inheritance. Chapter 17:20, Evil God's Inheritance. Chapter 17:20, Evil God's Inheritance. When Shifeng started appraising the 2 items Dairo dropped, the mana density inside the closed carriage rapidly increased. Like 2 hungry beasts that had just woken up, the 2 items absorbed the ambient mana around them ravenously. This situation surprised Shifeng somewhat. He had never thought that the 2 items Dairo dropped would be so amazing. Right now, the mana density in the carriage was slightly above even that of Stone Forest Town. The mana absorption process eventually stopped after about 10 seconds. The situation inside the carriage then quickly reverted to its original state. Previously, the two items Shifeng obtained had been sealed, which gave them the appearance of purplish gold crystal balls and made it impossible to discern their identity. In fact, the only information Shifeng got when he tried inspecting the items was their name, sealed crystal ball, and nothing else. Meanwhile, upon seeing the two unsealed items, Shifeng could not help but be stunned. Of the two items, one was a broken longsword, and the other was a gemstone that radiated 5 different colored glows. Evil God's Inheritance, one-handed sword. A treasured sword that the evil god once used. However, the sword was destroyed in a battle, shattered into 3 pieces. Although the evil god's treasured sword was destroyed, the power of the evil god contained inside it remains intact. As long as one gathers all 3 fragments, it is possible for the sword to regain its past glory. This piece is the broken hilt of the sword. By permanently sacrificing 10 points of all attributes, the user may execute 1 slash with the sword. Although this sword has been severely damaged, it can still exert 1/10 of its original power. When this fragment is within 1,000 yards of other fragments, the fragments will resonate with each other. Drops upon death. Cannot be traded. Limit gemstone, epic consumable, can be embedded into a weapon or equipment to permanently improve it, can be used on only epic ranked items or below. Shifeng shuddered involuntarily as he looked at the descriptions of these 2 items, his eyes glowing with excitement. Although he had long since known that the loot of a Tier 4 NPC would be extraordinary and certainly superior to epic items, he had never imagined that Dairo would drop these 2 items. The evil god's inheritance was a weapon the evil god had used frequently when it was still intact. In its complete form, it should be a legendary weapon at the very least. Although he had only a fragment of the weapon, it could lead to obtaining a real legendary weapon. Its value was definitely higher than that of a fragmented legendary weapon. After all, legendary items were exceedingly rare in God's domain, and every one of them had extraordinary origins. Not to mention, most of the clues players found that were related to legendary items were usually fake. Meanwhile, the most valuable aspect about the evil god's inheritance was the fact that it could be used. Even though it was capable of exerting only 10% of its original power, that was 10% of a legendary weapon's power, not something a fragmented legendary weapon could hope to compare to. Only the price to use the weapon was a little steep, let alone other players. Even Shifeng would feel a sting if he had to pay 10 points in all attributes just to swing the weapon once. As for the other item Dairo dropped, it was something Shifeng had only ever heard about before. During his previous life, the Limit Gemstone had appeared in an auction hosted by a super guild. However, the Limit Gemstone sold back, then wasn't supplied by the hosting super guild. Instead, it was an item some other player had put up for trade. When this item appeared during the bartering session of the auction, it had immediately caused an uproar at the auction venue. After all, the best weapon and equipment that peak experts could get their hands on back then were only epic rank. Fragmented legendary items were still far out of their reach. Hence, to them, an item capable of improving epic weapons and equipment was far more valuable than even epic weapons. In the end, the Limit Gemstone had been traded for 1 epic weapon and 3 pieces of top-tier dark gold equipment of that time. Back then, nobody had a strong opinion on this price. It was neither too expensive nor too cheap. Only some time later did everyone find out that the buyer of the Limit Gemstone had ended up making a huge profit. The Limit Gemstone turned out to be even more amazing than everyone thought it to be. Just like its name implied, it improved a weapon or equipment to its maximum limit, not just slightly. From then onward, whenever a Limit Gemstone appeared, it would sell for astronomical prices, even as much as 3 epic items. Back then, However, Feng was only qualified to use the limit gemstone as a topic of conversation. Actually, owning one had been far beyond him. He never dreamed that he would obtain one himself in this life. It can upgrade only weapons and equipment at the epic rank or below. As Feng looked at the resplendent gemstone in his hand, he could not help but think of the sacred sword Killing Ray. As one of the 36 famed swords of God's domain, Killing Ray was much stronger than any ordinary epic weapon. Moreover, it also had immense growth potential as it was one of the fragments of Solomon's sword, one of God's domain's 10 great legendary weapons. Since it was once part of a legendary weapon, the quality of the materials used to forge Killing Ray went without saying. One could say that it was the best item to improve with the limit gemstone. Immediately, Feng unsheathed Killing Ray and placed the limit gemstone on the flat of the sword, following which the sound of a system notification entered his ears. System, do you wish to embed the limit gemstone in Killing Ray? Embed it. Feng agreed decisively. Suddenly, the 5-colored gemstone liquefied and spread itself across Killing Ray. A short moment later, the sacred sword was encased entirely in a layer of 5-colored liquid, as if the long sword had just put on a 5-colored sheath, following which the glow from the 5-colored liquid intensified, so much so that Feng couldn't look at the sword directly. After several seconds, the phenomenon subsided, and Killing Ray reverted to its original state. At this moment, however, several divine runes graced the sword's body, adding a hint of divinity to the sacred sword. As Feng wielded Killing Ray, he felt a pleasant feeling like never before. Right now, aside from his impression that the sacred sword was more powerful than before, Feng sensed that his compatibility with it had improved substantially. Now, Killing Ray felt more like an extension of his arm rather than a weapon. He could clearly perceive the layers of air the sacred sword was cutting through. In addition, golden arcs of electricity were sparking along the edges of the sword. Even after the sacred sword had moved away, arcs of electricity still lingered in the space it occupied before vaporizing the air and anything else that came across them. Amazing! It is actually capable of causing continuous damage to places I've attacked before. Is this the true power of Killing Ray? Feng was astonished as he looked at Killing Ray. Epic weapons and equipment were extremely rare in God's domain. Those that had hidden effects were even rarer. These hidden effects went unstated in the attribute panel and did not appear to be salient. However, only players that had wielded these kinds of weapons and equipment before would realize how significant these hidden effects actually were toward improving one's combat power. In fact, they were much more important than the attributes listed in the attribute panel. Take Fire Dance's 1,000 transformations, for example. The hidden effect the fragmented legendary weapon possessed was simply heaven-defying. No matter what kind of attacks Fire Dance faced, she could easily block it by executing a random swing with her short sword. It was as if the entire space around her was within the attack trajectory of her weapon. It was simply impossible to predict her trajectory with 1,000 transformations. Due to 1,000 transformations' hidden effect, even if Fire Dance's combat standards were lacking, she could still hold her ground against Apex experts. Meanwhile, although Killing Ray's hidden effect was not a match for 1,000 transformations', it was still very frightening. Being able to cause damage to places he had attacked before would undoubtedly increase his DPS significantly. If utilized properly, he could even seal his opponent's movements, preventing all retaliation. Killing Ray's hidden effect would pose trouble even for Void Realm experts, not to mention other experts. After playing with Killing Ray's hidden effect for a while longer, Feng could no longer hold back, tapping open the Sacred Sword's attribute panel. He was very curious to find out just how much Killing Ray had improved. Chapter 17:21 Upgraded Sacred Sword. Chapter 17:21 Upgraded Sacred Sword. Chapter 17:21 Upgraded Sacred Sword. After Shifeng opened Killing Ray's attribute panel and read it, he could not help but gasp. Killing Ray One-Handed Sword, Sacred Sword, Epic Rank. Level 30, Level 120. Equipment requirement: Strength 1,200, Agility 1,000. Attributes adjust according to user's level. Attack power plus 2,440, level 65. Strength plus 173, agility plus 165, endurance plus 162, attack speed plus 25. Ignore 30% of the target's defense. When equipped, strength increased by 20%, agility increased by 15%, and attack speed increased by 10%. Ignore levels plus 20, all sword skills plus 3 levels. All item level requirements reduced by 5 levels. Attacks have a 40% chance to trigger the lightning effect, increasing initial attack speed to 50% of the maximum and damage by 260%. Additional skill 1 dash. Summon Lightning. Summons lightning to deal 600% lightning damage to enemies within a range of 20 yards and inflict the numb effect for 5 seconds. Afterward, attack range increased by 20 yards for 30 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Additional skill 2 dash. Thunder God's Descent. Become immune to all control skills. Movement speed and attack speed increased by 150%. Damage increased by 50%, and all damage received decreased by 60% for 30 seconds. Cooldown 1 hour. Additional skill 3 dash. Lightning Slash. Imbue the power of lightning on the body of the sword, increasing strength by 330% and attack speed by 100% to execute a frontal attack that covers an area of 3 by 80 yards. Cooldown 15 minutes. A sacred sword created by the godsmith Arnold using a piece of mysterious sword fragment. Killing Ray is one of the 36 famed swords of God's domain, ranking 20th. It was once a sword used by the Thunder Emperor Kaiser. Allows the wielder to have the speed of lightning. When fighting against dark creatures, damage increased by 100%. Can be evolved. Cannot be destroyed. For a moment, Shifeng even suspected that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Not only had Killing Ray's equipment requirement increased by a significant margin, but even its attack power had risen drastically. At level 65, its attack power already exceeded 2,400, close to rivaling the attack power of an epic two-handed weapon of the same level. Originally, Killing Ray was already a top-tier epic weapon. After being upgraded by the Limit Gemstone, its basic attributes had improved by 20%. Even the other effects were 5% better. The weapon skills had also been strengthened to a certain degree, and there was even the addition of a new skill, Lightning Slash. Although Lightning Slash did not deal a lot of damage, the increase in strength it provided was crucial to expert players because higher strength allowed players to suppress their opponent and create gaps to land a fatal blow. With my current attack power, I can most likely break through even a Tier 2 MT's defense. Shifeng was startled as he looked at his own statistics. In God's domain, even if players landed a direct hit on another player's body, their target's defense would weaken their attacks, preventing 100% damage dealing. To deal 100% damage with an attack, a player would have to overcome their opponent's defense limit, which was determined by a player's defense value and armor type. Even at the same defense value, different armor types would grant different defense limits. For example, at the same defense value, the defense limit of plate armor would greatly exceed that of cloth armor. However, once a player's strength and attack power reached a certain measure, They could break through even an MT's defense limit and deal 100% damage with their attacks. After achieving such a measure of strength and attack power, what kind of armor one's opponent wore would no longer matter. Just as Shurfeng was getting a feel for Killing Ray's newfound power, the advanced horse carriage he was riding finally arrived at the entrance of the War God's Temple. Currently, the War God's Temple was as lively as ever. The number of players visiting the temple was not the slightest bit lower than that of the city's auction house and of the Adventurers Association. However, in Shurfeng's opinion, the traffic at the War God's Temple was still relatively low. The War God's Temple was the protector of the entire continent of God's domain. As players reached higher levels, they would come across the dark forces, such as demons, evil demons, and abyssal creatures, more frequently. Moreover, after players got promoted to Tier 2, so long as their War God's Temple reputation points reached 300, they could receive special quests to deal with these dark forces. These quests generally awarded plenty of merit points, in addition to some special resources. Meanwhile, after players accumulated 500 reputation points with the temple, they could start accepting large-scale crusade quests, which required players to target the gathering points for the dark forces. In the past, this was the type of quest that the various large guilds enjoyed accepting the most, because at least half of the town-building orders they obtained originated from these crusade quests. If a large guild wished to have a better time developing in neutral maps, they would shift their focus to the War God's Temple. Currently, most of the players visiting the War God's Temple were independent players. Only a small minority were guild players. In the future, however, the situation would be reversed, with a large majority of the players visiting the War God's Temple being members of large guilds. As soon as Shurfeng arrived at the main entrance of the War God's Temple, he attracted the attention of the nearby players. Crap, that's a 6-winged bronze ranked guild emblem. That person must be a member of Zero Wing's main force. It would be great if I could get acquainted with such a big shot. That way, I'll have an easier time joining Zero Wing. Keep on dreaming. How could people like us possibly come into contact with a big shot from Zero Wing? He belongs to an entirely different world. Not to mention, everyone trying to join Zero Wing has to go through the same entrance test. I heard that even players personally introduced by Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame, have to pass the test to join the guild. The eyes of the players standing outside the War God's Temple's main entrance were filled with awe and envy as they looked at the guild emblem pinned on Shurfeng's black cloak. From the recent battle at the primordial Divine Ruin, both the various large guilds and independent players could already tell that the odds of Zero Wing becoming a super first-rate guild in the future were excellent. Super first-rate guilds were powers that stood at the apex of God's domain. Even a first-rate guild backed by multiple major corporations would have to treat super first-rate guilds with great respect, lest it provoke them. Meanwhile, who wouldn't want to join a guild with such great potential? In the virtual gaming world's past 100 years of history, players that belonged to first-rate guilds that eventually grew into super first-rate guilds had received great benefits. Particularly, expert players that originally belonged to the first-rate guild had been able to live the rest of their lives without worry. Those that had contributed greatly towards the guild's promotion into a super first-rate guild even lived an enviable and affluent life. Now that Zero Wing had displayed the potential to become a super first-rate guild, let alone Starmoon Kingdom's players. Even players from other kingdoms and empires had come to Starmoon Kingdom to apply to Zero Wing. When Shurfeng overheard the hushed conversations of the surrounding crowd, he simply chuckled as he continued into the War God's Temple. After entering the temple's lobby, he immediately went to the 3rd floor hall. Lord Protector, how may I be of service to you today? Senior Administrator Roland asked as he approached Shurfeng. I have caught an evil god apostle, and wish to hand him over to Vice Temple Lord Capra, Shi Feng said. Another evil god apostle? Roland's eyes twitched slightly as he looked at Shi Feng in surprise. Every evil god apostle was incomparably cunning and extremely difficult to catch. Since Shi Feng had already caught an apostle before, logically, other evil god apostles should operate with even greater care, increasing the difficulty of capturing them. Yet, now, Shi Feng had actually managed to capture another one shortly after he captured the last one. Lord Protector, please follow me. This time, Roland did not bother verifying the truth of Shi Feng's words. Instead, he directly brought Shi Feng to the 4th floor's triumphant hall. Afterward, Shi Feng entered the same astrology room he had gone to during his last visit to the triumphant hall. Currently, Vice Temple Lord Capra was carrying out research through the gigantic magic water ball at the center of the room. Lord Capra, I caught another evil god apostle. Please verify it, Shi Feng said as he took out the mobile jail detaining Flame Blood. Young adventurer, you truly are the nemesis of the evil god apostles, Capra said, laughing as he paused his work. With a light wave of his hand, Shi Feng's mobile jail then suddenly appeared in his palm. After Capra received the mobile jail, Flame Blood's figure appeared before Capra. How is this possible? Flame Blood's complexion paled when he saw Capra and the nearby Shi Feng. Beast Emperor actually failed. At this moment, he could easily guess what kind of place he was at. Only, he never thought that Shi Feng would actually elude Beast Emperor's capture and successfully deliver him to the War God's temple. Black Flame, you cannot do this. If you hand me over to the War God's temple, Beast Emperor definitely won't let you get away. Flame Blood shouted as he glared at Shi Feng. Right now, he was pinning all his hopes on Beast Emperor's deterrence. He knew that, unless Shi Feng gave up on turning him in, he no longer had any hope of escaping from the War God's temple. You should give up now if you think Beast Emperor will save you. If you really wish to survive, tell me the location of Starmoon Kingdom's evil god's temple. Shi Feng said, chuckling. He remained wholly unperturbed by Flame Blood's threat. Right now, the cleric was still ignorant of Beast Emperor's overwhelming defeat. Remember, you have only 5 seconds to consider. After saying so, Shi Feng began counting down from 5. Meanwhile, an incomparably ugly expression appeared on Flame Blood's face, his heart filled with misgivings. Chapter 1722, Beast Emperor's Rage. Chapter 1722, Beast Emperor's Rage. Chapter 1722, Beast Emperor's Rage. Inside the silent astrology room, Flame Blood glared at Shi Feng hatefully. He never thought that Shi Feng would make him such an offer. The Evil God's Temple was the foundation that Evil God's Temple members like Beast Emperor and himself relied on to develop themselves. If the Evil God's Temple they belonged to got destroyed, then all the progress they had made thus far would disappear. Hence, Beast Emperor had repeatedly warned him that under no circumstances should he reveal information about Starmoon Kingdom's Evil God's Temple. Black Flame, I can tell you with confidence that the Evil God's Temple's strength is far beyond your imagination. As long as the Evil Beast army breaks through the Starmoon Kingdom's defensive line, at that time, not to mention Stone Forest Town, even Zero Wing will turn into nothing. If you let me go, Beast Emperor might give up on invading Starmoon Kingdom and target other kingdoms instead. If you hand me over to the War God's Temple now, you'll only anger Beast Emperor further and force him to spend all his Evil God's Temple contribution points to hasten the invasion of Starmoon Kingdom. Do you really wish to see your entire guild crumble together with me? Only if you let me go will Beast Emperor give up on invading Starmoon Kingdom. Otherwise, it is only a matter of time before the entire Starmoon Kingdom falls. Flame Blood repeatedly implored Shifeng to release him with indescribable anxiety on his face. Although Vice Temple Lord Capper was not a Tier 4 NPC, he was still a level 180, Tier 3 Great Mage, many times stronger than a level 80, Tier 4 NPC. Meanwhile, the intense pressure he gave off was enough to evoke deep despair in Flame Blood. At this moment, Flame Blood could only rely on the invasion of the Evil God's Temple to threaten Shifeng. NPCs led the invasion. The quantity and quality of evil beasts and evil demons participating in it were also far beyond what any single Evil God's Temple player could control. Current players simply had no chance of stopping the invasion. At this time, there were only two viable methods to do so. The first was to have Beast Emperor put a halt to the invasion of Starmoon Kingdom. The second was to destroy Starmoon Kingdom's Evil God's Temple. The location of the Evil God's Temple was of utmost importance to Evil God's Temple members. Before Flame Blood was officially made into an Evil God Apostle, Beast Emperor had made him sign a contract preventing him from revealing any details about the temple. If he violated the terms of the contract, he would suffer a fate even worse than getting sent to the War God's Temple. Meanwhile, if he refused to reveal the location of Starmoon Kingdom's Evil God's Temple, then he had only one other method to stop Shifeng from turning him into the War God's Temple, and that was to have Beast Emperor stop the invasion of Starmoon Kingdom. As the guild leader of Zero Wing, Shifeng should know which decision was better for his guild. Flame Blood refused to believe that Shifeng would abandon the entire Zero Wing just to get rid of him. "Are these your last words?" Shifeng chuckled as he looked at the desperation on Flame Blood's face. "You should think things through clearly. As long as you are killed by the War God's Temple, all the progress you've made in this account will be lost. You'll also be able to start a new account only 1 month later. At that time, who knows how much time and effort you'll have to put in to return to the front lines. You'll miss out on plenty of opportunities." Currently, the elite members of the various large guilds were close to reaching level 50. In another month, many elite players would most likely have completed their Tier 2 promotion already, not to mention expert players. If Flame Blood had to restart from scratch, he would also miss out on the various resources and opportunities that could be obtained from exploring new maps. Unless the guild Flame Blood belonged to was willing to invest plenty of resources into him, or the cleric had heaven-defying luck, he would have extreme difficulty getting the current advantages he possessed in the future. As Shifeng said so, Capper began chanting an incantation. Meanwhile, based on Shifeng's words, Flame Blood could tell that Shifeng was determined to turn him into the War God's Temple. "Crazy bastard, you really are insane." At this moment, Flame Blood could feel his mind breaking down. He even doubted Shifeng, realized just how terrifying the Evil God's Temple's invasion was. He had never thought that Shifeng would actually go as far as to sacrifice Zero Wing just to take his life. Before Flame Blood could finish speaking, dozens of golden magic arrays appeared around him. A golden chain then shot out from each of the magic arrays. The chains pierced Flame Blood's body and bound his soul directly, following which Flame Blood's body began burning, his body transforming into a pile of ashes after just 2 seconds. The cleric's immortal soul was destroyed as well and completely disappeared from God's domain. Sure enough, he refused to speak. Shifeng could not help but sigh as he watched Flame Blood disappearing. He did not believe that Flame Blood refused to reveal the Evil God's Temple's location out of loyalty. There was an 80% chance that Beast Emperor had anticipated such a situation and made preparations. However, this outcome was within Shifeng's expectations. The Evil God's Temple was the foundation of Evil God's Temple members. Without the Evil God's Temple, Beast Emperor would lose the authority he had in Starmoon Kingdom. He naturally wouldn't let his minions reveal the location of the evil god's temple so easily. System, congratulations. You have captured an evil god apostle, rewarding 12,000 War Gods Temple merit points. Reputation with the War Gods Temple increased by 200 points, 200 million EXP, 20 free mastery points, and 2 legacy skill points. 12,000 merit points. Surefoam was a little surprised when he read the system notification. He was only awarded 10,000 merit points the first time he captured an evil god apostle. He actually received 2,000 more points than the previous time. However, he had quickly discovered that, while the merit points he obtained had increased, the free mastery points and legacy skill points awarded had decreased by a significant margin. Previously, he had gotten 50 free mastery points and 5 legacy skill points. Now, he had received only 40% of the previous amounts. Compared to obtaining an additional 2,000 merit points, he would rather have the 30 free mastery points and 3 legacy skill points. Meanwhile, after Flame Blood's permanent disappearance from God's domain, Beast Emperor, who was currently controlling his evil demon army from the Evil God's branch temple at Ancient Rock City, received a system notification informing him about it. Black Flame. Beast Emperor bellowed, his expression twisting. Since you dare destroy my path to promotion, I'll have your Zero Wing go down with me as well. He was granted only 5 Evil God Apostle slots. Now that he had permanently lost 2 of them, he would have a much more difficult time developing himself further. At this moment, the man standing beside Beast Emperor spoke up. Boss, Black Flame is simply too arrogant. Why don't I mobilize my evil beast and evil demon armies in the Purple Thorns Kingdom and have them destroy Zero Wings Town at the Primordial Divine Ruin? That'll teach Black Flame a good lesson. This man had a tough appearance and was clad in silver scale armor. Unlike other evil god apostles, this man did not wrap himself in bandages. Instead, like Beast Emperor, he did nothing to hide his skin tone. Meanwhile, if one were to use an advanced identification skill on this man, one would discover that not only was he a level 52 berserker, but he was even in possession of the Tier 2 hidden class Savage Warrior. No, that town is still in its protection period right now. Although the NPC guards there aren't as high-leveled as the NPC guards available inside a kingdom. They are still level 100 NPCs. There are also 20 Tier 3 NPCs. Even 10 level 80 mythic ranked evil beasts wouldn't be enough to break the town, Beast Emperor said, shaking his head. What we need to do for now is wait. Based on the information Blackwater sent me, the town's protection period is only 3 days. During these 3 days, properly prepare yourself, Wind. Once the town's protection period is over, we'll attack. Boss, rest assured, I guarantee that Zero Wings Town will be flattened as soon as its protection period is over. The silver-armored man, named Wind Hunter, said with a confident smile on his face. Beast Emperor nodded in response to Wind Hunter's words. He had a lot of confidence in the man before him. Wind Hunter was not only his closest confidant, but also the first person he had turned into an evil god apostle. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Starmoon Kingdom wasn't Beast Emperor's main headquarters, which was actually the Purple Thorns Kingdom. Wind Hunter had been operating in the Purple Thorns Kingdom for a very long time already, building up a foundation for himself that simply wasn't something newly minted evil god apostles like Abandoned Wave and Flame Blood could hope to compare to. Meanwhile, back inside the astrology room in the War God's Temple, Surefoam had realigned his thoughts. Although he had failed to obtain the location of Starmoon Kingdom's Evil God's Temple, he still managed to garner some information regarding the invasion of Starmoon Kingdom, which was the fact that Beast Emperor first needed to have enough Evil God's Temple contribution points to advance the invasion. Without sufficient contribution points, the invasion would have no way of breaking through the kingdom's defensive line. To Sherfong, this was undoubtedly good news. At the very least, he would not have to worry about the invasion progressing into the kingdom anytime soon. After all, Beast Emperor should have spent a lot of his contribution points on the previous battle at the primordial divine ruin. Sherfong refused to believe that Beast Emperor had managed to get a Tier 4 NPC to take action for free. With this knowledge in mind, what he needed to do now was strengthen himself as quickly as possible and find the location of the evil god's temple. Following which, Sherfong approached Capra and asked, "Lord Capra, I have an evil god's eye here. May I know if the war god's temple is able to repair it for me?" Chapter 17:23, Complete Evil God's Eye. Chapter 17:23, Complete Evil God's Eye. An evil god's eye? A hint of shock flashed across Capra's wizened face as he stared at Sherfong. Clearly excited, he asked, "Did you really obtain an evil god's eye?" Seeing the excitement and passion on Capra's face, Sherfong retrieved dark gray, runic crystal ball from his bag. As the crystal ball appeared in the room, it began to leak small traces of evil energy. This crystal ball was none other than the evil god's eye that he had obtained after destroying the evil god's sealing magic array. The moment Sherfong revealed the evil god's eye, Capra's gaze sharpened as he examined the crystal ball. If Sherfong hadn't known that good-aligned NPCs wouldn't steal from players, he wouldn't have doubted that Capra would have snatched the evil god's eye from him without hesitation. It's actually real. Capra became even more excited after a detailed inspection of the item. He then shifted his gaze back to Sherfong and said, "Although this evil god's eye has been damaged, it is still very valuable. It's also the material I've been searching for. If you are willing to sell this evil god's eye to me, I will offer you this elemental crown and 5,000 merit points." Capra grinned as he retrieved a crown studded with 7 resplendent gemstones. Sherfong could feel the mana around him grow restless the moment the crown appeared in the room. A fragmented legendary item? Sherfong could not help but gasp when he saw the elemental crown. He had never thought that Capra would be so generous. If he obtained the elemental crown now, he could instantly transform one of Zero Wing's members into a peak expert. Moreover, Capra had also offered an additional 5,000 merit points. That was nearly the price of an epic item. Of course, you can choose to repair the evil god's eye. However, doing so will be incredibly expensive. In addition to 15,000 merit points, you'll need 100 mana stones and 3 units of 7 luminaries crystal. Sherfong was inwardly astonished. He hadn't expected the repair costs for this item to be so exorbitant. Generally, players could only obtain mana stones from raiding team dungeons, but even 100-man Hell mode team dungeons had very low drop rates. As for the 7 luminaries crystals, it was likely that not a single guild had even 1 unit at this stage of the game. You can take your time to consider your options. There is no need to make a decision now, Capra said, chuckling. "Lord Capra, I've already decided. I want to repair the evil god's eye," Sherfong said, determined. His desire for fragmented legendary items was intense right now, especially for fragmented legendary items that were suited for magical classes. If he gave the elemental crown to one of Zero Wing's magical class experts, that expert's firepower would rise to a whole new level. However, the evil god's eye would help the guild as a whole far more than the elemental crown. Although miniature worlds only produced a small number of resources, the power ore they produced was incomparably valuable. Normally, the power ore could only be acquired from unstable other worlds. Moreover, the miniature world was far rarer and more valuable than a fragmented legendary item. Many first-rate guilds in the past had even been willing to trade over a dozen fragmented legendary items for a single miniature world. Hence, the wisest decision for Shifeng was to repair the evil god's eye. How unfortunate! Capra sighed before regaining his usual calm. He then looked at Shifeng and said, "Hand over the materials, then. If you don't have them ready, you can go collect them. You can find me again once you have the required materials." Shifeng nodded in response. He then left the war god's temple and rushed to the candlelight trading firm. Others might struggle to gather 100 mana stones and 3 units of 7 luminaries crystal, but the task wasn't difficult for Shifeng in the least. With the Philosopher's Stone, he could synthesize the 2 items from magic crystals and 7 luminaries shards. Following which, Shifeng transformed 5,000 magic crystals and 100 plus 7 luminary shards, which had been left over from the 4 Towers of Elements construction, into 100 mana stones and 2 7 luminaries crystals. He then hurried back to meet with Capra. When Capra saw that Shifeng had the required materials, he gave the swordsman a serious look before asking, "Do you really wish to repair the evil god's eye?" System: repairing the evil god's eye will cost 15,000 merit points. As you have 3,700 war gods temple reputation points, you can pay 20% of the merit points with coins. Do you wish to pay with coins? System: based on the system's analysis of the current market, each merit point is worth 2 gold, 10 silver. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. Shifeng answered without hesitation. He currently had over 12,000 merit points. If he paid 3,000 merit points with coins, he would have just enough merit points to repair the evil god's eye. Instantly, 6,300 gold vanished from Shifeng's bag. After Capra received the materials, he began to chant an incantation and write line after line of divine runes. The ambient mana and Capra's runes then gradually flowed into the evil god's eye, which hovered before the Vice Temple Lord. As this process continued, Shifeng could see the runes on the surface of the evil god's eye sharpen. The density of the evil energy, the dark gray crystal ball, radiated also increased. When every mana stone and 7 luminaries crystal had merged with the evil god's eye, the runes on the orb released a dazzling gray glow. As he watched the dark gray crystal ball, Shifeng could feel a dangerously malicious intent radiating from it. At this point, the evil god's eye stopped leaking evil energy. Now, it merely looked like a crystal decorated with mysterious runes. All right, I've repaired the evil god's eye. Hopefully, you can utilize it properly. Make sure that you don't let those from the evil god's temple find out that you have it. Otherwise, they'll use everything in their power to destroy you, Capra warned as he reluctantly handed the evil god's eye back to Shifeng. When Shifeng received the evil god's eye, he felt an immense weight in his hands. Rather than an ordinary crystal, he felt as if he had just received a miniature mountain. If he weren't a Tier 2 player with over 1,500 points in his strength, he might not even be able to carry the fist-sized crystal ball. It's so heavy. So, this is the intact evil god's eye. As he held the evil god's eye, Shifeng inspected the item's attribute panel. Evil god's eye, fragmented legendary rank item. This item had been created by the evil god for the specific purpose of opening a path through the world's barrier. The evil god's eye contains a sealed miniature world and can be used as a conduit to transfer the miniature world's power to the outside world. The evil god's eye also grants its holder sovereignty over the miniature world within. Additional skill 1 - World's Power can be used as a magic array's power source, improving the magic array's effects by a maximum of 120%. Cooldown 48 hours. Additional skill 2 - Teleportation Pathway opens a pathway to the sealed miniature world. The pathway lasts for 10 minutes. Cooldown 96 hours. Amazing! Shifeng was utterly dumbfounded after inspecting the intact evil god's eye. He finally understood why the various superpowers in the past had valued miniature worlds to such an extreme. As Shifeng quietly admired the evil god's eye, Aqua Rose contacted him. Guild leader, Melancholic Smile has gathered the materials you require. I have also gathered the architects you've requested in Zero Wing City, Aqua Rose reported. All right, I'll head over right away. Shifeng could not help but smile when he heard Aqua Rose's words. With this, Zero Wing would soon have a second stone forest town. Only this time, it was in a neutral map. Chapter 1724, Power of the Sacred Sword. Chapter 1724, Power of the Sacred Sword. Chapter 1724, Power of the Sacred Sword. After Shifeng disconnected the call, he left the War God's temple and used a guild transfer scroll to teleport to Zero Wing City. He then used the 4 Towers of Elements teleportation function to travel to the Orc Empire, making his way towards the primordial divine ruin. There are still evil demons here. Currently, Shifeng wore his black cloak, keeping his identity hidden. As he approached the wilderness near the primordial divine ruin, he frowned at what he saw. He spotted level 70+ evil demons and evil beasts wandering on the grassy plain before him. There were easily over 5,000 monsters, which were even stronger than Beast Emperor's evil beasts and evil demons that Zero Wing had recently fought. Zero Wing's new town had recently been constructed, so he had yet to set up a guild residence teleportation magic array in the town's residence. Hence, he had rushed towards the primordial divine ruin to complete the town's handover procedures and set up the teleportation array. Fellow friend, I take it that you haven't visited the Orc Empire recently. Huh? A level 49 male ranger in dark blue leather armor, who had been passing by, approached Shifeng and asked when he noticed the swordsman's frown. The youth then smiled and continued. Zero Wing fought a massive battle against Beast Emperor's evil beast and evil demon armies just some time ago. Although Beast Emperor was defeated and eventually forced to retreat, he didn't give up on his mission to keep Zero Wing from visiting the ruin. On the contrary, he sent a massive group of stronger evil beasts and evil demons from Ancient Rock City to surround the primordial divine ruin. Now, the only way to get to the ruin is to go through the checkpoint ahead. Checkpoint? Shifeng asked curiously. That's right. It seems Beast Emperor wants to prevent Zero Wing's members from sneaking into the ruin by hiding their identities. Unless players enter via the checkpoint, the evil beasts and demons will attack them, the ranger youth said, nodding. I'd advise against trying to barge through just to save time. Those evil beasts and evil demons are extremely powerful. Some players who had been displeased with the new setup tried to head to the ruin without passing through the checkpoint. In the end, the 100-man team was quickly destroyed. To be honest, there's no need to be in such a hurry anyway. Look, the checkpoint's queue is moving relatively quickly. After all, it's just there to determine whether or not players are from Zero Wing. It took us quite a bit of time and effort to get this far. A few more minutes won't really make a huge difference. They're checking for Zero Wing members. Shifeng muttered as he looked towards where the ranger youth had pointed. That's right. I don't know what Zero Wing did, but it seems that the guild really infuriated Beast Emperor. He's already announced that he intends to fight Zero Wing to the bitter end, the ranger youth said, nodding. So, he made this checkpoint for that purpose. Not only has Beast Emperor stationed his subordinates at the checkpoint, but there are also plenty of powerful evil demons there. I see, Shifeng muttered. He then walked straight towards Beast Emperor's checkpoint. At the end of the day, evil demons were monsters. As long as players wore a black cloak, evil demons couldn't determine their identities. However, players could. As long as Beast Emperor's subordinates forced passing players to remove their black cloaks, they could determine the players' identities. Although Zero Wings members could avoid discovery by hiding their guild emblems. Doing so would seem like the guild's players were afraid of Beast Emperor. Fellow friend, where are you going? That's not where the end of the line starts. The ranger youth called out as he watched Shurfeng walk straight towards the checkpoint. If you don't follow the rules and try to skip the queue, they'll definitely kill you. It's fine. I'm the Zero Wing member they're looking for, Shurfeng casually replied as he waved a hand. As Shurfeng finished his statement, he accelerated and vanished. The Zero Wing member. Shurfeng's reply dumbfounded both the ranger youth and his companions. What was going on? One of Zero Wing's members actually dared to rush towards Beast Emperor's checkpoint. Moreover, that member approached the checkpoint by himself. Didn't the swordsman realize that hundreds of evil demons guarded the checkpoint? Beast Emperor had even stationed a mythic-ranked evil demon there. Such a force would even annihilate a 100-man expert team in the blink of an eye. When the ranger youth and his companions finally recovered from their daze, they chased after Shurfeng to stop his insane actions. They were all independent players, and in a fight between Beast Emperor and Zero Wing, they were strong supporters of the guild. Not only was Beast Emperor's attitude overbearing, but he was also an evil god's temple member who saw players as potential sacrifices. On the surface, they lacked the courage to condemn Beast Emperor's actions, but inwardly, they hated him to the bone. However, the ranger youth and his companions were simply too slow to catch up to Shurfeng. After a few seconds of running, Shurfeng had already reached the checkpoint and had been discovered by Beast Emperor's subordinates. Who are you? Don't you realize that this is a checkpoint? Everyone must queue up and remove their black cloaks to pass through. A level 50 shield warrior in silvery gray armor shouted at Shurfeng. Although Zero Wing had defeated Beast Emperor's army once before, the Orc Empire was still the evil god's temple's territory. As Beast Emperor's subordinates, even Super Guild's members had to treat them with respect. Even a peak expert would have to lower their head in the Orc Empire. Me, smiling leisurely, Shurfeng responded, I'm one of the people you are looking for. Saying so, Shurfeng took a step forward. With his extraordinary attributes, the swordsman arrived before the level 50 shield warrior in an instant. He then unsheathed Killing Ray and swung it. Hua! A blue flash bloomed before the shield warrior. The level 50 shield warrior immediately collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Even after dying, he hadn't reacted to what had just happened. When the shield warrior's corpse hit the ground, a level 45 fine gold ranked armor piece dropped beside him. He died. Who is that? He's so powerful. Has that swordsman lost his mind? I think I heard that guy mention that he's a member of Zero Wing. The thousands of players in the queue were dumbfounded by what had just happened. They couldn't believe their eyes. Whether or not Shurfeng had told the truth about being from Zero Wing, the fact that he had killed a level 50 shield warrior with a single slash was incredibly shocking. A level 50 shield warrior, even at tier 1, would have close to 50,000 HP. Shield warriors also had far more defense than other classes. They had passive skills that reduced incoming damage. As well, even a great lord of the same level couldn't instant kill such a shield warrior. Yet Shurfeng had accomplished exactly that. Beast Emperor's 13 other subordinates, a short distance away, were similarly stupefied. They had never expected someone to be foolish enough to attack the checkpoint alone. Hundreds of evil demons surrounded the checkpoint, including a level 80 mythic evil demon. Even peak experts would be utterly powerless against a mythic evil demon. At the very minimum, players would need a team of 1,000 experts to pin one down. Bastard! Beast Emperor's subordinates bellowed in rage when they noticed that Shi Feng had actually picked up their companion's equipment and stored it. They immediately unsheathed their weapons and charged at the offending swordsman. In their opinion, Shi Feng must have used some sort of skill to instant kill their shield warrior companion, and such powerful skills had very long cooldowns. Shi Feng should not be able to use it again for the next several minutes. Every one of the dozen or so subordinates at the checkpoint was a level 50 expert. Moreover, the dead shield warrior only ranked among the lower half of their group in terms of strength and equipment. Even if they weren't a match for Shi Feng, they could still involve the nearby evil demons. However, when only 15 yards separated Shi Feng and the 5 melee experts who led the charge, Shi Feng abruptly disappeared. By the time the 5 melee experts realized Shi Feng was gone, he reappeared right in front of them. No, finding Shi Feng before them. So suddenly, the 5 melee experts panicked, trying to focus on full defense. But Zero Wing's top swordsman didn't give them the opportunity to defend themselves as he brandished Killing Ray. Shadow Blade. Suddenly, 10 sword lights, 1 blue and 9 black, sliced at the 5 melee experts before they could react. The experts' HP plummeted rapidly, reaching 0 in a fraction of a second. All 5 melee experts then hit the ground simultaneously. Wait, that's Shadow Blade. He's Black Flame, Zero Wing's guild leader. Chapter 1725, Fighting a Mythic with Brute Force. Chapter 1725, Fighting a Mythic with Brute Force. Chapter 1725, Fighting a Mythic with Brute Force. Shadow Blade. Is he really the Sword King? Surprise overcame the thousands of players in line for Beast Emperor's checkpoint when they saw the 10 sword lights end the 5 melee players. Everyone here knew of Black Flame, especially after Zero Wing's battle with Heaven's Burial at Stone Forest Town. The man was even capable of taking on war weapons. During the battle with Blackwater at the Primordial Divine Ruin, Black Flame had even slain Singular Burial, Heaven's Burial's original guild leader, with 1 attack. Black Flame's shocking battle records had become a hot topic for players in the various kingdoms and empires neighboring the Orc Empire long ago. Due to Black Flame's popularity, many players had attempted to analyze why he was so powerful. These players had even publicly exposed some of Black Flame's skills. Among Black Flame's various skills, Shadow Blade was considered one of the man's trademark moves because it wasn't a skill of a Tier 2 sword master. Based on everyone's deduction, it was most likely a unique skill of a hidden class. Shi Feng's summoning of 9 additional attacks with a single swing of his sword was likely a result of his Shadow Blade skill. Including the fact that Shi Feng had declared himself as a member of Zero Wing, there was a very high possibility that Shi Feng was Black Flame. As they realized this, everyone watching got goosebumps. Black Flame had defeated Beast Emperor's army once before, and his control of summoned creatures had been astounding. He was definitely one of God's Domain's mythical characters. They never expected to have a chance to meet or interact with this swordsman. Now, not only did they get to see Black Flame in person, but they also got to watch him attack Beast Emperor's checkpoint. They were going to watch a historic moment happen right before their very eyes. Why wouldn't they be excited? Black Flame? What? Why are we so unlucky? Beast Emperor's subordinates, who had planned to charge at Shi Feng, slid to a stop as they stared at their adversary. All of their prior confidence and rage disappeared. Now, only fear flashed in their eyes. Although they were expert players and wore excellent equipment, they did not think, even for a second, that they could contend with Shi Feng. Moreover, they had all watched this man's battle videos. He could even slay Tier 2 experts as easily as slicing vegetables, let alone Tier 1 players like themselves. They could only hope to buy as much time as possible for the evil demons to arrive and deal with Shifeng. There were hundreds of evil demons nearby, the weakest of which was a level 70 lord, while the strongest was a level 80 mythic ranked evil demon. Even if Shifeng were more powerful, there was no way he could solo a level 80 mythic evil demon. Not gonna attack. Shifeng smiled as he swept a glance across Beast Emperor's remaining 8 subordinates. Then I guess it's my turn. Saying so, Shifeng vanished, only leaving behind an afterimage. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng reappeared roughly 10 yards away from a level 50 summoner. Before this summoner could cast a spell, a blue flash devoured him. Chop! The summoner's HP, which had been over 34,000, hit 0 instantly. The summoner's vision then darkened as his body collapsed, a pair of level 45 dark gold ranked gloves dropping beside his corpse. After Shifeng unhurriedly pocketed the pair of gloves, he made his way to the level 50 ranger nearby. Although the level 50 ranger had reacted by activating his backward leap skill, Shifeng had swung Killing Ray before the skill could take effect. Thundering Flash. One of the 4 streaks of lightning that emerged from the sacred sword devoured the ranger, who turned into a pile of ash and left behind a pair of pants. The other 3 streaks of lightning assaulted 3 other subordinates. Aside from the one elementalist that activated his life-saving skill in time, the lightning tore the life from the cleric and oracle, robbing them of all of their HPs. As if space itself had frozen, silence dominated Shifeng's surroundings. Crap! Is he even a human? Aren't Thundering Flash's 4 strikes supposed to move in the same direction? Is this a joke? Thundering Flash can actually be used like this. As the thousands of players at the checkpoint watched the fight, their jaws hit the ground as Shifeng slew 3 of Beast Emperor's subordinates who had been fairly spread out with Thundering Flash. Although Thundering Flash was a rare skill, some players had managed to learn it. It was undoubtedly one of the strongest AoE skills for swordsmen during the early stages of the game, so quite a few players were familiar with the skill's details. Yet, Shifeng had just defied the skill's limitations, using it as 4 separate skills instead of 1. Moreover, all of his attacks had accurately struck his targets. This was simply unbelievable. What these players didn't know was that Shifeng had long since mastered his control over his skills. Since he had reached the Void Realm, he had a perfect grasp of his enemy's movements. Then, he used his arm and wrist to alter the lightning strike's trajectory as they left the tip of his sword. Normally, it should be impossible to alter the lightning strike's direction as the intervals between each strike's launch were extremely short, but by using his understanding of the realms of truth, he could make the impossible possible. Of course, the biggest reason he was able to pull off such a feat had to be Killing Ray's frightening attack speed. Otherwise, the most he'd be able to do was manipulate the trajectory of 3 of the 4 lightning strikes. Although he might be able to alter the last strike's trajectory, it wouldn't be very accurate. Some of the refinement realm experts present were utterly captivated by Shifeng's technique. They realized what Shifeng had just accomplished, albeit barely. However, although they knew the principle behind the technique Shifeng had used, they also understood how nearly impossible the technique was to execute. After watching Shifeng execute 4 more of their companions with so little effort, Beast Emperor's remaining 4 subordinates were utterly terror-stricken as they stared at this swordsman. Although they had already known Shifeng was powerful, they hadn't thought that he was this powerful. Shifeng's strength was beyond their comprehension. This swordsman from Zero Wing could slaughter them without trouble even if he had the same basic attributes as they did. As the 4 were about to fall to their despair, however, the evil demons finally arrived. Seeing that their demonic reinforcements were only 40 yards away, the 4 survivors breathed a deep sigh of relief. A little confidence turned to their gazes as they looked back at Shifeng. They had reacted in such a way because, among the evil demons rushing to their aid, one was a level 80 mythic evil demon. Black Flame, let's see how arrogant you'll be now, the elementalist, who had sealed himself in a coffin of ice, revealed a gleeful expression. Suddenly, the 5-meter-tall mythic evil demon pounced at Shifeng and swung its right claw, which was shrouded in dark gray fog, at Shifeng's head, tearing space as the claw passed. A mythic evil demon. Glancing at the approaching mythic evil demon, Shifeng activated Heavenly Dragon's power, his strength, agility, defense, and HP skyrocketing. Shifeng then countered the incoming claw with a slash from Killing Ray. Lightning slash. Killing Ray released a golden glow as it moved towards the evil demon's claw. The sacred sword sliced the space before it like a piece of paper, a pitch-black tear appearing before Shifeng. As this tear continued to extend away from its creator before a massive lightning bolt shot through it. In an instant, this lightning bolt stretched 80 yards away from Shifeng. Before anyone had realized it, Killing Ray had met the mythic evil demon's claw. Boom! Following the sound of an explosion, an intense shockwave shook its surroundings as it spread out from its epicenter. Even the players standing over 100 yards away felt the shockwave's severity. To everyone's surprise, the mythic-ranked evil demon actually took 3 steps back. Its right claw sported a deep cut, so deep that the evil demon's bone was exposed. Chapter 17:26, World's Power. Chapter 17:26, World's Power. Chapter 17:26, World's Power. He pushed the evil demon back. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? No, that mythic evil demon actually slid backward. Everyone's heart pounded madly when they saw the mythic evil demon retreat by 3 steps. Without the help of war weapons, a Tier 4 mythic evil demon was unshakable to current players. Yet without any help, Shifeng had forced the monster to step back. The watching players felt as if they had just watched an ant push back a ferocious lion. No matter how they looked at the situation, it had to be some kind of joke. Most importantly, Shifeng had actually injured the evil demon physically. Although he had only left a cut behind on the evil demon's claw and arm, it was astounding. It wasn't even possible to injure a mythic-ranked monster with a Tier 3 large-scale destruction spell, but Shifeng had done so by relying on his own strength. Even Beast Emperor's subordinates gaped in shock at the wound Shifeng had left on the mythic evil demon's claw, not to mention the thousands of spectators. The cut was so deep that it revealed bone. Moreover, faint arcs of golden electricity danced around the wound, causing further damage. The evil demon couldn't even move the claw since it had been subjected to a paralyzed state. Seeing this, the shreds of joy and confidence that had returned to Beast Emperor's reaming subordinates instantly vanished. A chilling sensation then assaulted their minds, making them shudder. When they looked at Shifeng now, they felt as if they were staring down a primordial beast, not some player. Shifeng's aura also felt more oppressive than it had before, stifling their breathing as they bathed in it. They no longer felt as if their lives rested in their own hands, but in Shifeng's instead. If Shifeng wished it, he could crush them with a thought. However, a mythic evil demon was still a mythic evil demon at the end of the day, and although one of its claws was temporarily paralyzed, its other claw didn't remain idle. The mythic evil demon immediately launched another attack with its uninjured claw. This time, however, Shifeng did not try to stop the attack. Instead, he activated the disintegration armor's disintegration field. Suddenly, a bluish-gray ripple tore away from Shifeng, enveloping the mythic evil demon and Beast Emperor's 4 remaining subordinates. And as it did, the 4 players and evil demon felt an immense pressure descend on them. Beast Emperor's 4 subordinates watched their basic attributes decrease by 40%, while the mythic evil demon's basic attributes fell by 15%. Following which, Shi Feng executed Purgatory Pentaslash. One sword light after another flew at the mythic evil demon's claw. A few of the sword lights even merged right before reaching the claw. Boom! Although the mythic evil demon did not retreat in the slightest this time, its assault had halted. Sure enough, a mythic monster really is powerful. Despite being weakened, I still can't solo it yet. Shi Feng sighed ruefully as he looked at the mythic evil demon before him. He had only overwhelmed the evil demon previously due to Lightning Slash's 330% strength increase, but even after merging some of his attacks, his strength was barely a match for the weakened evil demon. After this, aside from activating twofold Berserk, he had no means of taking the mythic evil demon head-on. Obviously, twofold Berserk wasn't viable for this situation. Twofold Berserk only had a 20-second duration, but even after being weakened, the mythic evil demon still had a maximum HP of 127,500,000. He'd be lucky to shave off 2% of the evil demon's HP in 20 seconds. Following which, Shi Feng used Divine Steps, and 10 doppelgangers split away from his body. Now, rather than dance with the mythic evil demon, he avoided it. While doing so, Shi Feng took a Tier 4 single-target attack magic scroll from his bag. It was one of the scrolls he had obtained after killing a mythic evil beast. Dark Destruction. After activating the scroll, Shi Feng immediately used World's Power on the magic array within it. Suddenly, pitch-black magic arrays started to manifest, and in an instant, 33 arrays had the evil demon completely surrounded. Before the mythic evil demon could flee, the arrays began to fire darkness spears, piercing the evil demon's body. The 33 magic arrays quickly transformed the mythic evil demon into a porcupine. The mythic-ranked evil demon's agonized screams were all anyone could hear. After another 2 seconds, every darkness spear in the evil demon's body exploded, instantly stealing over 8 million of the evil demon's HP. After the massive explosion, the mythic evil demon was in an incomparably miserable state. It was covered in wounds, steadily seeping fresh blood. Even a fool could see that the mythic evil demon suffered a heavily injured state. What destructive power! He actually injured a mythic-ranked evil demon so severely. Did he use a magic scroll containing a Tier 4 curse or Tier 5 spell? The spectating crowd could not help but gasp when they saw the injured evil demon. If they couldn't see that the mythic evil demon still had plenty of HP, they'd assume that it was on its last breath, about to keel over at any moment. Even Shi Feng was surprised. He hadn't expected the Tier 4 magic scroll to become so destructive after empowering it with World's Power. The power of Dark Destruction was stronger than even a Tier 4 single-target curse. Seeing that the mythic evil demon was heavily injured, Shi Feng immediately removed Disintegration Field and summoned his personal guards, Anna and Kite. At this point, Anna had reached level 81, whereas Kite was level 79. The two NPCs' leveling speed was simply staggering. Once the mythic evil demon had become heavily injured, its basic attributes had fallen by 35%. Now, in terms of overall combat power, it was only slightly stronger than a level 80 Grand Lord. Meanwhile, after being summoned, Anna proceeded to summon her Golden Giant and 10 Rock Guardians. She then had the Rock Guardians form a magic array to suppress the mythic evil demon further. With this, the mythic evil demon only had 50% of its original basic attributes remaining. Now, even the Golden Giant could put up a fight against the mythic-ranked evil demon, not to mention Shi Feng. With the Golden Giant serving as his MT, Shi Feng focused on dealing damage. Phantom Kill, Flame Burst, Damages in the hundreds of thousands appeared, one after another, above the mythic evil demon's head. To the mythic evil demon, who only had a maximum HP of 75 million after being weakened, this was a considerable amount. Furthermore, Kite and Anna's damage kept up with Sure Feng's. Although Lord and Great Lord ranked evil demons tried to intervene, the Rock Guardian's magic array kept them out of the fight. They could not hinder Sure Feng and his minions in the slightest. Meanwhile, Beast Emperor's four remaining subordinates could only watch as their supposed savior rapidly lost HP. 80%, 60%, 20%. When the mythic evil demon's HP fell to 20% and was about to enter a berserk state, Anna reacted by casting Chains of Light. Not only did the spell negate the evil demon's berserk state, but it also weakened the monster even further. Without the boost from its berserk state, the mythic evil demon couldn't free itself from this one-sided beating, and its HP continued to fall. 20%, 10%, 5%. When the mythic evil demon only had 1% of its HP remaining, Sure Feng activated Divine Providence. He then activated Instant Strike and appeared before the evil demon. Sword's orbit. Suddenly, a series of blue stars bombarded the mythic evil demon, plundering its final strand of HP. As the mythic-ranked evil demon died, a golden flash enveloped Sure Feng. He had finally risen from level 65 to level 66. At the same time, 3 crimson balls of light emerged from the evil demon's corpse and hit the ground. When the watching crowd outside of the magic array saw the mythic evil demon's motionless corpse, their minds went blank. Chapter 17:27, Blockade Destroyed. Chapter 17:27, Blockade Destroyed. Chapter 17:27, Blockade Destroyed. After seeing the mythic evil demon fall, Beast Emperor's 4 remaining subordinates were overwhelmed by their fear and despair. Although they had expected this outcome after watching Sure Feng and his personal guards suppress the mythic evil demon, they couldn't help but shudder after watching the monster actually collapse at the swordsman's feet. To God's domain's current major powers, Tier 4 monsters were still insurmountable. Even super guilds had to expend a lot of time and effort to prepare and ensure that they killed one. Yet, Sure Feng had accomplished this feat by relying on his own power and his 2 personal guards. Normally, if someone told them about such a situation, they'd laugh, assuming that the player was joking. But after such an impossible feat had occurred before their very eyes, they had no choice but to believe it. Regret filled their hearts. Had they known that something like this would happen, they would never have volunteered to work at the checkpoint. They had assumed that inspecting players that entered the primordial divine ruin would be a relaxing, glorious task. After all, even players from the various superpowers would have to lower their heads before them. How often did anyone get to brag about that? Now, however, the only thing awaiting them was death. Before the 4 could even turn and flee, Kite had appeared and finished each of them with a single hit. In the meantime, Sure Feng had arrived beside the mythic evil demon's corpse and collected the 3 items it had dropped. He then commanded Anna and Kite to kill the other evil demons outside of the magic array. Without the threat of the mythic evil demon, the level 70+ evil demons were easy pickings for the 2 personal guards. The fight with the remaining monsters had been so easy that Sure Feng hadn't even needed to use another berserk skill after Heavenly Dragon's power had ended. He only needed to support his personal guards from the side. Whenever his personal guards' HPs fell below a certain point, Sure Feng had simply activated the 7 Luminaries' Rings life domain to recover their HP to full. For a time, Sure Feng, Anna, and Kite slaughtered the hundreds of evil demons around them, further dumbfounding the spectating crowd. That was several hundred level 70+ evil demons they were talking about. Moreover, the weakest among them was a lord. Even an army of 10,000 elite players would have trouble against such a force. Yet Anna and Kite ended these evil demons as if they were farming common monsters. So strong. Black Flame's personal guards are awesome. They should both be fine gold rank. I've seen fine gold personal guards before, so I am certain that fine gold personal guards are definitely not that powerful. I'm willing to bet that the female summoner is dark gold rank. I doubt even super guilds have dark gold personal guards. It would be great if I had a personal guard like that. I'd have such an easier time grinding and raiding bosses. Keep dreaming. Do you know how much secret silver personal guards are selling for? Nobody will even sell them for 2 or 3 epic items. If there's a fine gold or dark gold personal guard on the market, even super guilds will do everything they can to get their hands on them. Once the crowd of players snapped out of their daze, they turned to look at Anna and Kite, who stood beside Surefoam with passionate gazes. They all felt a vicious jealousy tear at their hearts. The combat power Surefoam had displayed was indeed frightening. Even without a berserk skill, the man could go toe-to-toe with a great lord-ranked evil demon. Even experts like them dreamed of wielding that kind of power. However, compared to Shurfeng's strength, Anna and Kite's combat power was monstrous. This was especially true for Anna. Many of the players present were experts, and quite a few of these experts usually commanded their guild's dungeon raids. Hence, they recognized the factors that contributed to Shurfeng's victory over the mythic evil demon. The first factor was the Tier 4 magic scroll Surefoam had used to injure the mythic evil demon and significantly lower its combat power. Anna was the second factor. The Tier 3 Golden Giant Anna had played a vital role in tanking the mythic evil demon. Meanwhile, her summoned rock guardians had formed a magic array that had suppressed the mythic-ranked evil demon further. Without these two factors, Surefoam wouldn't have been able to defeat the mythic evil demon. After watching this battle, the spectating crowd realized how important personal guards truly were. Even if a player were weak, they could rise to prominence in God's domain as long as they had sufficiently strong personal guards. When the various adventurer team's members, in particular, saw Anna and Kite, they felt as if doors to an entirely new world had opened before them. Personal guards. Send the battle video to the commander immediately. With this, our Blazing Owl adventurer team will have a chance of becoming a top adventurer team in the future. The players from the various adventurer teams burst into action. Some players who commanded their own adventurer teams immediately ordered their members to do everything they could to find high-quality personal guards. Unlike large guilds, adventurer teams generally had very few members. As a result, these teams struggled when organizing dungeon raids. Large-sized adventurer teams with over 1,000 members might not face as much difficulty in this regard, but mid-sized adventurer teams like theirs, which only had several hundred members, even had trouble organizing raids for 50-man team dungeons. However, if they employed a capable personal guard, even a mysterious iron personal guard, it could help make up for the team's lack of manpower when raiding team dungeons. If they had a secret silver personal guard, they could even raid 100-man team dungeons. Then, they'd be able to obtain far better weapons and equipment for their adventurer team's members. These players now realized that personal guards played a crucial role in determining a mid-sized adventurer team's success. For a time, the various adventurer teams started a campaign to find powerful personal guards after watching Shurfeng's battle. As a result, personal guards' prices skyrocketed. Meanwhile, inside the Evil God's Branch Temple in ancient Rock City, Beast Emperor wore a gloomy expression as he stared at the magic water ball before him. How is this possible? As he read the report one of his subordinates had sent, he couldn't bring himself to believe its contents. He had dispatched over a dozen subordinates and hundreds of evil demons to operate his checkpoint, Yet Shifeng had killed everyone there. Even one of the only two remaining mythic evil demons had fallen to Shifeng's blade. Boss, why don't I lead some men to annihilate Zero Wing? Wind Hunter suggested from beside Beast Emperor. Although Zero Wing has set up a town near the primordial divine ruin, we can surround the town and prevent anyone from entering or leaving. If they summon another one of those divine magic dragons, we'll just pack up and run away. Once the dragon's duration ends, we can simply encircle the town again. All right, get it done. But as a precaution, you absolutely must not reveal yourself, Beast Emperor commanded with a nod. Boss, rest assured, I'll make sure Zero Wing's town is nothing more than a pile of ruin once its protection period ends, Wind Hunter said, laughing. He then turned and left the evil god's branch temple. Elsewhere, after Shifeng had annihilated the evil demons at the checkpoint, he made his way toward the primordial divine ruin. Players crowded the ruin, and even though a massive battle had taken place right outside of it, these players chatted and laughed merrily. Some players even hawked their wares here. However, far more players wandered around outside of the town, which had recently been established near the ruin, than those within the primordial divine ruin itself. All of these players examined Zero Wing's new town with curiosity and anticipation. As everyone watched, Shifeng rode his demonic flame, Tiger, towards the town that had the protection of level 100 NPC adventurers. Chapter 1728, Silverwing Town. Chapter 1728, Silverwing Town. Chapter 1728, Silverwing Town. As Shifeng set foot in the town, the patrolling NPCs didn't move to stop him. However, once he reached the town's guild residence, a middle-aged man in dark blue robes appeared before Shifeng. The logo of a silver sword had been embroidered on the chest of this man's robe. This middle-aged man was one of the senior administrators from White River City's Adventurers Association. Although the man was only Tier 2, he had reached level 150. Lord Protector, we have constructed your town according to your wishes. If there are no problems, please write its name on this town order, the NPC senior administrator said after approaching Shifeng. System, please name your town. If you fail to do so within 5 minutes, a name will be automatically generated. A name? Huh. After Shifeng accepted the town order and pondered for a short moment, he entered the name of his new town on the town order. Silverwing. Since there was already a Zero Wing city in Starmoon Kingdom, he couldn't name the town Zero Wing Town. Meanwhile, as this town developed as a neutral town, it would definitely become well known. Hence, to ensure that everyone knew that it belonged to Zero Wing, and to increase the guild's popularity, Shifeng decided to name the town based on Zero Wing's guild emblem, the silver six-winged emblem. System, naming successful. Your town is now Silverwing Town. Once Shifeng named his new town, the nearby players watching received a system notification. System, you have discovered Silverwing Town. When the surrounding players tried to inspect the town, a window popped up stating that the town belonged to Zero Wing and wasn't yet open to the public. Since the town wasn't open to the public, the town's NPC guards would kill any outsider that ventured too close. Sure enough, it really is Zero Wing's town. Zero Wing is set for life, with their town right next to the primordial divine ruin. Any guild or player that wants to explore the ruin will likely have to gather in Silverwing Town. Zero Wing's development will definitely soar now. I know, right? Aside from Silverwing Town, there isn't anywhere to rest near the primordial divine ruin. Zero Wing will make a fortune on the repair fees alone. For a time, the various large guilds and adventurer teams were truly jealous of Zero Wing. Many guilds had already shifted the focus of their development to neutral maps, and as a result, neutral towns had become astronomically valuable. This was even more true for a neutral town beside a primordial divine ruin. Silverwing Town's value could likely rival that of 4 or more ordinary neutral towns. Meanwhile, the scouts the various large guilds and adventurer teams had stationed to watch the new town beside the ruin immediately reported the latest development to their superiors. Silverwing Town? Cuttlefish, one of Crimson Emperor's elders, caressed his white beard as he looked at Silverwing Town from a short distance away. Uncle Cuttlefish, many guilds are trying to partner with Zero Wing right now. Should we send someone to contact the guild as well? A level 51, Tier 2 Berserker beside Cuttlefish asked. The Berserker wore dark red armor and carried a double-edged battle axe. No, let's wait for a while, Cuttlefish said, shaking his head. Although Zero Wing has built a town beside the primordial divine ruin, Beast Emperor isn't someone to be taken lightly. Moreover, this is a neutral map. There is simply too much profit involved with Silverwing Town. Even if Beast Emperor doesn't make a move, I doubt that the other superpowers will sit still. Whether or not Zero Wing can keep its town after the protection period is uncertain. Hearing Cuttlefish's thoughts, realization dawned on the Tier 2 Berserker. At the same time, a hint of pity also surfaced in his gaze as he looked at Silverwing Town. God's domain was a cruel place. In God's domain, holding a treasure without the power to protect, it was a sin. Although Zero Wing had shown the world its extraordinary strength, this kind of power was short-lived. Powerful tools couldn't be used indefinitely. Like Zero Wing, many such guilds had risen in the virtual gaming world in the past, and they had been incredibly successful, developing rapidly by using various means and resources. Unfortunately, due to their lack of a sturdy foundation, they had become a target for stronger forces, struck down before they could become a superpower. Whether or not Zero Wing protected Silverwing Town could be considered a test for the guild. Meanwhile, after Shurfeng entered Silverwing Town's guild residence, he began to set up the guild residence teleportation magic array. Once he finished and made teleportation to Silverwing Town via guild transfer scrolls possible, he instructed Aqua Rose to bring all of the architects he had requested and a large number of elite members to the town. When the group emerged from the guild residence, seeing Silverwing Town for the first time, they could not help but grow excited, especially the elite members. With Silverwing Town, they'd have a much easier time getting into the primordial divine ruin. After all, the town was so close to the ruin. Their guild would have a massive advantage over the other powers when contesting over entry slots. Even elite members like them might get the chance to enter the ruin, not to mention the guild's expert players. If they were lucky, they might even get to visit Primordial City. Guild leader, everyone's here. We can begin constructing the hotels and smithies right away, Aqua Rose excitedly reported as she walked up to Shurfeng. Although Zero Wing had earned quite a lot of coins through Zero Wing City, coins were only coins. A lot of coins didn't necessarily equate a lot of resources. Furthermore, Zero Wing's range of influence was much smaller than first-rate guilds and superpowers. This greatly limited the guild's ability to collect and purchase resources. However, Zero Wing now had Silverwing Town, with a treasure trove of resources like the primordial divine ruin right beside the town. Zero Wing would have a much easier time acquiring the resources it needed. Most importantly, players had long since passed the Stoneclaw Mountains level range. As a result, Stone Forest Town's popularity had started to wane. Nowadays, Stone Forest Town's development was entirely reliant on its battle arena and advanced auction house. Its ability to collect resources was growing weaker. The rise of Silverwing Town just so happens to make up for this flaw. Good. Shurfeng nodded approvingly. following which Shi Feng arranged the basic and intermediate architects to start constructing the town's hotels and smithies. As for the advanced architects, he had them stay behind. As the advanced architects wondered what special task Shi Feng had in store for them, Shi Feng revealed the magic tower design he had obtained from the lost town in the Boneless Land. Seeing the design, the eyes of the advanced architects glowed with excitement and surprise. Even Aqua Rose was dazed when she saw the design. She was very familiar with the magic tower's power. It was thanks to the magic tower that Stone Forest Town had developed to its current state. However, the magic tower design was a consumable, and each design only allowed players to build 5 magic towers. Unfortunately, Zero Wing had expended all 5 of its last design's uses. Although they had done their best to find another magic tower design, their search hadn't borne fruit thus far. Even the various super guilds struggled to find one for themselves, yet Shi Feng had just revealed a new magic tower design. Your task this time is to complete the magic tower's foundations. I'll handle the core manufacturing personally, Shi Feng said as he glanced at the dozens of advanced architects before him. Guild leader, may I know how many magic towers we'll be building in Silverwing Town? An advanced architect asked curiously. We're building all 5, Shi Feng said. The players before Shi Feng gasped, and even Aqua Rose stared at her guild leader with wide eyes. These were magic towers they were talking about. Even one magic tower was enough to forge a popular battle arena. They had only constructed 3 magic towers in Stone Forest Town to protect the town from invasion. Spending a full magic tower design on Silverwing Town was simply extravagant. Chapter 1729, Building Up Silverwing Town. Chapter 1729, Building Up Silverwing Town. Chapter 1729, Building Up Silverwing Town. Guild leader, both the battle arenas in Stone Forest Town and Zero Wing City are crowded with players right now. If we split some of these magic towers to our other locations, we'll definitely increase our profit margins from both battle arenas. Silverwing Town is only basic rank right now. It can only accommodate so many players at a time. It wouldn't be wise to build all 5 magic towers here, Aqua Rose advised. Moreover, concentrating all of our resources in a single location won't be good for the guild's development. If we share some with the Branch Guild and the Black Dragon Empire, developing Snow's side will proceed far more smoothly. Zero Wing was the #1 guild in Starmoon Kingdom, but that wasn't the case in the Black Dragon Empire. Not only did the Empire have plenty of large guilds, but it also had more than enough first-rate guilds. The competition between guilds in the Empire was intense. Although large-scale guild wars weren't frequent, small skirmishes involving teams of hundreds occurred almost daily. If Zero Wing wished to increase its influence in the Empire, it would have to get involved in even more skirmishes. Meanwhile, this would no doubt increase the guild's expenditure. After fighting in multiple and consecutive large-scale wars, Zero Wing had exhausted most of its savings. Unlike other kingdoms and empires' various large guilds, Zero Wing no longer had a reserve of funds and resources it could rely on to develop steadily. The situation in the Black Dragon Empire was much more stable than in Starmoon Kingdom. Aside from small skirmishes, the guilds in the Empire didn't really encounter a lot of problems in their development. As a result, guilds there developed much quicker than the guilds in Starmoon Kingdom. The Empire's guild players had much higher equipment level and quality than that of Starmoon Kingdom's guild players. Many of the Empire's guild experts had also begun challenging their Tier 2 promotion quests. In fact, the first-rate guilds there had even started raiding level 50 super large-scale team dungeons. There's no need for that right now. Silverwing Town takes precedence over everything. When we have enough resources, try to build as many defense turrets in the town as possible, Shi Feng said shaking his head. While Silverwing Town has already been established, it's still uncertain if Zero Wing can actually defend it. Although there were plenty of resources available in the Black Dragon Empire, the Orc Empire's primordial divine ruin was much more important. It might be a different story if the Orc Empire's primordial divine ruin was an ordinary one, but housing a passage to Primordial City increased its value by several times. Stone Forest Town couldn't compare to Silverwing Town's potential value. Previously, Stone Forest Town had only managed to attract so many players because the Stoneclaw Mountains turned into a regional dungeon. After players reached level 50, the Stoneclaw Mountains weren't accessible to them. However, a primordial divine ruin that was connected to Primordial City would never fall behind the times. Even superpowers had gone all out to monopolize primordial divine ruins with a pathway to Primordial City. This was because Primordial City offered quite a bit of help to players as they challenged their promotion quests. Although players received less help from Primordial City as they reached higher tiers, as long as the city was even the slightest bit helpful, it was still extremely valuable. The various superpowers had yet to realize the true value of Primordial City. They merely treated it as a source of combat techniques and some other valuable resources. Hence, they still held a wait-and-see attitude in regard to Silverwing Town. Once they discovered Primordial City's true value, however, they would do everything they could to obtain Silverwing Town. Beast Emperor would be the least of Zero Wing's worries. Zero Wing needed to strengthen Silverwing Town to the best of its abilities. Aqua Rose gawked at Shurfeng's reply. She felt that Shurfeng was simply insane. Not only did he want to build 5 magic towers in Silverwing Town, but he even planned on constructing a large number of defense turrets. Was he trying to turn Silverwing Town into a fortress? If the other guild upper echelons found out, they would definitely curse Shurfeng's wasteful behavior. Seeing as Shurfeng had no intention of changing his mind, Aqua Rose gave up on persuading him and started designating work for the basic and intermediate architects. As Silverwing Town had just recently been built, aside from some basic constructions and a few wandering NPCs, the town had practically nothing in it. Fortunately, Aqua Rose had brought over 600 basic and intermediate architects with her this time, and since they only had to build basic constructions, their building speed was extremely fast. The players observing Silverwing Town from afar quickly discovered the emergence of bars, hotels, smithies, restaurants, and shops in the town's empty spaces one after another. When they saw the smithies in the town, their eyes glowed with excitement. Although they could obtain a lot of resources and contribution points from fighting in the Orc Empire, fighting the Empire's monsters put an unprecedented burden on their weapons and equipment. At most, their weapons could last through one day of grinding. Despite the Orc Empire being such a large map, guilds had only captured 4 towns thus far. Moreover, all 4 of the guild towns were in the Empire's outer area. If they wanted a fruitful harvest, they needed to grind in the neutral map's inner area at the very least. A round trip between the Empire's inner and outer areas took over 10 hours, even on a mount. During the trip, there was even a risk of encountering a mid-sized or large-sized Orc patrol squad. If a team came across such a patrol squad, it would either get annihilated or suffer severe losses. On the other hand, not only was Silverwing Town located right beside the primordial divine ruin, but it was also close to the Empire's inner area. Even if they couldn't enter the primordial divine ruin, they could travel into the Orc Empire's inner area via Silverwing Town. Shurfeng reached the guild hall's first underground floor. Standing inside the magic array carved in the center of the floor, Shurfeng took out the hero's chapter to summon Craig Midlands. Originally, Shurfeng had intended to use this hero's chapter on Zero Wing City. However, to increase Silverwing Town's security, he decided to use it on his newly acquired town instead. He placed the hero's chapter on the magic array's core and started chanting the activation sequence. System. Discovered specified heroes chapter. Do you wish to pay 3,000 magic crystal to summon the specified hero? 3,000 crystals. How fraudulent! Sherfong was astonished by the price. Even during his previous life, the most expensive specified hero he summoned only cost 1,000 magic crystals. However, that wasn't the worst part. After all, to the current Zero Wing, 3,000 magic crystals was nothing at all. It was a different story if this was the cost of summoning a hero via a hero's chapter. After players summoned a hero, they had to pay half the summoning cost every day to maintain the hero's mana body. In other words, after summoning Craig Midlands, he would have to pay 1,500 magic crystals every day to maintain the hero's existence. This price was the equivalent of 3 magic towers' operating cost. In the end, however, Sherfong gritted his teeth and chose to proceed with the summoning. Immediately, 3,000 magic crystals vanished from Sherfeng's bag space. The mana inside the guild hall rapidly gathered in the magic array, visibly condensing into white mist. The mist further condensed into liquid mana, which gradually on a human form. Once the human form was complete, the liquid mana released a blinding glow. The hero's chapter, which hovered above the magic array, transformed into lines of divine, runes that merged with the liquid mana. Once the divine runes had fully merged with the liquid mana, the blinding glow dissipated. When Sherfong opened his eyes again, he saw a middle-aged man before him. The middle-aged man was clad in white robes and wore a golden crown. He also wielded a purple-gold crystalline staff. Taking a closer look, Sherfong noticed white mist made of mana circulating the middle-aged man's body. It was as if the elemental mana within the floor had submitted to this middle-aged man and moved at the man's will. So, this is the magic King Craig Midlands? Sherfong could feel that even if he had the attributes of a level 66 tier 3 player right now, he was still insignificant before the level 66 tier 3 Magic King. Before Sherfong could inspect Craig Midlands' attribute panel, he received a series of system announcements. Chapter 1730, Magic King's Ability. Chapter 1730, Magic King's Ability. Chapter 1730, Magic King's Ability. Inside the silent guild hall, Sherfong could not help but be stunned when he looked at the system announcements he just received. System announcement. The Orc King has obtained the Iron Blood Staff and unified the various Orc tribes, activating the regional dungeon Orc capital city. System announcement. The Orc Empire has begun its invasion of its neighboring countries and constructed many teleportation war fortresses. System announcement. The Orc Empire has joined the Dark Alliance. The Orc Empire is now classified as a glory battlefield. Sherfong wasn't the only person shocked by the appearance of these 3 system announcements. The players residing within the Orc Empire and its neighboring countries were all stunned by these sudden announcements. A regional dungeon, fortresses, and a glory battlefield is the system trying to turn the entire Orc Empire into a war zone. Sherfong could not help but frown as he studied the contents of the system announcements. First of all, the Orc capital city. The quantity and quality of resources available inside a regional dungeon located in a neutral map were far better than what regional dungeons located within kingdoms and empires could offer. Not to mention, the Orc capital city was an Azura mode regional dungeon. Setting aside the quality of the weapons and equipment one could obtain from it, just the magic crystals one could get there would make it a target of competition for the various large guilds. Moreover, the Orc capital city's level limit started from level 50 and ended at level 100. A regional dungeon that covered such a wide level range was extremely rare in God's domain. In the future, the large guilds would definitely contest fiercely for the Orc capital city. Aside from the regional dungeon, the teleportation war fortresses would most likely become a fuse that would ignite a war between the major powers as well. The Orc capital city was located in the core area of the Orc Empire. Just traveling from the outer area to the core area would most likely require dozens of hours. However, the teleportation war fortresses could shorten this travel time to just a few seconds. This was possible because of the teleportation arrays set up in these fortresses, which could teleport players to anywhere within their range, just like the 4 towers of elements. These fortresses were scattered around the inner and outer areas of the Orc Empire. As long as players could capture these fortresses from the Orcs, they could directly teleport to the core area of the Empire, possibly even to somewhere close to the Orc capital city. For this reason, the various large guilds would definitely do everything they could to capture these war fortresses. Aggravating the situation in the Orc Empire even more, the Orc Empire had actually joined the Dark Alliance. With this, not only could players belonging to the Dark Forces move about fearlessly within the Orc Empire, but they would even receive help from the Orc Empire itself. Moreover, now that the entire Orc Empire had been classified as a glory battlefield, dark players and normal players would be after each other's necks constantly inside the Orc Empire. The reason for this was the glory points that players would earn from killing players of the opposing faction. Meanwhile, these glory points could be used not only to exchange for top-tier equipment, but also to obtain battlefield titles. These battlefield titles were much more valuable than any weapon or equipment. In fact, they could even aid players in their promotions. Hence, whenever a glory battlefield appeared, a festival of blood would ensue and continue until one side was completely defeated. Moreover, the losing faction would have to pay a very steep price. Due to these reasons, both factions would usually fight with everything they had. As Sure Fong tried to process all these sudden developments, his head ached. The appearance of an Azura mode regional dungeon should have been a good thing. However, the timing of the dungeon's appearance only served to further boost the value of Silverwing Town in the eyes of the various major powers. To make matters worse, even the Dark Forces were intervening in the affairs of the Orc Empire, throwing the Empire into even greater turmoil. If Zero Wing was not careful, it was very likely to fall victim to the struggles of the various major powers. At this moment, Sure Fong wasn't the only person troubled by this sudden turn of events. After finding out about the changes made to the Orc Empire, the upper echelons of many large guilds also held emergency meetings to discuss how to deal with this situation. Meanwhile, the dark guilds and dark players hiding within the different kingdoms and empires all grew ecstatic upon receiving the system announcements. Their time had finally come. Although neutral maps were not restricted by any kingdom or empire, they still weren't friendly to the dark forces. Dark players would have a much more inconvenient time leveling up in neutral maps than normal players. However, now that the Orc Empire had joined the Dark Alliance, the entire empire became the territory of dark players. They would have a much easier time moving in the Orc Empire than in other NPC kingdoms and empires. In fact, they could even teleport directly into the Orc Empire. Moreover, they also wouldn't have to keep sneaking around and hiding their identities in the Orc Empire, as the Orcs were now their allies. Now, they could not only kill other players in such a favorable environment, but also earn glory points in doing so. The Orc Empire was basically heaven to dark players like them right now. Even if some independent dark players were not particularly interested in this matter, the various dark guilds would definitely exploit this situation to the fullest. After all, this was a good chance for dark guilds to develop themselves. Wonderful! This is an excellent opportunity for our guild to establish a town. Ha ha! The era of dark players is finally here. For a time, countless dark players swarmed towards the Orc Empire. Ancient Rock City, Evil God's Branch Temple. After finding out about the latest changes of God's domain, Beast Emperor was also beaming with joy. Although the evil God's temple had no allies in God's domain, that did not mean he could not take advantage of this sudden development. There was a saying, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." With the various large guilds and dark players at loggerheads, he could cooperate with the dark players to deal with Zero Wing. Doing so would allow him to exact his revenge and destroy Silverwing Town, as well as accelerate the collection of enough contribution points to hasten the invasion of Starmoon Kingdom. Wind, get in touch with the dark guilds in the different kingdoms and empires and tell them that I have a proposition for them. Beast Emperor said, chuckling wickedly. Understood. Wind Hunter nodded. He then ordered his subordinates in the Purple Thorns Empire to arrange for a meeting with the upper echelons of the various dark guilds. Meanwhile, inside the first underground floor of Zero Wing's Guild Hall in Silverwing Town, Shi Feng had recollected himself and returned his attention to Craig Midlands. Craig Midlands, hero, great lord, wizard saint, level 66, HP 36, 000, 000/36, 000, growth potential 96. As one of the 32 pillars, Craig Midlands had completed the God's Trial and gained the recognition of ancient gods for his achievements and strength. He possessed not only immense power, but also some abilities that other heroes did not. In the past, the hero Shi Feng summoned using the Specified Heroes chapter he obtained had only one ability. Nonetheless, Craig Midlands had two of such special abilities. The first ability was called Hero's Glory, which facilitated the recruitment of powerful NPC soldiers for the town Craig Midlands was residing in. The second ability was called Magic Strengthening, which temporarily strengthened the weapons and equipment used by the NPC guards, improving their combat power significantly. Looking at these two abilities, Shi Feng finally understood why exactly Craig Midlands was so powerful. It was no wonder the Magic King could easily defend a large city and become an existence that even the various superpowers were helpless against. Just the effects of Hero's Glory could already bring immense benefits to the town or city Craig Midlands protected, not to mention the ability to strengthen the NPC guards there. Every guild town and city could recruit only a limited number of NPC soldiers. Hence, raising the quality of NPC soldiers was important. However, doing so was extremely difficult. The Magic King's ability to directly increase the combat power of NPC soldiers was simply absurd. Immediately, Shi Feng assigned Craig Midlands as Silverwing Town's magistrate. Now, not only did the NPC have authorities similar to Shi Feng's, but the Magic King could also recruit and manage NPC soldiers on his own. Shi Feng had given Craig the highest possible authority an NPC could have in a guild town. Just as Shi Feng was about to have Craig start recruiting NPC soldiers, Aqua Rose suddenly sent him a message. The contents of the message were straightforward. The foundations of the 5 magic towers have already been completed. Only the cores are missing now. They're done already? Sure enough, having advanced architects construct the magic towers is much better. Shi Feng felt a little surprised as he read the message. However, after giving the matter some thought, he found it reasonable. Constructing the foundations of the magic tower was a joke that even basic architects could handle with ease, not to mention advanced architects. With dozens of advanced architects working together, it was only natural that they completed the task so quickly. Following which, Shi Feng had the Magic King take independent action. As for himself, he left the guild residence and hurried to the magic towers in Silverwing Town. Chapter 1731, Taking Shape. Chapter 1731, Taking Shape. Chapter 1731, Taking Shape. After leaving the guild residence and entering the street outside, Feng noticed that Silverwing Town looked much more like a proper town than before. Many new buildings decorated the town now. Even the 5-story tall shop meant for the candlelight trading firm had already been constructed. Now, all that shop needed was a link up with the other shops owned by Candlelight and products to be put up for sale. Once that was done, Candlelight would be able to start doing business officially in Silverwing Town. Due to Silverwing Town having already reached a certain scale, the number of NPCs wandering about its streets had also increased. Now, the patrolling NPC adventurers and Zero Wings members weren't the only ones filling the streets. Moreover, Feng even noticed a few mercenary NPCs wearing tattered armor walking towards Zero Wings' residence, possibly drawn by the Magic King. Although these NPCs looked destitute, when Feng used Omniscient Eyes to inspect them, he discovered that even the weakest among them was a level 70 Tier 2 NPC. Normally, a recently established town would be fortunate to attract Tier 1 NPCs to become soldiers. Majority of the NPCs applying to garrison the town would only be at the elite standard. As for Tier 2 NPCs, those were basically impossible to find. Yet now, 3 Tier 2 NPCs were showing interest in becoming soldiers in Silverwing Town. For comparison, Zero Wing City had only a few hundred Tier 2 soldiers guarding it even until now. Although the 3 NPCs Feng spotted were not particularly high-leveled, they were more than enough to deal with current players. Besides, NPC soldiers leveled up much more quickly than players. It's no wonder people were saying that a powerful hero could give rise to a city. When Feng looked at the 3 Tier 2 NPCs, he could not help but recall the first-rate guilds that owned powerful heroes in the past. Although the funds and resources of those first-rate guilds were far from comparable to what super first-rate guilds and super guilds had, due to them obtaining powerful heroes, the defensive capability of their cities was not one bit lower than that of cities operated by superpowers. Back then, even super guilds had trouble taking action against cities defended by powerful heroes. Only after acquiring Tier 6 players were super guilds able to deal with those cities easily. The reason for this was the strength of a hero not being limited to just themselves. Powerful heroes were also capable of recruiting powerful and talented NPCs to become soldiers of the cities they protected. In the past, the cities protected by such powerful heroes had plenty of its soldiers promoted to Tier 3, with some even reaching Tier 4. Buffed by the city's defensive magic array, these NPCs were capable of exhibiting extremely frightening combat power. Without an absolute advantage, trying to capture such a city was practically impossible. After walking a short while, Feng arrived at the edge of Silverwing Town. Currently, a large number of architects could be seen demolishing the old walls of the town and building new ones in their place. Although the town's original walls had some defensive properties, they were useless against attacks at the Tier 2 standard and above. The new walls being built, however, could stop even Tier 3 attacks. Moreover, they possessed much higher durability as well as resistance to siege weapons. They also had an added effect that prevented players from crossing over them from above. For a neutral town, such walls were a must-have defensive measure. However, the cost of constructing these new walls was not cheap, a minimum of 10,000 gold for the entire perimeter of Silverwing Town. If not for Zero Wing having a money-printing machine like Zero Wing City generating large amounts of coins every minute, the guild couldn't have afforded to construct these new walls in addition to the various hotels, bars, smithies, and restaurants. If a first-rate guild were tasked with managing Silverwing Town, the guild would be fortunate to get the basic facilities up and running. After all, the total cost of constructing Silverwing Town and the basic facilities in it was already close to 120,000 gold. This was a huge sum of money even for current super first-rate guilds, not to mention first-rate guilds. However, this was only a small part of the necessary investments into Silverwing Town. Zero Wing still needed to construct a battle arena as well as multiple defensive structures. Those things cost a lot more money to build than hotels and smithies. Meanwhile, standing at the four corners of Silverwing Town were 4 magic towers, as well as one more magic tower located close to the town's main entrance. Guild leader, several superpowers have already contacted us. They say they're willing to partner with us as long as we hand over 50% of Silverwing Town's shares, as well as allow them to build a guild residence in the town. In return, they'll help us fend off Beast Emperor's attacks in addition to investing 200,000 gold for the fortification of Silverwing Town's defenses, Aqua Rose reported when she saw Shifeng approaching her. 50%? Every superpower is asking for this price? Shifeng asked curiously. He was not particularly surprised by the fact that the various superpowers were offering to invest in Silverwing Town. After all, such situations frequently occurred during his previous life. In the past, many first-rate guilds had, fortunately, come across a town-building order, but lacked the strength to safeguard the town they built in a neutral map. In the end, these first-rate guilds would choose to partner with a superpower. The first reason for partnering with a superpower was to protect the town. The second reason was to free up more funds for the development of their own guilds. They would not have to sink everything they had into their neutral towns. MHM. Although there are slight differences in their offers, they have all stated that the 50% shares are a must, Aqua Rose replied, nodding. I've already tried negotiating with them on this point, but they all are of the opinion that we won't be able to hold Silverwing Town against Beast Emperor. After factoring in the latest system announcements, they are even more unwilling to budge on this point. We've also just received news that Beast Emperor has managed to add another large batch of evil demons, evil beasts, and independent players to his forces. Right now, these forces are already making their way towards Silverwing Town from Ancient Rock City. By the looks of it, Beast Emperor really plans on duking it out with us. What a bunch of old foxes. Shifeng could not help but chuckle upon hearing Aqua Rose's reply. Do they really think that Zero Wing needs their help against Beast Emperor? Ignore those superpowers for now. All we need to do at the moment is have Zero Wing City's elite and expert members come over to Silverwing Town to develop themselves. If Beast Emperor sends any mythic monsters at us, have Cola and the others deal with them. Understood. I'll have them transfer over as soon as possible, Aqua Rose said, nodding. They might not have any way of dealing with the evil beasts and evil demons out in the fields, but none of those monsters should even think of approaching Silverwing Town with its 5 magic towers. Even if Beast Emperor sent a mythic monster at Silverwing Town, their side had Cola and many other Tier 2 players who wielded Tier 3 mana weapons. Including the buff from the magic towers, Cola, and the others should have no problem going up against mythic monsters. After Shifeng was done speaking, he entered the closest magic tower and immediately began carving the magic circuits necessary for operating it. The magic circuits were formed using advanced magic arrays. For other players, this was a very difficult and time-consuming task. For Shifeng, who had already become a master magician, however, he could easily complete the necessary advanced magic arrays and connect them into a functioning magic circuit, all by himself. Within 5 minutes, Shifeng was done engraving the magic circuit for 1 magic tower. After spending about an hour running around, visiting the 5 magic towers, he was finally done engraving the core magic circuits of the magic towers. Good. Activate all magic towers simultaneously, Shifeng commanded as he stood inside the magic tower located behind the town's main entrance. Immediately, Aqua Rose and other members of the guild's upper echelon, who were stationed inside the other 4 magic towers, activated their respective magic towers. Suddenly, The gigantic crystal atop each magic tower released a dark blue glow. A pillar of light then shot up into the air from each crystal. In the next moment, the towering light pillars split apart and formed light blue barriers that enveloped the entire Silverwing town. The instant the barriers formed by the 5 magic towers came into contact with each other, the barriers immediately took on a darker shade. By the time the barriers of the 5 magic towers fully merged with each other, a dark blue translucent dome had formed around the entire Silverwing town. The spectacular scene was visible even to players over at the Primordial Divine Ruin. What's going on? What's happening in Silverwing town? Everyone present at the Primordial Divine Ruin was dumbfounded as they looked at the dark blue dome covering Silverwing town because they could feel the density of the mana around them actually increasing gradually. Chapter 1732, The Effect of 5 Magic Towers. Chapter 1732, The Effect of 5 Magic Towers. Chapter 1732, The Effect of 5 Magic Towers. Silverwing Town's sudden transformation immediately attracted the attention of the various major powers at the Primordial Divine Ruin. What's going on with Silverwing Town? It's actually causing such a powerful mana drain. Cuttlefish, who was observing Zero Wing's newly built town from an open-air restaurant in the Primordial Divine Ruin, was filled with confusion. Although Silverwing Town appeared to be located right beside the Primordial Divine Ruin, in reality, over 1,000 yards separated the two locations. Despite the distance, the commotion in Silverwing Town affected even the Primordial Divine Ruin. If the rise in mana density in the Primordial Divine Ruin was already so remarkable, what about inside Silverwing Town? After thinking up to this point, Cuttlefish could not help but shudder. Nowadays, the understanding that superpowers had towards the effects of mana density was different from before. After conducting extensive research in libraries and live experiments, they had already discovered just how valuable locations with high mana density were. Areas with high mana concentrations did not only help players maintain a calm mind, allowing them to display greater combat power in return, but also accelerated the recovery of players' stamina and concentration. This situation enabled players to practice their combat techniques for extended periods without having to worry about running out of stamina and concentration. Meanwhile, the execution of combat techniques was different from that of spells and skills. In the case of spells and skills, one could activate them properly so long as the general movements were correct. In the case of combat techniques, however, one's movements needed to be extremely precise. Otherwise, the combat technique would do more harm than good to the user. In short, the difficulty of executing a combat technique was much greater than activating skills and spells. One required arduous practice just to learn to execute a combat technique properly. Hence, if one wished to practice a combat technique efficiently, having an environment that boosted stamina and concentration regeneration was a must. Uncle Cuttlefish, a report just came in from our scouts. It seems Zero Wing has constructed magic towers in Silverwing Town. Moreover, the guild built 5 magic towers. In one go, a crimson-armored Tier 2 berserker standing beside Cuttlefish reported. 5 magic towers? Did they see correctly? Cuttlefish revealed a stunned expression when he heard this. For a moment, he even wondered if he had misheard. It's true. They've sent a video recording. There are indeed 5 magic towers in the town. The Tier 2 berserker replied, a bitter smile appearing on his face. He, too, had hoped that there was a mistake in the report. However, after watching the video recording, he couldn't deny this fact even if he wanted to. How is this possible? Cuttlefish's complexion darkened as he watched the video recording the Tier 2 berserker forwarded to him. Wasn't it stated that each magic tower design allowed the construction of only 5 magic towers? At this point in time, The various large guilds were no longer strangers to the Magic Tower. After the first Magic Tower appeared in Stone Forest Town, the various large guilds had fervently searched for information about it, especially since the Magic Tower's existence allowed Stone Forest Town to become the #1 town in Starmoon Kingdom. In addition, as an advanced defensive construction, the Magic Tower provided the town with considerable defensive power. Even until now, the Crimson Emperor Guild had yet to build a single magic tower. Nevertheless, 5 magic towers had now appeared in Silverwing Town simultaneously. This was simply unbelievable. With these 5 magic towers, Silverwing Town's defensive power had increased significantly. Even if Beast Emperor wanted to destroy Silverwing Town, he would face an uphill struggle to do so. Not to mention, with the drastically heightened mana density, Silverwing Town's popularity among players would definitely increase even further. While inside a neutral map, players' stamina and concentration depleted very quickly, and even if they returned to an NPC town or city to recover, a full recovery would take quite a long time. Meanwhile, the increased mana density would significantly shorten the amount of time needed for players to recover, granting players more time to grind and do quests. One could just imagine how attractive Silverwing Town would be to the players trying to develop in the Orc Empire. With this, Crimson Emperor would also have much greater difficulty in acquiring the shares of Silverwing Town. At this moment, besides Cuttlefish of Crimson Emperor, members of the other superpowers present in the primordial divine ruin were also frowning at this situation. Damn it! Just where did Zero Wing obtain another magic tower design from? The upper echelons of the various superpowers were filled with envy as they looked at the 5 magic towers of Silverwing Town. Right now, even a fool could tell that Silverwing Town had a promising future ahead of it. News about Silverwing Town having 5 magic towers spread like wildfire. For a time, the expert players that had been hesitating over developing themselves in the Orc Empire started migrating to the Empire in large numbers. Meanwhile, inside Silverwing Town, so this is the effect of having 5 magic towers in a single town. Shurfeng was a little surprised as he felt the density of the ambient mana. He also noticed an additional buff appearing in his status window. Spirited State. If you remain in this state for 5 hours, your EXP gain will increase by 30% for 1 hour. If you remain in this state for 10 hours, your EXP gain will increase by 30% for 2 hours. Shurfeng's eyes glowed when he read the description of this buff. Moreover, aside from this additional buff, the 5 magic towers also received a boost to their attack range, their defensive radius now covering 6,000 yards. Shurfeng had never imagined that constructing 5 magic towers in a single town would bring such bonuses. This was his first time learning about such a matter. However, this was also a reasonable situation. After all, magic towers were incredibly precious. This was true even after 10 years had passed in God's domain. In his previous life, the various superpowers would split the magic towers they had to as many towns as possible. Even in important towns and cities, they would construct 3 magic towers at most. Nobody had been willing to spend an entire magic tower design on a single location. If the various large guilds in his previous life had found out that there was such a benefit from constructing 5 magic towers in a single location, most likely every guild that acquired a magic tower design would spend it entirely on a single town or city. After all, in Stone Forest Town, one needed to stay in a hotel to acquire this Spirited State buff. Yet now, just being inside Silverwing Town granted players the buff. Only, the effects of the buff were inferior to the one gained by staying in Stone Forest Town's hotels, as the 30% increased EXP gain lasted only 2 hours. Even so, this buff was still extremely valuable. Now that such a benefit was available for free, the number of players willing to visit Silverwing Town would definitely increase even further. Most likely, the town would be able to develop into an intermediate town within a short period. Afterward, Surephone called out Silverwing Town's system interface and allowed access to non-guild members. Quick, look, Silverwing Town is now open to the public. Some observers quickly noticed the change in the town's status. Suddenly, countless players swarmed into the town. I'm in a spirited state. What's going on? Is this a joke? We can accumulate 2 hours of increased EXP gain buff just by staying inside Silverwing Town. All hail Zero Wing. The players that entered Silverwing Town could not help but gape in shock when they looked at their status windows. Originally, Silverwing Town was already a very attractive location for players. After all, it not only boasted a higher mana density than even Stone Forest Town, but was also located right beside the primordial divine ruin. Now that players could even gain the spirited state buff just by being in the town, Silverwing Town was basically heaven for players. Within just a few minutes of opening to the public, Silverwing Town's player population had already shot past 100,000. Moreover, this number continued to skyrocket. The player population would most likely zoom past 200,000 before the hour was over. Guild Leader. We detected a large number of players and evil beasts heading in our direction through the magic towers. Many among these players are dark players. By the looks of it, they are planning to camp outside the primordial divine ruin and start a war of attrition with us, Aqua Rose said, frowning as she looked at the approaching evil beasts and dark players through the crystal ball of a magic tower. Beast Emperor Shore is persistent. Surephone could not help but chuckle as he looked at the images Aqua Rose sent him. Since that is the case, if they dare come close to the primordial divine ruin, make sure to give them a proper greeting using the magic towers. Chapter 1733, Earth-Shattering Blow. Chapter 1733, Earth-Shattering Blow. Chapter 1733, Earth-Shattering Blow. A large group of evil demons and evil beasts, easily over 50,000 in total, had set up camp in the wilderness outside of the primordial divine ruin. This particular group also included some cloaked players, which all radiated killing intent. Just looking at these players could make one shiver. Some of these players didn't even bother with black cloaks to hide their identities, revealing the black IDs above their heads. It was obvious that these players had slain a frightening number of players. They were definitely not ordinary expert players. All of these players were very well geared. Despite recently reaching level 50, over half of their equipment consisted of level 50 mysterious iron and secret silver equipment. These pieces were definitely among the best available at this stage of the game. Wind, I'll say this first. The Crimson Horn Guild will only help you kill Zero Wings members. We won't be taking the initiative to attack and turn ourselves into cannon fodder. A tall, robust man carrying 2 short swords from his waist indifferently told the phantom of a person beside him. Relax. As long as Zero Wings members leave Silverwing Town, my evil demons and evil beasts will attack them immediately. All you and your men need to do is find an opportunity to kill them. However, don't forget, my goal involves more than making them lose a single level, Wind Hunter reminded the man. He hadn't only chosen to work with Crimson Horn because it was a famous dark guild in the Dark Knight Empire. He had also chosen the guild due to its production of a particular type of poison. This poison was called Soul Devourer and would be applied to a player's weapons. When these coated weapons were used to kill a player, the poison would corrode the player's soul, and depending on how much poison was applied, the victims could lose up to 3 levels before entering a weakened state. During this weakened period, players could not level up. In return for Crimson Horn's assistance, the Evil God's Temple would help the Dark Guild's members grind glory points and accumulate battlefield titles. Leave this to us. As long as we slay Zero Wings members, I guarantee that they will need some time to recover their strength, the indifferent man said confidently. If there weren't so many guilds here, I'd love to fight Zero Wings peak experts. I've heard that their combat standards are quite good, and every item they wear is a treasure. However, by the looks of it, that doesn't seem possible. Saying so, the indifferent man turned to the 6 cloaked players behind him. He wasn't pleased that he couldn't see their appearances. These 6 players would be responsible for dealing with Zero Wings peak experts in the upcoming battle. Although these 6 people were dark players, they did not belong to a dark guild. Rather, they were members of an adventurer team called Dark Hunters. The adventurer team was quite famous in the Dark Knight Empire, and not even Crimson Horn avoided provoking the team. The Dark Hunters adventurer team consisted of monstrous players, and every member was a dark player. Not long ago, the Dark Hunters had dispatched a 20-man team to annihilate the first-rate guild, Tyrant Emperor's main force. Said force had included 1,000 players. Among the Dark Hunters' 20-man team, 8 were Tier 2 players who had absurd combat standards and basic attributes. Even Star Harvester, Tyrant Emperor's guild leader, and a level 51 Tier 2 assassin had died in the battle. Naturally, a Tier 2 assassin possessed much stronger life-saving skills than a Tier 1 assassin. Even 5 Tier 2 experts working together should not be able to stop a Tier 2 assassin's escape, yet Star Harvest had still been killed. Moreover, a single player from the Dark Hunters had accomplished the deed. The strength the Dark Hunters had displayed had thoroughly shocked the Dark Knight Empire. Star Harvester wasn't some ordinary expert. He was a refinement realm expert who ranked 305th on the God's Domain experts list. Not even ordinary refinement realm experts stood a chance against him. Yet, the Dark Hunters had killed him. Even before the battle with Tyrant Emperor, the Dark Hunters had created many frightening battle records. Only, these battle records had been carried out in secret, unknown to the various large guilds. The adventure team's accomplishments included the assassination of Crimson Horn's guild leader, Crimson Ghost. This was also why Crimson Ghost wasn't happy to see the 6 Dark Hunters members. In Crimson Ghost's opinion, the players from the Dark Hunters were inhuman, and he hadn't reached this conclusion just because of their monstrous strength. Rather, this opinion was based on the appearance they took on when they activated their true power. When they used their true power, they lost their human form, transforming into true monsters. They also used different combat methods than players like himself. Every one of the 6 players that had been sent from the Dark Hunters was a Tier 2 player. Even without the help of the evil demons and evil beasts, these 6 players were more than enough to deal with Zero Wings main force members. Since everyone's all here, we'll proceed with the next phase of our plan. First, we'll set up an encirclement around the Primordial Divine Ruin and Silverwing Town, but make sure you stay a safe distance away from the town. We estimate that those magic towers have a maximum attack range of around 1,500 yards. Do not enter that range. We won't be responsible for your deaths. Hearing Windhunter's warning, the various dark players nodded their heads. War weapons were no laughing matter. The magic tower's attacks possessed power at the peak of Tier 3. Moreover, the attacks had very large ranges. Unless one used an invulnerability skill or spell, no player at this stage of the game could block an attack from a war weapon and survive. No, there was one player who could block an attack from war weapon like the magic tower, but none of these dark players believed that they had the strength to rival Black Flame. When Windhunter finished speaking, the present players went into action. Windhunter then organized his evil demons and evil beasts to surround the Primordial Divine Ruin and Silverwing Town. Shortly after the evil demons and evil beasts began to move, the players in the Primordial Divine Ruin discovered their advance. There are so many evil demons and evil beasts. That should be at least 50,000, right? Is Beast Emperor launching another assault? The crowd at the Primordial Divine Ruin gulped when they saw the approaching evil beast and evil demon army. Although they knew that Beast Emperor only planned to target Zero Wing, they couldn't help their growing fear and anxiety as they watched the monsters draw near. Good, they're finally here. When the various superpowers' upper echelons saw the evil demons and evil beasts, their moods considerably brightened. Let's see how Zero Wing maintains its arrogance after this. As long as Beast Emperor was willing to fight against Zero Wing would be under a considerable amount of pressure, regardless of whether Beast Emperor won or lost. In that case, they would have an opportunity to acquire the shares of Silverwing Town. However, when the evil beasts and evil demons were less than 1,000 yards away from the Primordial Divine Ruin, one of the magic towers in Silverwing Town, which stood over 3,000 yards away from the monster army, began to gather energy. The mana around the magic tower swiftly collected at the gigantic crystal atop the tower. After a 2-second charge, a pillar of black-white light shot up from the gigantic crystal. Even the players at the Primordial Divine Ruin could clearly see the pillar. What's Zero Wing trying to do? The sudden development confused everyone watching. As these players wondered about the light pillar, it angled downward and shot into the center of the evil beast and evil demon army, following which the light pillar expanded and devoured the nearby evil demons and evil beasts. Every monster at special elite rank or below died instantly as the light washed over them. Only chieftains and above had survived, although the monsters at chieftain rank had very little HP remaining. The attack had even heavily injured the Grand Lord ranked evil demons and evil beasts. Chapter 1734, Silverwing's Might. Chapter 1734, Silverwing's Might. The light pillar that had blasted into the evil demon and evil beast army had only stopped expanding after it had covered a 100-yard radius. It then gradually disappeared. As the beam attacks, horrific energy scattered. The fading light revealed a massive crater in the field the monster army occupied. Only the chieftain rank and above evil demons and evil beasts remained alive, while all else had been burned to ash. A single attack had killed hundreds of evil demons and evil beasts, and every surviving monster was heavily injured, drastically decreasing their combat powers. Not even the Grand Lords that had received the attack had been spared. Seeing this, the players at the distant Primordial Divine Ruin gaped in shock. That had been too powerful. The power of that attack could practically rival that of a Tier 4 spell. What's going on? Didn't they say that Silverwing Town's magic towers should only have an attack range of roughly 1,500 yards? The expressions of Crimson Horn's members darkened as they stared at the crater only a short distance away. Had the beam attacks been shifted slightly, it would have killed more than just evil demons and evil beasts. The death count would have included players like them as well. Crimson Horn's members weren't the only ones horrified by this sudden attack. The various superpowers members fell into heated discussions, finding Silverwing Town's attack inconceivable. How does that magic tower have such a long attack range? Cuttlefish wore an ugly look as he stared at the fading light pillar. He had thought that Beast Emperor would force Zero Wing into a corner, preventing the guild's members from setting foot in the Primordial Divine Ruin. However, with such an increased attack range on the town's magic towers, even reaching the ruin itself, Beast Emperor was powerless to stop Zero Wing's members from competing for entry slots. After all, the magic tower's attacks were extraordinarily powerful. If Beast Emperor sent his minions to block Zero Wing's path, the guild would retaliate without mercy. If the magic towers struck too many times, even mythic ranked monsters would fall, much less the lower ranked monsters. Before anyone could recover from their shock, another of Silverwing Town's mana towers began to gather mana. 2 seconds later, another black-white light pillar ascended into the sky. In the blink of an eye, another energy beam struck the evil demon and evil beast army, opening another clearing amidst the monsters. Damn it! How is this happening? Wind Hunter's heart bled as he watched his evil demons and evil beasts fall by the hundreds. He had gone to great lengths to nurture these evil demons and evil beasts. He could accept their deaths if their deaths had meaning, but right now they were nothing more than living targets for Zero Wing. As Wind Hunter prepared to issue a new command, another beam attack slammed into his monster army. Boom! This time, the attack had taken the lives of more than just a large number of evil demons and beasts. Some of Crimson Horn's members hidden among the monster ranks had died instantly. Retreat! Everyone retreat! Crimson Ghost shouted through the team chat with an ashen complexion. Dark guilds had far fewer members than ordinary guilds. A very powerful dark guild generally only had around 30,000 members. Crimson Horn had barely over that count. For this operation, Crimson Horn had dispatched 2,000 expert members, nearly every expert in the guild. And that last beam attack had killed over 100 Crimson Horn experts. At this moment, Crimson Ghost developed a deep hatred for Wind Hunter. Because of Wind Hunter's misinformation, Crimson Horn had lost over 100 experts for no good reason. As dark players, the death penalty they suffered was much more severe than ordinary players. Even though their alignment with the dark forces would lighten their death penalty slightly, it was still harsher than what ordinary players faced. Now that over 100 Crimson Horn experts had been killed, the guild had lost over 5% of its peak combatants. If they suffered another blow like that, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just as Crimson Horn's members began to retreat, Zero Wing's members flooded out of Silverwing Town. Although only a little over 2,000 guild members had emerged, every one of them rode a majestic thunder wolf. The spectacular scene of 2,000-plus thunder wolves stunned both the spectators and Wind Hunter's group. Bastards! Wind Hunter bellowed in rage as he watched Zero Wing's army charge towards him. After bombarding his army with the magic towers, Zero Wing actually took it a step further and sent its members to pursue his remaining forces. It was obvious that Zero Wing wanted to show everyone that the evil god's temple was not a foe worth worrying about. To make matters worse, Zero Wing had only dispatched a little over 2,000 members for the pursuit. If news of this spread, the evil god's temple's prestige would be tarnished. The temple would become a laughingstock in the Orc Empire. Immediately, Wind Hunter had his evil demons and evil beasts charge at Zero Wing's army, even going as far as to mobilize 2 mythic evil beasts. Although the Magic Tower's attacks were powerful, they couldn't easily take down mythic ranked monsters. In fact, the 2 mythic evil beasts would have no problems escaping the battlefield even after annihilating Zero Wing's force. Moreover, with how far the Magic Towers could reach, Zero Wing wouldn't dare to fire on the evil demons and evil beasts as they clashed with the guild's members. Suddenly, one level 60-plus evil demon and evil beast charged towards the incoming players, but before they could reach their targets, 2 more beam attacks plowed into the monster's front line. The beams wiped out any elites and special elites they struck while leaving the rest heavily injured. After the 2 beam attacks descended, Zero Wing's members, who wielded mana weapons, finally made contact with the evil demons and evil beasts. The moment they did, they started a slaughter. The Zero Wing experts wielding Tier 2 mana weapons could fight a Lord-ranked evil demon or evil beast, even when the monsters were at their peak, toe-to-toe. Hence, the weakened chieftains and lords posed no threat to Zero Wing's melee players. In addition, the ranged DPS provided cover fire, and the healers maintained everyone's HPs from the rear. Overall, the first wave of evil demons and evil beasts that met Zero Wing's army in combat was no match for Zero Wing's army. Finally, the two mythic-ranked evil earth dragons arrived before Zero Wing's forces, their massive frames looming like two mountains. The evil earth dragons then released deafening roars as they swiped their massive claws at the enemy players. However, before their claws could reach the melee players before them, two figures appeared before each monster. One of these figures was Kola, while the other was Turtledove, and the two MTs had already activated the power of darkness, increasing their attributes significantly. Silver divine runes illuminated the tier 3 mana weapons in their hands, and once the two guardian knights reached the evil earth dragons, they swung these weapons at the incoming claws. Tier 2 skill, Divine Adjudication. A golden glow bloomed before the two guardian knights as the two evil earth dragons' gigantic claws abruptly halted mid-swing. No matter how much force they used, they couldn't even move their claws an inch farther. After a brief moment, two explosions shook the area. The two level 75 evil earth dragons stumbled 5 steps back, and the ground beneath them trembled as they moved. Before the mythic evil beasts could recover their stances, Kola and Turtledove advanced once again and arrived before their targets. They then swung their weapons, and the silver divine runes covering the tier 3 mana weapons brightened as the blades fell on their targets. Tier 2 skill, Dragon Annihilator. Tier 2 skill, Current Blade. Kola and Turtledove used their respective legacy skills without hesitation. The moment their attacks connected with the evil earth dragons, the two mythic monsters let out agonizing cries as they were pushed back by 20 yards, a damage of over -800,000 appearing above each of their heads. Although the evil earth dragons' HP bars had only decreased by a very small fraction, barely noticeable to ordinary players, expert players with acute perception noticed the change. The players watching from the primordial divine ruin were frozen with shock, staring at Kola and Turtledove with dumbfounded expressions. Chapter 1735, A Nest of Monsters? Chapter 1735, A Nest of Monsters. Chapter 1735, A Nest of Monsters. The nearby Crimson Horn members couldn't help but gasp when they players pushed the evil earth dragon's titanic frames backward by over 20 yards. They were as shocked as if they had witnessed two ants push back a tiger and a lion. How is this even possible? Is Zero Wing just a nest of monsters? Both Crimson Horns members and the various spectating players at the primordial divine ruin were at a loss for words. Aside from how massive the evil earth dragons were, just the fact that they possessed the strength of mythic monsters should make them impossible for players to go up against. Watching Black Flame kill a mythic evil demon had been scary enough, yet two more monstrous players had risen in Zero Wing. No, this can't be possible. They must have used some kind of special potion to boost their strength. They can't keep this up for long. Wind Hunter's eyes nearly fell from their sockets when he saw the evil earth dragons slide back. He was sure that Kola and Turtledove must have used some special method to grant them the strength to face mythic monsters for a short time. There were certain tools in God's domain that could grant players extraordinary power for a short time. Even Wind Hunter had such a tool in his possession, but it wasn't strong enough to allow him to go toe-to-toe with a mythic monster. As for the possibility that Zero Wing actually had two more players on Black Flame's level, that was simply absurd. He absolutely refused to believe that Zero Wing could produce 3 experts that could contend with mythic monsters on their own. Thinking up to this point, he commanded the evil earth dragons to continue their assault against the 2 guardian knights. Once the 2 mythic evil beasts had stabilized themselves, they whipped their tails at the 2 MTs. The massive tails swept up a powerful storm as they moved, forming a pitch-black rift wherever they passed. Faced with such an attack, even a Tier 2 metric tons with their life-saving skill activated would risk an instant death if they took the strike head-on. However, Kola and Turtle Dove remained unfazed as they swung their Tier 3 mana weapons again. 2 silver lights then clashed with the evil Earth Dragon's colossal tails as 2 loud explosions echoed across the battlefield. Even the crowd at the primordial divine ruin, which was over 1,000 yards away, could clearly hear the explosions. This time, neither side had gained an advantage over the other by the time the clash ended. However, the ground beneath them had cracked, the fractures extending out over 20 yards away. The frightening display of power made the watching players shudder. Boom, boom, boom. Despite the clash ending in a draw, neither side wanted to give up the fight. For a time, both sides exchanged one blow after another. Meanwhile, the surrounding Zero Wing members massacred evil demons and evil beasts in a frenzy. Any Zero Wing member could solo a Great Lord, dealing around minus 50,000 damage with their attacks. As for Aqua Rose, Alluring Summer, Blackie, and Violet Cloud, who wielded Tier 3 mana weapons, their spells easily dealt over minus 100,000 damage to their targets, with some dealing over minus 200,000 damage. From time to time, they would also use large-scale destruction spells, causing hundreds of thousands of damage to a clump of monsters. Although the evil demons and evil beasts greatly outnumbered Zero Wing's army, the army of 2,000-plus players had them completely outmatched. Before even 30 seconds had passed since the battle began, over 100 weakened chieftains and lords were killed already. None of the spectating powers had expected this battle to take this turn. They had assumed that Zero Wing would rely on its magic towers to protect itself. They had never thought that Zero Wing's members actually possessed such extraordinary strength. If the rest of Zero Wing's force weren't busy with the other evil demons and evil beasts, the small army would definitely slay the 2 evil earth dragons. With such power, it's no wonder why they had no interest in our partnership offers. Quiet Melody, who sat in an open-air restaurant in the primordial divine ruin, could not help but reveal a bitter smile as she watched Kola and Turtledove fight the evil earth dragons. She had thought that Zero Wing was trying to keep up appearances by refusing the various superpowers offers for cooperation, and would only lower its head after Beast Emperor's forces had cornered the guild. However, with Zero Wing's current display of strength, it certainly qualified to protect Silverwing Town without help. Not even the various superpowers could deal with mythic-ranked monsters so easily. With the 5 magic towers' absurdly long attack range, Zero Wing should have no problems defending Silverwing Town even after the town's protection period. That damned Wind Hunter, he nearly made us enemies with Zero Wing. Fortunately, we haven't actually fought Zero Wing's members yet. We should still have time to escape Zero Wing's notice. Crimson Ghost could not help but glare at the distant Wind Hunter as he watched the evil demons and evil beasts' extermination. Zero Wing's strength was nothing like what Wind Hunter had told him. Every one of Zero Wing's experts was ridiculously strong. Not even a Tier 2 player like him dared to face Kola and Turtledove head-on. With the MT's incredible destructive power, they could likely kill him in one hit. The fight before him could no longer be described as a battle. This was basically a one-sided slaughter. When Crimson Ghost recalled how he had lost over 100 guild experts, he truly felt fortunate. If not for that incident, he wouldn't have given the command to retreat. Had his army of 2,000 players assaulted Zero Wing's members, the consequences would have been disastrous. Seeing Zero Wing's frightening combat power also instilled an indescribable shock in Crimson Ghost. Not even the super first-rate guilds that ruled over the Dark Knight Empire were capable of fielding such a powerful player army. Yet, an up-and-coming guild from Starmoon Kingdom had accomplished just that. Moreover, based on his investigations, Zero Wing didn't have the support of any backers. Meanwhile, the 6 cloaked players from the Dark Hunters rested in a corner of the battlefield. After observing the battle for some time, the ranger carrying a crystalline longbow shook his head. This won't do. Zero Wing's members are much stronger than we anticipated. We're canceling our plans to plunder their weapons temporarily. Leader, although Zero Wing is clearly stronger than we had assumed, it isn't entirely impossible to kill the guild's ordinary experts. Those experts haven't even reached Tier 2 yet. We can simply kill them and flee. The commander definitely won't let us off the hook if we fail this mission. Although the ranger leading this party wanted to cancel the operation, the other 5 members shook their heads, objecting to the idea. When they thought about how frightening their commander was in particular, and the punishment awaiting them if they failed, they couldn't help but shudder. Their party leader might be able to bear the penalty, but they couldn't. Hearing his party members' objections, the ranger glanced at Zero Wing's ordinary experts. As his party members had said, although these Zero Wing players had higher basic attributes than theirs, their combat standards were lacking. They hadn't even reached the half-step refinement realm yet. Most importantly, these ordinary experts were all Tier 1 players. The differences between Tier 1 players and Tier 2 players weren't limited to basic attributes. There was also a massive gap between their skills and physiques. With the strength of their 6-man party, they should be able to pick off a few of these ordinary experts before departing safely. Based on his observations, there were fewer than 10 players on Zero Wing's side that could pose a threat to their party. The others weren't a problem. Fine, but finish things quickly. Flee as soon as you get your hands on their weapons, the ranger said, nodding after giving the matter some thought. Their mission required that they obtain the weapons Zero Wing's peak experts wielded, but trying to kill Cola and the others was too much of a challenge right now. On the off chance that Zero Wing's peak experts surrounded them, their deaths would be almost certain. If they targeted the weaker experts, though, they'd have higher chances of success. Although they wouldn't obtain the weapons Zero Wing's peak experts wielded, at least they wouldn't return empty-handed. Under the Ranger's lead, the Dark Hunter's 6-man party charged towards Zero Wing's members, who were embroiled in a battle with the evil demons and evil beasts. Chapter 1736, Confrontation with the Dark Hunters. Chapter 1736, Confrontation with the Dark Hunters. Chapter 1736, Confrontation with the Dark Hunters. On the chaotic battlefield, Cola and Turtledove continued to block the evil Earth Dragon's attacks. Meanwhile, the other Zero Wing members frantically cleared out the heavily injured evil beasts and evil demons, rapidly dwindling the army's numbers. The battle was thoroughly in Zero Wing's favor. Because of this, Zero Wing's excitement continued to mount as they fought. The mana weapons' incredible attack power couldn't compare to their normal weapons, and even though they were Tier 1 players, they completely overwhelmed the Lord-ranked evil demons and evil beasts. Although the slain monsters didn't drop any loot, these players did receive a bountiful amount of EXP. After fighting for just a short moment, their experience bars had grown by a noticeable chunk. Upon reaching their level, they required a ridiculously high amount of EXP for each level up. Sometimes they'd grind for 10 minutes straight without any noticeable change to their experience bars. Now, however, they should be able to gain enough EXP for a full level after fighting these evil demons and evil beasts for 3 hours or so. With how generous the EXP was from killing these monsters, they had to take advantage of this opportunity as much as possible. Even the spectators at the primordial divine ruin were jealous of Zero Wing's members. It was not very often players encountered such a large army of high-ranked monsters. Even if they did, most players did their best to stay out of the monster's way. Trying to fight such a powerful monster army guaranteed casualties. After all, the losses would completely outweigh the gains. However, now that Zero Wing had Cola and Turtleduff to pin down the evil Earth Dragons, and Zero Wing's other members had the strength to overwhelm the other evil beasts and evil demons, Zero Wing's army could safely grind these enemy monsters. Why wouldn't they be jealous of Zero Wing? It seems Beast Emperor has only failed again. Quiet Melody could not help her bitter smile when she saw that the evil demons and evil beasts had begun to retreat. After this battle, Beast Emperor wouldn't be able to touch Zero Wing at the primordial divine ruin again. Big Sis Melody, look over there. A few dark players seem to be charging into the battle, Blue Jade said suddenly as she pointed at the 6 figures rushing into the heart of the battlefield with flying speed. They must intend to attack Zero Wing. These 6 players were none other than the 6 from the Dark Hunters Adventurer team. What a powerful concealment technique. Who are those people? Quiet Melody watched the rapidly moving figures with astonishment. As one of the Sacred Temple's Vice Temple Masters, she had more than great combat power. She also possessed acute perception. Although the 6 players hid their identities and appearances with black cloaks, Quiet Melody could tell that they were all Tier 2 players based on their movement. Tier 2 players had far higher basic attributes than Tier 1 players, and their mobility wasn't something that Tier 1 players could hope to rival. Hence, it was very easy to differentiate between Tier 1 and Tier 2 players. However, what truly surprised Quiet Melody was the 6 players' movement technique. All 6 moved with incredible stealth. As they weaved their way through the army of monsters, they were able to utilize the surrounding monsters' bodies and auras to hide themselves. It was likely that even she wasn't as adept at concealing herself and her aura as these 6 players were. If not for her bird's eye view of the battlefield, she wouldn't have discovered these 6 players at all. What? The Dark Hunters are actually making a move. Crimson Ghost, who had long since retreated from the battlefield, could not help his surprise when he noticed the 6 figures approach Zero Wing's army. At this point, Zero Wing's superiority in this battle could not be any more obvious. There was no reason to continue this fight with the guild, yet the 6 Dark Hunters insisted on doing so. Crimson Ghost was truly confused. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Wind Hunter had noticed the 6 Dark Hunters players moving towards Zero Wing's army as well. They're going to strike? Wind Hunter's frown relaxed slightly. Originally, he hadn't planned on enlisting the help of the Dark Hunters Adventurer team in this fight against Zero Wing. Beast Emperor had invited them. Moreover, Beast Emperor had even specifically instructed him not to provoke the Dark Hunters casually. It was clear that even Beast Emperor was a little afraid of this adventurer team, known as the Dark Hunters. Initially, Beast Emperor's decision had left him slightly disgruntled, but after seeing that all 6 of the adventurer team's representatives were Tier 2 players, his opinion of the Dark Hunters had changed slightly. When he had tried to fight one of these representatives, he had learned exactly how powerful these 6 players truly were. If these 6 players were pitted against a 1,000-man team of ordinary Tier 1 experts, the expert army would suffer catastrophic losses, even if the 6 eventually died. When the 6 Dark Hunters had stated their intentions to hunt Zero Wing's peak experts, he had agreed without hesitation because of this. Originally, he had thought that the Dark Hunters had planned to abandon this fight like Crimson Horns members had. He never thought that the Dark Hunters would still make a move. This was definitely good news for him. As Wind Hunter considered his next move, the 6 Dark Hunters reached the edge of Zero Wing's army. "Start the attack," the leading ranger commanded as he watched a group of Zero Wing members. The ranger then retrieved the crystalline longbow from his bag, simultaneously firing 9 arrows. Combat technique, 9-star strike. Suddenly, the 9 arrows split and flew at 9 different zero-wing players. Moreover, every arrow targeted the player's blind spots. Dang, dang, dang. Although the ranger's aim had been accurate, the 9 zero-wing members noticed the attacks and responded by swinging their weapons at the incoming projectiles. However, they felt as if they had struck an immovable wall the moment their weapons touched the arrows. Not only did the resulting vibrations hurt their arms, but they were also forced to retreat. The power the arrows contained could even rival a High Lord's attack. As Tier 1 players, they wouldn't be able to block such an attack unless they used their berserk skills. However, Zero Wing's ordinary experts all wielded Tier 2 mana weapons, which granted them great strength. They could also stabilize their postures after retreating about 4 steps. Unfortunately, before the 9 zero-wing members could locate their attacker, they noticed multiple skills and spells flying at them from multiple directions. Before they could react, these skills and spells smashed into them. Needless to say, these attacks had originated from the other 5 Dark Hunters. The 9 players from Zero Wing rapidly lost HP. Only the plate armor classes retained around 2/3 of their HP, while the rest had more than 50%. After the brief clash, the 9 Zero Wing members realized that they had encountered a powerful foe. They immediately activated their mana weapons, attacking their ambushers. Facing attacks that could rival the power of High Lords, the 6 Dark Hunters chose not to block the attacks directly, but to dodge or deflect them. This situation rendered the 9 Zero-Wing members utterly helpless about their current predicament. Before the rear line healers could heal the 9 injured players, the 6 Dark Hunters launched another wave of attacks, easily slipping past the Zero-Wing members' defenses and killing the 9 experts instantly. This shocked the nearby Zero-Wing players. Even the upper echelons from the various major powers who watched from the primordial divine ruin couldn't help but gasp. Too fast. Although the 9 players from Zero Wing had yet to reach the refinement realm, their basic attributes almost rivaled Tier 2 players. They should wield the strength of a High Lord of the same level, yet the 6 Dark Hunters had effortlessly ended their lives. Although the Dark Hunter's status as Tier 2 players was part of the reason for their success, the various major powers' upper echelons recognized the absolutely perfect coordination between the 6 players. Even if the 9 targeted players had been Refinement Realm experts, the ambush's outcome would likely have been the same. After the 9 Zero Wing members had died, they had dropped a total of 18 items, far more than normal. 3 of these 18 items were Tier 2 mana weapons. Good. We're retreating, the leading ranger commanded after snatching up a Tier 2 mana weapon. He then turned and fled. The other 5 Dark Hunters nodded in response. They wanted to kill more players, but since their party leader had ordered the retreat, they had to obey. Following which, they dully picked up an item closest to them and fled back into the Evil Demon and Evil Beast army. But just as the 6 players melded into the monster army, a figure leaped out of Zero Wing's forces and blocked the Dark Hunter's path. This figure was none other than Fire Dance. Do you think that you can leave so easily after killing our guild members? Fire Dance demanded as she swept a glance over the 6 Dark Hunters, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Chapter 1737, Soloing the Dark Hunters. Chapter 1737, Soloing the Dark Hunters. Chapter 1737, Soloing the Dark Hunters. Fire Dance's sudden appearance abruptly halted the 6 Dark Hunters' retreat. Fire Dance didn't currently wear her black cloak, so both her appearance and level of 52 were available for everyone to see. Although her weapons and equipment didn't particularly stand out, Fire Dance radiated an unruly charm that felt like a daunting pressure weighing down on these Dark Hunters members. When the Dark Hunters looked at Fire Dance, she seemed like the absolute overlord of her surroundings. So fast, Fire Dance's appearance had surprised Lonely Lamp, the Ranger, and the Dark Hunters party leader. His party had specifically chosen to strike far away from any of Zero Wing's peak experts. The closest peak expert had been several hundred yards away. By the time the guild's peak experts could have ridden to the rescue, their party would have already completed their mission and fled the battlefield. Less than 20 seconds had passed since they had launched their assault against Zero Wing's 9 ordinary experts, yet Fire Dance had caught up with them. Her movement speed should be nearly double theirs. What bold words! Do you believe that you can stop all 6 of us by yourself? An emaciated assassin among the Dark Hunters asked, sneering. That's right. We are surrounded by evil demons and evil beasts. Do you really think your allies can come to your aid in time? A beautiful female elementalist said with a faint smile. Our original mission was to kill Zero Wing's peak experts like you. Now that you dare to block our path, we'll just use this opportunity to kill you. That way, we'll complete our mission perfectly. The other Dark Hunters nodded in agreement, killing intent radiating from their eyes. They currently stood in the midst of the evil demon and evil beast army. They were also roughly 200 yards away from the nearest Zero Wing member. It would take quite some time for Zero Wing's members to reach their location. They might not be confident in taking on Fire Dance one-on-one, but they outnumbered the female assassin by 6 to 1. By charging at them alone, Fire Dance had simply jumped into the jaws of death. Yet, Fire Dance had still been so foolish. Her actions rendered them utterly speechless. Was she a fool? Or had the woman lost her mind? Even the various superpowers who were relatively familiar with Fire Dance's strength were confused about the female assassin's actions, let alone the Dark Hunters party. Is she tired of living? Does she not recognize those 6 players' strength? When the various superpowers' upper echelons saw Fire Dance charge into the army of evil beasts and evil demons, blocking the 6 Dark Hunters' path, they felt as if Zero Wing's members were a bunch of lunatics. It wasn't unusual to see Black Flame make such bold and arrogant moves. He qualified to do so, after all, but Fire Dance. Ha ha ha. Zero Wing is finally going to suffer a little. Wind Hunter could not help but laugh at the situation. When he noticed Zero Wing's members trying to reach Fire Dance to offer their help, he commanded some of his evil demons to stop them. While the 6 Dark Hunters had spoken, they had subtly surrounded Fire Dance, preventing her escape. Watch her speed. Ranged players, maintain your distance from her. Sharp, you'll be the distraction. Make sure she doesn't escape. We have to finish this fight as quickly as possible. Lonely Lamp commanded as he retrieved his crystalline longbow from his back. The other 5 Dark Hunters nodded in response. The emaciated assassin, Sharp Blade, then charged at Fire Dance with a Tier 2 Berserker and a Tier 2 Swordsman close behind him. At the same time, the Tier 2 Cleric at the rear cast the Tier 2 instantaneous spell, Holy Mark on Fire Dance. Now, even if Fire Dance used Vanish and entered a forced stealth state, their party could keep track of her. As for Lonely Lamp and the Tier 2 Elementalist, they coordinated their attacks, firing from the female assassin's sides. In the blink of an eye, multiple attacks flew towards Fire Dance from different locations. Pay for your arrogance. Sharp Blade shouted as he used shadow steps, appearing behind Fire Dance instantly. He then thrust his aqua blue short sword at Fire Dance's back. Tier 2 skill, Triple Interception. Suddenly, Sharp Blade's short sword transformed into 3 streaks of shadow that aimed for Fire Dance's blind spots. Although each shadow's power wasn't strong, The strikes couldn't be blocked with shields or weapons. They could only be dodged or stopped by a defensive skill. In the meantime, the berserker charging at Fire Dance from the front raised his battle axe and slammed it at the ground before him. Tier 2 skill, fracturing spikes. Stone spikes rose from the ground beneath Fire Dance's feet, entrapping her. Meanwhile, the Tier 2 swordsman used a normal slash against his target. As for Lonely Lamp and the female elementalist, they sent numerous arrows and fireballs at the female assassin. As they watched the 6 Dark Hunters assault, the spectators at the primordial divine ruin gasped. Even the various superpowers peak experts wore serious expressions when they saw this coordinated offensive. The Dark Hunters' coordination and skill utilization were simply perfect. Even peak experts like themselves would fall under such a seamless bombardment. Even Fire Dance, the target of this offensive, was slightly surprised. She hadn't expected such high combat standards from the 6 Dark Hunters, and even their coordination had reached such an impressive level. However, before the numerous attacks could land, Fire Dance split into 6 identical copies of herself. Phantom. This was the 1,000 Transformations' first additional skill. Although the 5 doppelgangers couldn't attack, they were invulnerable. Moreover, they could exist for a full 30 seconds. Boom, boom, boom. A series of attacks struck Fire Dance, but her HP didn't decrease in the slightest. Meanwhile, Fire Dance's sudden split and 6 copies had stunned the Dark Hunters slightly, and they paused for a brief moment. These are doppelgangers that can attack. One of these 6 doppelgangers must be the real assassin, Lan Hua, and I will attack the doppelgangers. The rest of you need to keep an eye out for the real body. Lonely Lamp shouted, reacting quickly to the new development. Although doppelganger skills like the one Fire Dance had just used were rare in God's domain, some did exist. Hence, players had learned of ways to counter these skills. In a one-on-one fight, players would have to flee and wait for the skill's duration to end, but if a party were to face such a doppelganger skill, the ranged players could launch AoE attacks, hitting every doppelganger simultaneously to determine the real body's location. The melee players could then take advantage of this information to attack the enemy's main body. Immediately, Lonely Lamp and the female elementalist Lan Hua launched spells and arrows at all 6 Fire Dance copies. However, before they could do so, Fire Dance had switched positions with one of her doppelgangers and appeared beside the Tier 2 berserker. She then lightly swung 1,000 Transformations at her target. Surprised, the berserker hurriedly executed Whirlwind Slash to repel Fire Dance. Boom! The instant the berserker's battle axe collided with 1,000 Transformations. However, the man's expression darkened. He felt as if he had just struck an impenetrable wall. Not only did his weapon stop abruptly, but the intense feedback forced him to take a step backward. Just as the Tier 2 berserker stepped back, the Tier 3 mana dagger in Fire Dance's left hand glowed with a beautiful red light as the assassin thrust it towards the berserker's heart. Damn it! The berserker was close to losing his mind. You forced me to do this. He currently wielded a 2-handed weapon. In terms of strength, he should be stronger than players who used one-handed weapons, yet Fire Dance had surprised him by relying on 1,000 Transformations. Her first attack didn't leave him any energy to deal with the weapon in her left hand. As the berserker finished his statement, his skin began to turn a dark shade of red. His body then seemed to grow a little larger, and just as the Tier 3 mana dagger was about to reach the berserker, 2 long swords appeared, blocking its path. Boom! Following the sound of an explosion, Fire Dance involuntarily took 3 steps backward, and she gave the Tier 2 berserker before her a surprised look. The berserker no longer resembled a human. Instead, he had taken the form of a 4-armed, humanoid lizard. The berserker now wielded 2 one-handed axes and 2 longswords in his 4 hands. You're quite impressive to force me to transform, but I'll be taking your life now. The Tier 2 berserker sneered as he charged at Fire Dance. Silence dominated the battlefield. Meanwhile, the spectating crowd at the Primordial Divine Ruin watched this unbelievable scene with dropped jaws. A player had actually transformed into a monster. A mutated player? Sure Fong revealed a surprised expression when he saw the Tier 2 berserker from Silverwing Town's walls. Chapter 1738, Dark Mutation. Chapter 1738, Dark Mutation. Chapter 1738, Dark Mutation. When the Tier 2 berserker had transformed, Zero Wing's nearby players were dumbfounded. They had seen plenty of berserk skills that slightly altered their user's appearance, but this was the first time they had seen a berserk skill causing such a huge transformation. After transforming, the Tier 2 berserker's aura had undergone a massive transformation. Not only was his aura much stronger now, but it also no longer felt human. However, this was still not the worst part. The most important change was to the berserker's body. Currently, the berserker had 4 arms instead of 2. Of course, having an extra set of arms wasn't necessarily a good thing, as human minds weren't accustomed to controlling more than one set of arms. If a person suddenly grew an extra set of arms, they'd have some difficulty controlling the new appendages. However, if the berserker could control all 4 arms properly, he'd have a massive advantage in battle. A player with 4 arms would be able to execute more varied attack methods than a player with a single set. The 4-armed player could also commit 2 arms to offense and 2 to defense. If the Tier 2 berserker could coordinate all 4 of his arms properly, his combat power would double at the very minimum. Meanwhile, the various powers spectating members were dumbfounded by the berserker's transformation. What did he do? Did he really use a berserk skill? There's such a transformation skill in God's domain as well. Curiosity filled the spectating crowd as they watched the transformed Tier 2 berserker. Even the various superpowers upper echelons had no idea of what the berserker had just done. In fact, the berserker's transformation had surprised them even more than watching Kola and Turtledove tank 2 mythic evil beasts. The Tier 2 berserker's transformation had shattered their understanding of God's domain. Sure enough, he still had to use it. Lonely Lamp could not help but sigh when he saw Dark Bear, the Tier 2 berserker, transform. This was the Dark Hunters adventure team's greatest secret. Not many people knew about this transformation ability. However, now that they had revealed this secret to the public, their adventurer team would definitely face trouble in the future. However, the berserker's decision to transform didn't particularly surprise him. After all, Fire Dance had displayed extraordinary combat power. Had Dark Bear refused to transform, she would have likely killed him already. Aside from Lonely Lamp and the other Dark Hunters members, only Shurfong had a clear idea of what was happening as he watched the battle from Silverwing Town's walls. The Tier 2 berserker's transformation ability was known as mutation in God's domain. Mutation was a method of increasing one's combat power by abandoning one's human body. It was somewhat similar to demon players' demonification. The transformation process had no time limit, and it could be activated and deactivated at any time. To become a mutated player, one had to perform a particular ritual, which required the sacrifice of many players, even dark players. In addition, despite being dark players themselves, mutated players hunted other dark players. They did so because it was the only way a mutated player could mutate further and grow stronger. This was akin to how demon players improved their ranks. Only mutated players had more of a restriction than demon players. Moreover, mutated players gained more combat power when they transformed than demon players. This was because in their mutated form, mutated players would gain a body that was far more suitable for battle. Their attributes and life ratings also increased. In return, physical control became more difficult. Mutated players had a harder time remaining calm in their mutated form as well, but one had to admit that mutation allowed players to become extremely powerful. Feng had never expected to find a mutated player at this stage of the game. By becoming a mutated player, players took a similar stance as the Evil God's Temple, becoming antagonistic to both dark and normal players. Furthermore, gaining a mutation was incredibly difficult as the process couldn't be conducted on the God's Domain continent. Normally, mutated players would only appear after pathways between the continent and otherworlds opened. Back on the battlefield, after a short moment of silence, the transformed Berserker charged at Fire Dance. Not only had the Berserker gained an extra set of arms after his transformation, but his movement speed and reaction speed had also undergone a qualitative transformation. In the blink of an eye, the Berserker appeared before Fire Dance. He then swung his one-handed axes down at the female assassin, while his two longswords flew towards Fire Dance's sides. The weapons moved so quickly that even Tier 2 players would barely be able to keep up with them. Die! As Dark Bear shouted, his arm muscles bulged, and his weapon speed increased even further. Tier 2 skill, Rock Smash. Once Fire Dance recovered from her shock, she simply swung the Tier 3 mana dagger at the incoming axes, rather than activating a life-saving skill to protect herself from the sudden assault. Silver Divine runes lit up along the dagger as it was about to collide with the axes. Boom! Sparks scattered as the weapons collided, and the resulting impacts, shockwaves cracked and shattered the ground beneath the weapons. Lonely Lamp and the other Dark Hunters who watched from the sidelines were dumbfounded by this scene. Fire Dance's attack had actually sent Dark Bear flying back by a full 15 yards. When Dark Bear landed, his arms, which wielded the two axes, trembled violently, whereas the axes themselves released a low hum. Meanwhile, a damage of more than -2,000 had appeared above Dark Bear's head. Although receiving -2,000 damage was nothing considerable, since Dark Bear had over 100,000 HP after transforming. If this scene repeated, it'd only be a matter of time before Dark Bear died. However, the most unbelievable aspect of the clash had to be the fact that Fire Dance had accomplished the feat without activating a Berserk skill. After entering his mutated form, Dark Bear's strength rose by 80%, yet he had still lost against Fire Dance's strength. Is she a monster? Dark Bear wondered to himself as he stared at Fire Dance in shock. Dark Bear could tell that Fire Dance had simply used the previous exchange to probe his strength. She hadn't used her full power. During that exchange, the Zero-Wing Assassin hadn't even used a skill. Had Fire Dance applied a skill to her previous attack, the power of her strike would have definitely been much stronger. Had that attack struck his body rather than his weapons, he would have likely lost at least 50% of his HP. In other words, Fire Dance only needed 2 attacks to finish him off. Even Lonely Lamp and the other party members now feared Fire Dance, watching her with somber expressions, not to mention Dark Bear. Similarly, the outcome of the exchange between Dark Bear and Fire Dance had stupefied the crowd at the Primordial Divine Ruin. Based on the change in Dark Bear's aura, they knew that the Berserker's basic attributes had increased by a significant margin, yet his transformation was meaningless before Fire Dance. However, what these players didn't know was that the strength Fire Dance could exert after sacrificing 1 point of durability from her Tier 3 mana dagger was far beyond what any Berserk skill could achieve. We can't hold back against her. Everyone, transform! We need to finish her off quickly. If the other peak experts get here, we'll be in trouble. Lonely Lamp hurriedly commanded, losing his previous composure. Fire Dance alone was already troublesome for them. If another of Zero Wing's peak experts arrived, they would have no choice but to turn tail and flee. After saying so, Lonely Lamp and the other 4 Dark Hunters took on their mutated forms, but not all of them had grown an extra pair of arms like the Tier 2 Berserker. Lonely Lamp grew an extra pair of eyes, and his arms merged with the crystalline longbow he wielded. Overall, these players' transformations suited their classes. You are the first player to single-handedly force our entire party to transform since we joined God's domain. But at the end of the day, you're still just one person. As long as we ignore the risks, we will secure victory, Lonely Lamp said, smirking at Fire Dance. He then retrieved 12 black arrows that radiated a horrific aura from his bag. At this point, Lonely Lamp had no intention of holding anything back. He had found these 12 black arrows from an ancient ruin, and each of them had the power of a peak Tier 3 attack. They even posed a threat to Tier 4 existences. Is that so? What if you have to face 2 people? Suddenly, a dull voice reached the Dark Hunters from their surroundings, echoing powerfully in Lonely Lamp's mind. In the next moment, a massive spatial tear appeared beside Fire Dance. Shifeng's figure then slowly stepped out of the spatial tear. Chapter 1739, Annihilating the Dark Hunters. Chapter 1739, Annihilating the Dark Hunters. Chapter 1739, Annihilating the Dark Hunters. Black Flame. Lonely Lamp's expression darkened when he saw Shifeng. The other 5 Dark Hunters also halted their assault as they stared at the swordsman, fear surfacing in their gazes. After the battles in Stone Forest Town and near the primordial divine ruin, Black Flame's fame had spread to the various countries across God's domain, including the Dark Knight Empire. Although these 6 players had never fought Black Flame personally, they knew that both his basic attributes and combat standards were at the apex of God's domain after witnessing the man's battle videos. Even under normal circumstances, their 6-man party would have to take extreme care around Black Flame. Originally, they had a chance of completing their mission since Fire Dance had been alone, but now that Black Flame had joined the fray, their chances were uncertain. Black Flame is finally making his move. The various superpowers watching from a distance could not help but grow excited upon Shifeng's appearance. They had very eagerly watched the clash between Fire Dance and the Dark Hunters, but they had also worried that the female assassin might die. They had been worried because they wanted to see the 6 Dark Hunters' true strength. This was the first time they had encountered players that could transform into monsters. They hadn't even known that was possible until today. Naturally, they had to collect as much information on these 6 players as possible. They might even discover some clues that could help them acquire this power. From what they could tell, the Dark Hunter's ability to transform into monsters was definitely stronger than a berserk skill, since the transformation gave the players a body that altered and improved their combat standards. If their guild's experts could grasp this power, it would undoubtedly increase the guild's overall strength. Hence, they very much hoped that Zero Wing could defeat the Dark Hunters, forcing the 6 Dark Hunters to use everything they had. If the Dark Hunters achieved victory instead, however, they wouldn't know whether or not these players had held back anything. Leader, what should we do? Even if we have the strength to defeat 2 of them, it'll likely take a long time to do so, Lanhua asked through the team chat as she quietly observed Shifeng. Our opponents are too powerful. Prepare to retreat. Lonely Lamp said, breathing a deep sigh as he glanced at Fire Dance and Shifeng. If their party tried to fight Shifeng and Fire Dance, regardless of the battle's outcome, the Dark Hunters' party would be annihilated in the end. It wouldn't take long for Zero Wing's other peak experts to arrive. After all, if they did die, they'd suffer an even worse death penalty than ordinary Dark players, which wasn't an outcome Lonely Lamp wished to see. Understood. Although the other 5 Dark Hunters felt reluctant, they nodded and prepared to flee. What? Leaving so soon? Lonely Lamp and his party members' action surprised Shifeng a little. He hadn't expected the Dark Hunters to be so decisive, retreating the moment they realized how disadvantageous their situation had become. Guild Leader Black Flame, you jest. We are not so foolish as to think that the 6 of us can stand against you and Commander Fire Dance, Lonely Lamp calmly explained as he looked at Shifeng. Since we've already accomplished our mission, albeit barely, we will be taking our leave. Saying so, Lonely Lamp fired the 12 black arrows in his hands, aiming 4 at Fire Dance and 8 at Shifeng. Each arrow carried power at the peak of Tier 3. Current players had no chance of blocking them. Even against a monster like Shifeng, Lonely Lamp was confident that his arrows would push the swordsman back slightly. Meanwhile, their party could use the opportunity to leave the area safely. However, Shifeng unhurriedly unsheathed Killing Ray and lightly swung the blade at the air. Suddenly, a blue lightning bolt tore through the space before him. Lightning slash. The massive lightning bolt devoured all 12 black arrows instantly, and the intense shock waves that resulted even made the surrounding space tremble. After a brief moment, the black arrows disintegrated. Lonely Lamp and his companions who prepared to run were thoroughly dumbfounded. They forgot about their retreat as they stared at the vanishing black arrows. How is that possible? Lonely Lamp could not believe what he had just seen. Those were 12 black arrows they were talking about. Even a mythic monster would have trouble dealing with such an attack, yet Shifeng had crushed it with a single move. For a moment, he even wondered if heaven were playing some joke on him. He truly hadn't thought that Shifeng would actually block all 12 black arrows successfully. He had watched Shifeng's battle against the mythic evil demon. The man shouldn't be capable of blocking the black arrows so easily. At the very least, blocking the attack should have pushed the swordsman back by over a dozen yards. Naturally, the spectating crowd was similarly dumbfounded. Strong. Too strong. The various superpowers were no strangers to black arrows. They all had their own small stockpile. Normally, these arrows were stored in their guild warehouses, only to be used against sufficiently valuable bosses. However, after watching Shifeng destroy 12 black arrows so effortlessly, they felt like fools. They had all treated these black arrows, which could be blocked so easily, like priceless treasures. You can't possibly think that you can leave safely after that little trick, do you? Shifeng said indifferently as he glanced at the 6 Dark Hunters before him. Leader, what should we do? Lonely Lamp's party members asked the ranger. Previously, they had only feared Shifeng due to his fame, but after watching him destroy 12 black arrows in an instant, true fear gripped their hearts. They finally realized why so many people called Shifeng a monster. We don't have any other choice. Use the advanced Mad Demon Potion. Lonely Lamp said, gnashing his teeth as he stared at Shifeng. Hearing this, the other 5 Dark Hunters were shocked. The advanced Mad Demon Potion was a special berserk potion which they had gone to great lengths to purchase. When consumed, it would grant mutated players like themselves another boost in power for 30 seconds. It was akin to a 2-fold berserk. However, this 2-fold berserk did not come without a price. Once the potion's duration ended, they would lose 40% worth of EXP. In addition, they would also fall into a weakened state for a short time. Hence, they understood that this potion should never be used unless absolutely necessary. But they also realized that this potion was their only chance of escape right now. Guild Leader Black Flame, you are as amazing as the rumors say. However, I'm afraid that you still lack the strength to keep us here. Saying so, Lonely Lamp took out an advanced Mad Demon Potion and drank it. The other 5 Dark Hunters did the same. Suddenly, the 6 Dark Hunters' auras grew more intense. Previously, their auras had rivaled great lords of the same level, but now their auras were even stronger than that of a grand lord of the same level. Immediately, the 6 players split up and ran. "I don't think so." Shifeng revealed a calm smile, following which he activated Power of Darkness, skyrocketing his basic attributes. He then stabbed the Abyssal Blade into the ground. Forbidden Domain. Abyssal Curse. With Shifeng as the center, pitch-black ripples spread up to a 30-yard radius. At the same time, every one of his enemies within a 500-yard radius became unable to use any skills, spells, or tools. Not only did Abyssal Curse's activation bind all 6 Dark Hunters, but it also decreased their basic attributes by 20%. Reacting quickly, the 6 tried to activate their control removal skills. However, no matter how much Lonely Lamp and the others willed for their skills to activate, their skills remained inactive. As the 6 Dark Hunters struggled to break free of their restraints, Shifeng raised Killing Ray once again and lightly swung the sacred sword at the Dark Hunters. Lightning Edge. Countless arcs of lightning formed before Shifeng, forming a river that devoured Lonely Lamp and the others. When the river of lightning faded, only 7 items lay on the ground where the Dark Hunters had stood. Chapter 1740, Black Flames Warning. Chapter 1740, Black Flames Warning. Chapter 1740, Black Flames Warning. The moment the 6 Dark Hunters died, silence filled the battlefield. Even the Crimson Horn members who currently fled the battlefield could not help but pause to look at the fading river of lightning. For a moment, the watching players even wondered if their eyes were playing tricks on them. It wouldn't have been unusual if Shifeng had merely slain a bunch of ordinary experts with a single hit, but the 6 Dark Hunters hadn't been ordinary experts. They were bona fide great experts. Every one of them was strong enough to make the various dark guilds in the Dark Knight Empire shudder with fear. Yet now, as if swatting a bunch of flies, Shifeng had incapacitated and killed the 6 Dark Hunters with a single swing of his sword. They died. How is this possible? Those are the Dark Hunters we are talking about. Crimson Ghost, who had long since put some distance between himself and the heart of the battlefield, stared at Lonely Lamp and his companion's prior location in a daze. He had experienced Lonely Lamp's strength personally before. After transforming, Lonely Lamp and the other Dark Hunters' combat power was only slightly weaker than his when he activated a Berserk skill. However, unlike his Berserk skill, Lonely Lamp and the others' transformation did not have a duration. Once his Berserk skill's duration ended, he'd meet death very quickly. Moreover, Lonely Lamp's party had consumed a mysterious potion that had heightened their aura's intensity. Needless to say, their basic attributes must have risen further. If he had to fight Lonely Lamp while the Ranger was in such a state, he'd likely die after a few hits even with his Berserk skill active. Yet even after multiple boosts, Shifeng had killed the party instantly. He might be able to accept Shifeng's victory after an arduous battle, but that hadn't happened. As soon as Shifeng took the situation somewhat seriously, Lonely Lamp and the other Dark Hunters had burned to ash. When Crimson Ghost looked at Shifeng, who quietly stood before the items Lonely Lamp and his party had dropped, his whole body shuddered. Too scary. Fear and relief overwhelmed his heart. Shifeng was a true monster with bottomless strength. If he weren't certain that Shifeng was, in fact, a player, he might even suspect that Shifeng was an NPC the main god system had created to prank God's Domain's players. Fortunately, he had not allowed his army to fight Zero Wing's forces. Even if some of his players survived, his army would have suffered severe losses. Meanwhile, The players from the various superpowers that watch from the primordial divine, Ruin gasped when the Dark Hunters had been annihilated, their eyes nearly falling out of their sockets. The 6 Dark Hunters exuded auras that could even rival Grand Lords of the same level. This proved that their basic attributes had reached that standard, coupled with the Dark Hunters' combat standards. None of the superpowers present were confident that they could stop the 6 players' escape. No, to be precise, they might even struggle in a head-on fight against these 6 players. On the other hand, not only had Shurfeng killed all 6 Dark Hunters by himself, but he had also done so with one attack. Because of this, the various superpowers' upper echelons all wore solemn expressions. Since Shurfeng could exterminate the 6 Dark Hunters, needless to say, he should have no issues doing the same to them. This also implied that as long as Shurfeng wished it, he could kill any one of them. Knowing this, how could they not take Shurfeng more seriously? This man, Quiet Melody, could not help but shake her head and smile bitterly as she watched Shurfeng collect the items Lonely Lamp and his party had dropped. It seems that not only did we fail to learn anything about those 6 players, but we also received a dire warning. In her opinion, Shurfeng had killed the 6 Dark Hunters instantly for 2 reasons. First, he didn't want others to take advantage of his efforts by learning the Dark Hunters' bottom line and secrets. The second reason was to give superpowers like the Sacred Temple a warning. Since he could kill the Dark Hunters so easily, he was naturally capable of killing superpowers' upper echelons like her. It was a message that they should reconsider targeting Zero Wing at the primordial divine ruin. Otherwise, they would suffer a similar fate. Blue Jade, who stood beside Quiet Melody, nodded in agreement with her Vice Temple Master's words, complex emotions flashing in her eyes as she watched Shurfeng. After this battle, her admiration for Shurfeng had doubtlessly increased. However, she also bore a sense of rivalry in her heart. She felt as if she had just found a goal worth working towards. This black flame is truly arrogant. He actually dares to send the various superpowers a warning. Although he is arrogant, he has clearly earned it. Can't you see the various superpowers' faces? Those looks are priceless. It seems that nobody should entertain ideas of targeting Zero Wing at the primordial divine ruin in the future. That's right. Not only does Silverwing Town have such powerful and long-range defensive structures, but it is also protected by so many incredible experts. Even without the NPC guards, nobody would dare to target Silverwing Town and Zero Wing. Both the guilds and the adventurer teams resting at the primordial divine ruin elevated their opinions of Zero Wing. Some adventurer teams even thought of joining the guild as a whole. Now that Zero Wing dominated the Orc Empire's primordial divine ruin, its development speed would be astounding. It might even become a super first-rate guild in the virtual gaming world in a short time. If they joined Zero Wing before the guild became a super first-rate guild, they would have a higher chance of becoming internal members. If they became core members, they'd be set for life. Damn it! Did Black Flame purposefully wait until the Dark Hunters attacked to make his move? Wind Hunter, who watched the battle from a safe distance, cursed as the Dark Hunters died, his complexion paling. He had thought that Lonely Lamp's party could cause Zero Wing some trouble, but they had only succeeded in throwing their lives away. Moreover, he had dispatched quite a few evil demons and evil beasts to reinforce Lonely Lamp's party. As a result, his minions were more clumped than usual, allowing the magic towers to target the monsters more easily. Suddenly, Beast Emperor's phantom appeared beside Wind Hunter. Beast Emperor then said, "All right, that's enough. Wind, you need retreat as well. We no longer have the ability to do anything against Silverwing Town. But are we going to let Zero Wing off the hook, just like that?" Frustration tore at Wind Hunter. Not only had his campaign failed to damage the guild, but it had also bolstered Zero Wing's reputation. Moreover, his monster army had sustained a lot of damage. This was the first time he had suffered such a severe loss. No, of course, we won't let Zero Wing off the hook. Regardless of my agreement with Nine Dragons Emperor or my personal reasons, I want to remove Zero Wing from God's domain permanently, but it's not time for that yet, Beast Emperor said as he glared at Shifeng's distant figure, killing intent radiating from his eyes. Because of that man, his path to promotion had been cut short. How could he possibly spare Zero Wing after the losses he had suffered? However, thanks to this operation, Zero Wing has provoked the Dark Hunters. Provoked the Dark Hunters? Wind Hunter could not help his confusion. That's right. The Dark Hunters Adventurer Team is a mysterious organization consisting of a bunch of lunatics. Nobody can guess their true thoughts. However, one thing you can be sure of is that they are a vengeful bunch. Now that Black Fame has killed Lonely Lamp, one of its core members, the Dark Hunters won't let Zero Wing get away with this, Beast Emperor said, sneering. Zero Wing will only maintain its arrogance for a short time. Once the Dark Hunters take action, Zero Wing's days will be numbered. I understand. Wind Hunter nodded. He then commanded his evil demons and evil beasts to depart from the battlefield. However, even though the evil beasts and evil demons had begun their retreat, Shifeng commanded Zero Wing's members to chase the monsters down. In the end, Zero Wing slaughtered another large number of evil demons and evil beasts. Meanwhile, news of this battle's outcome quickly spread to the neighboring countries. Chapter 1741, Popular Silverwing. Chapter 1741, Popular Silverwing. Chapter 1741, Popular Silverwing. After the battle outside of Silverwing Town, Zero Wing's prestige and reputation skyrocketed. Zero Wing is amazing. Even Beast Emperor's monster army is helpless against the guild. I've heard that you can get plenty of combat techniques from the primordial divine ruin. Now that nobody can contest Zero Wing for Silverwing Town, won't Zero Wing acquire a ton of combat techniques? That's not all. Don't forget about Primordial City. I've heard that Primordial City can help players improve their combat standards. I've heard that Zero Wing has been recruiting new members lately. Why don't we give it a try? I've also heard that even Zero Wing's elite members can learn combat techniques without signing a binding contract right now. What? Those are combat techniques we're talking about. I've heard that even large guilds' core members have to sign strict contracts if they wish to learn one of the guild's combat techniques. Honestly, you can learn Zero Wing's combat techniques without joining the guild. Only the price is exorbitant. However, if you become an elite member, you can get a significant discount. As news of Zero Wing's victory spread, many independent players made their way towards Starmoon Kingdom to join Zero Wing. As a result, the number of players applying to join Zero Wing had increased by nearly 3 times. For a time, Aqua Rose was swamped with work. To make matters worse, now that Zero Wing had proven that it had the strength to defend Silverwing Town, a large number of merchant players and corporations hoped to purchase shops conducting their business in the town. This was especially true for the corporations that sold virtual goods. However, Shifeng had no intention of selling Silverwing Town's shops. Instead, he would only rent them out. Moreover, the rental price was an astronomical 2,000 gold or 6,000 magic crystals per month. Because of this price, 99% of the merchant players cursed Zero Wing. This was simply fraudulent. Shifeng's decision even confused Aqua Rose. With 2,000 gold, one could buy a very good plot of land in an NPC town. Even in guild towns, strategically located shops only sold for 800 gold or so, Yet not only were Silverwing Town's shops only available to rent, but the rental cost was also 2,000 gold per month. With so much money, players could permanently purchase 2 good plots of land in another guild town. Although Silverwing Town's location was strategic, teleportation, war fortresses had appeared in the Orc Empire. It was only a matter of time before the various large guilds occupied these fortresses. Once that happened, Silverwing Town's value would fall. The wisest decision Zero Wing could make right now would be pulling as many merchant players as possible to Silverwing Town. By doing so, Zero Wing could make a fortune and solidify the town's position and advantage in the Orc Empire. Yet, Feng had chosen to rent the town's shops at astronomical prices, scaring away many merchant players that had solid foundations. When the various large guilds began to capture teleportation war fortresses, these merchant players would gravitate to these fortresses instead. Doing this wouldn't benefit Zero Wing, but Feng paid the matter no heed. First, the Orc Empire's teleportation war fortresses were not that easy to capture. Second, Silverwing Town had 5 magic towers. Players could gain a full rest just by standing in the town. They wouldn't need to rent rooms from a hotel. There was also the Spirited State buff, which could help players level up far more quickly. One could easily imagine how attractive Silverwing Town would be to players. However, these players wouldn't just loiter on the street like fools, doing nothing. They would stroll around the town and window shop. The chances that they'd spend some money would be quite high. In addition, unlike Zero Wing City, where players could accumulate the double EXP buff even while they were offline, players in Silverwing Town had to remain online to take advantage of the Spirited State buff. They could only take advantage of the buff while offline if they rested in a hotel room or a guild hall. Hence, there would be many players strolling down Silverwing Town streets. With how many players would wander Silverwing Town streets, business in the town would thrive, as well as those in Zero Wing City. Naturally, he couldn't ask for too low of a price for the town's shops. Moreover, Silverwing Town needed to maintain more than just the 5 magic towers. There was also the Magic King, Craig Midlands. Silverwing Town's daily operation costs could drive any first-rate guild crazy, including the fact that Silverwing Town needed the funds to develop and had limited space. Selling the shops cheaply would be foolish. Rather, setting up hotels in place of shops would generate more income for the town. In the end, only 6 merchant associations were willing to rent shops in Silverwing Town. Although there were so few, Zero Wing had still earned 12,000 gold. This allowed the guild to construct more high-rise buildings in the town, which would, in turn, hasten the town's promotion to an intermediate town. A neutral town's promotion conditions weren't like those of towns constructed within kingdoms and empires. In addition to the population and town reputation requirements, the neutral town also needed to achieve certain conditions. These conditions involved a certain number of high-rise buildings and NPC merchants. Unfortunately, due to safety concerns, NPC merchants would rarely set foot into neutral maps. The town needed to earn a C rank in safety, but trying to do so with a basic town was excruciatingly difficult. Because of this, neutral towns had a hard time getting promoted. One had to develop the town to its very limits before it could reach the next rank. Of course, there were methods that could hasten this process, and one involved using a town promotion order. Only the town promotion order a neutral town required was unusual. To upgrade a basic neutral town to an intermediate neutral town, one would need a gold rank town promotion order. Meanwhile, gold town promotion orders could be used to upgrade an intermediate town to advanced rank in kingdoms and empires. One could easily imagine how difficult such a promotion order would be to obtain. Even Feng did not have a guaranteed method of acquiring a gold town promotion order. all he could do was hasten the construction of high-rise buildings in Silverwing Town. Although it was true that Silverwing Town currently had the ability to stop Beast Emperor's forces, he wasn't so arrogant to think that Silverwing Town's current state would always be enough to stop Beast Emperor. After all, the evil god's temple, which Beast Emperor belonged to, was everyone's enemy on the god's domain continent. If given enough time to grow, Beast Emperor could definitely become strong enough to overcome Silverwing Town's current defenses. Moreover, Beast Emperor wasn't the only enemy Zero Wing had to worry about. The various superpowers also eyed Silverwing Town. With these superpowers' foundations, they would only grow stronger as time passed. Once the various superpowers realized Primordial City's true importance and gathered sufficient strength, they wouldn't miss the chance to strike at Silverwing Town. The various superpowers only saw the benefits Silverwing Town currently offered. However, they had neglected to notice the potential threat Silverwing Town could become. Hence, Shifeng needed to develop and fortify Silverwing Town as quickly as possible. However, although Zero Wing currently had a gold mine like Zero Wing City, which earned a large number of coins and magic crystals each day, it wasn't enough to sustain the guild's development. This was because Zero Wing had constantly recruited new members recently. Since the start of the latest recruitment drive, more than 150,000 players had joined the guild. This number would only increase as time went on. Meanwhile, the guild needed to provide all sorts of benefits for these new members, and to do so, the guild would need a ton of resources. Normally, new members were a good thing for a guild. After all, the more members a guild had, the stronger it would be. But Zero Wing wasn't like first-rate guilds. Zero Wing's sphere of influence was tiny in comparison. As a result, although Zero Wing had gained more members, the guild did not have the necessary territory to let these new members operate and generate wealth for the guild, which was necessary to sustain the guild benefits its members enjoyed. To put it simply, Zero Wing couldn't afford to take in so many members. If the guild wished to develop, it would need a large amount of resources and coins. Without the proper funds, the guild couldn't be self-sufficient. Meanwhile, after the battle, Shifeng returned to Silverwing Town's candlelight trading firm and began to evaluate the guild's latest harvest. After killing the evil demons and evil beasts, the guild had acquired nearly 2,000 evil energy crystals from this battle. This was a considerable harvest. However, it was a drop in the bucket compared to how many evil energy crystals Shifeng needed. What's this? As Shifeng inspected the loot from the Dark Hunters, he noticed a skeletal hand made entirely of crystal. Surprisingly, Shifeng couldn't actually inspect the skeletal hand normally. The system simply stated that it was an unknown item. His curiosity piqued. Shifeng used omniscient eyes to inspect the skeletal hand. The instant he tried to appraise the item, he heard the sounds of a series of system notifications.